Hello, Anne. Hi, Jay. How are you? Hello, hello, y'all. Hi, Tito. Thank you so much for the likes already. Hi, Romy. Y'all know that's how we get the live shared out to the public. Even though I'm not even gonna lie to y'all, TikTok low-key played me last time. Y'all remember my live was glitching? I don't know if y'all remember. My live was glitching the last time I was on. The like count wouldn't go up. And then we thought it got fixed. And then when they gave me my numbers at the end of the night, it definitely was like almost 70K less than where we ended at. So, hi Elise. Yes, y'all, please share the live. If you feel comfortable doing that. Hi Siani, hi Debs. Yes, thank you for the likes. Again, that does help to push us out to more viewers. Hi Dawson. Hi Trishelle. I think I said that right. Or maybe it's Rachel with just the T in the front. Correct me if I'm wrong. I like to try to say y'all's names right. Hi teacher. Hi Saris. Hi Aaliyah Janae. Hi A Money. Hi Shani. Y'all, if I'm saying your names wrong, correct me. Hi Kyla. Hi Mia. Hi Chantrell. Hi Rem. Hi Vivian, I feel like. Hi Carmela. Thank you all for the likes. We are definitely going to get into it. I'm really excited. Hi IBK. Hi, I was right. I like that. I like that handle. Hi. Hello, hello. Hi, Lynn. We're about to get into Love Island things. Hi, Danielle. One of my folks asked me to talk about something on my last live, so I wrote a note about that for us to come back to that, but I kind of want to wait until she's on. Hi, Millie May. Thank you so much for your message after the live, Millie. I feel like that was you. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I feel like that's what I remember in my head. Hi, Casey. Hi, Divinity. Hi, Kimmy. Hi, Afua. Hi, Fatima. Okay, yes, thank you so much for your message. Thanks for being here. Hi, Shaban. Hi, Nina. Yeah, so I want to kind of wait until Amina's here to talk about that, but I do feel like there's been plenty going on. Hi, V. I know. I feel like it's been so long. Ooh, you think so, Princess? I'm biased toward LA, though, Princess. I'm not even going to lie to you, girl. Hi, Rose. Hi, Kimmy. Because I'm from LA. Hi, Joy. Hi, Shun. Hi, user. A lot of numbers. Hi, Team Candy, period. I feel like you mean Candy, our beautiful singer lady. I hope so, A-Money. I am trying to do lives on Wednesdays and Fridays. Yes, and I'm trying to. My husband today was like, hi, Gigi. He was like, you got to be consistent. Hi, Audrey. I feel like I said it right. Tell me if I said it wrong. Is that Candy like Candy Burst? I feel like that's who's in your PFP, Team Candy. Hi, Lola. Hi, Daisha. Tell me if I said that wrong. Hi, Tea and Biscuits. I do want them to thrive and sleep. I feel like Nick is like surviving off of very little sleep right now. And I love that for him because he's in his 20s and he absolutely should. Hi, Ghost Money. Hi, Seasoned Auntie. Yes, we like the aunties. Okay, great. I'm so glad I said it right. Hi, Michelle. Hi, user. A lot of numbers. I know. Aren't they so cute? It's giving. Hi, Casey. Hi, Sasha. Thank you all so much for the likes. Thank you for sharing out the live. I love, oh, Amina, you're here perfectly as I was transitioning. So I was saying that like, I knew that you had the question, the topic last time. So I want to make sure that I talk about it very explicitly how you meant it. Obviously, y'all, if you don't know, if you're new to my live, my name is Christina. I know, right? Lola, unfreaking real. Unreal. Hi, Gay.
You're not saying Tina. You're going full Christina.
Oh, I said my whole name. I said Christina. Thank you. I got it for like $10 yesterday. I tried to convince my kid that it would be cool to wear to school, and he was not buying into my rhetoric at all. So it's mine now. Oh, is it? You know what, Gigi? So y'all, my full name is Christina. I go by Tina on here, right? But my full name is Christina. My husband is Christopher. I was Chris growing up. That was my nickname, but he's Chris, right? That's also his nickname. But Gigi, people used to call me Christine all the time. And I always felt like that was so lazy because it's such a simple name. Like, and so I would just constantly go, and they'd be like, huh? I'd be Christine, Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. My dad's name is Christopher too, Gigi. And Christopher was going to be my name if I was a boy. Thank you, Desi. Hi, Anjanette. Tell me if I said it. I know, right, Ann? Tell me if I said it wrong. Please correct me always, y'all. I like to say your names right. Hi, B.N. Watson. Hi, Rachel. Okay, so yes, our little lovebirds back there doing their thing. They looked so good for the reunion. Ate that down. Oh no, Amina. I mean, I'm so glad that you're going to therapy. Obviously, I'm biased, but yes. Okay, will you drop one more time explicitly what you wanted me to talk about? I am Charmaine. Wait, that's not what that is. Charnay. Tell me if I said that wrong. Tell me if I said it wrong. Ooh, Naomi, period. Period. Amina, will you drop one more time explicitly what you wanted me to talk about regarding Alandria and the femininity and masculinity conversation? I want to make sure, thank you. I want to make sure that I have it right. And we can talk about it for sure the next time you're on here too. I did see the picture of Shelly and Ola. Danielle, they look adorbs. I literally just saw it because one of my mutuals, Farah, she had posted it. Very adorable. Gigi, you're so funny. Kissy Mouth. I thought that Shelly and Clark looked really cute too. I love that Clark had like a nice little form-fitting outfit. You really got to see her curves. I didn't see a ton of her prior to the reunion, to be fair. The majority of captures that I saw were like of Nick and Alandria and Shelly and Ace. But what I saw, she looked really good. And so did Shelly. Shelly looked really cute too. Okay, I'm trying to read all of your comments. Shayla, yes, they are definitely leading into the Bama Barbie and Ken, right? Hi, son. They are definitely leaning into it, and I am here for it. Oh, I feel that, the real Tisha. Yes, Siobhan. I am having a beautiful day, Ebony. I've been in the nail shop literally all day. My daughter and I go to like a boutique nail artist. It's a Black woman artist, and so it's just her, and then she does all of us. So it's like an all-day event when we go to get our nails done. Oh, thank you for saying that too, Ebony. I'm so glad that you're here. I agree, Siobhan. I do think the conversation is misunderstood. Thank you all for the follows. Thank you for the likes. Hello to everyone. You didn't like it? I didn't get to really like see it. I didn't get to see it. Gigi, will you inbox me a picture so I can actually like see it? I feel like I just saw like the glimpse of her at the front of the van when they got out and she was hugging like whoever that production person was. And then I saw like the back of her as they were lining her and Taylor and Shalay up to walk in together. So I didn't really get like a good view, I feel like. I feel like she always had that, Shayla. Tata, thank you for the subscribing. Nadi gave ATL prom. You're funny. The picture of Shelly and Alandria is on Getty Images. Okay, I can feel that. That it gave more like Housewives reunion. They are definitely giving Barbie and Ken. Okay. Alandria always referring to me. Okay. Yes. Let me write that down explicitly. So explicitly. Oh my God, I just have my pen. Talking about Alandria. Yes, I will show you my nails, Aaliyah. Talking about Alandria and how she references femininity versus masculinity explicitly. I'm getting that right, Amina? So let me make sure that my green screen doesn't. Okay. Can you see them? I feel like it's, there we go. That's a good holding spot. If it's one thing I like, y'all, it is a line. I love a little abstract nail art, baby. Thank you. I think my artist does a really good job. Thank you, y'all. She is always so greased down. Period. No. Zach was talking about, he said they did talk about her at the reunion, Naomi. Make sure that I understand that right. Okay, Joy, oh boy, I thought that's what was happening with that outfit, but I wasn't sure. Okay, so I see questions in the chat, y'all. If I miss your question, please drop your question again. I like to try to answer your questions, okay? Yes, we just got started. T, hi D. I just did like a quick little nail preview, and thank you. I typically don't get purple, y'all. I am like a pink and orange and like neon girl. I'm summertime all year around, baby. I don't play. Okay. Hi, Erica. And you know what? He did say that, but I know that she wasn't, I feel like she wasn't invited. I feel like she wasn't invited. Am I wrong, y'all? Because she said that she wasn't going. Hi, Mimi. I think he meant everybody was there that was invited to be there. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. You know what, Ann? I don't watch Love is Blind UK because they be, we're talking about 404, Paloma, I think is what that says. It's in cursive and I can't read it. It's small. Y'all, I'm sorry. Maybe Salma, I can't tell, sorry. But we're talking about Sierra. Oh, are you talking, Joy, are you talking about Olandria style? Hilga was there. We know that because I saw about like a video of her leaving in her own car. Yeah, no Yulissa and no Sierra. So I think they were not there, but then everyone else was there. I will say though, we could have done without some of the Islanders, right? Like, did everybody need to come? Did we really need all the Casa boys and girls? No shade, no shade. You know, but Jalen was in New York, Erica. So did he just not go to the reunion? Because I like Jalen. So I follow, I think his Snapchat. I follow his TikTok. And he definitely was there. Okay, Zach skipped it. He was in New York. I don't know if he was at the actual reunion. Yeah. Oh, okay, I see. You know what, y'all? I feel like JD is messy as hell. But I attribute that to him being young. That boy was only 21 when he was on the show. So at most, if he's had a birthday pass, he's 22. You know what I mean? So, you know what, Anika? I don't know, but someone was saying that Zach said that they did. Oh, that would make sense because Zach is far. He's in Thailand already, I think, right? Well, I'm not upset that Zach missed it, Tisha. You know what? Oh my gosh. This is going to be a hot take. I liked Zach in the villa. I liked Zach in the villa. I felt like Zach got a bad rep based on how people felt about Amaya. Because if you watch it back, I think he had some, I know, y'all, Let me defend myself. Okay? I liked him in the villa. Okay? And I'm going to tell you why. Okay, I felt like Zach was one of the only people, and that's what you came into, Carl. Thank you, Violet. I feel like he came into the villa and he was one of the only people that I felt like could actually go there with Amaya and keep his calm and still attempt to communicate his point. She had a really bad habit of talking over people, and then people would just sort of shut down in the conversation, right? And he was one of the only people that did not do that with her. And to me, that demonstrates really strong communication skills. And so I actually liked him in the villa. I felt like there was a lot of miscommunication, and I felt like a lot of that boiled down to culture. You know, I don't know if I perceived him, y'all, as in the villa, okay? Outside of the villa, I have a different opinion of him, okay? But in the villa, I did not necessarily perceive him as a strategist. And I know people like to say that because he went back to Amaya and had that conversation with her after the Burst Your Bubble challenge. But also, he had already gone back to her and had a conversation with her. He had already had another conversation with her. So the Stand on Business challenge, Carl, I don't like how he responded. So I've very publicly said this. So y'all, the comments are so fast. I'm trying to keep up. I've said this very publicly before. The Stand on Business challenge, I did not like because it felt like it came out of nowhere. But then when Andreina said, oh, that was 6 to 7 hours that got edited down, what I originally thought in that scene was, I never heard Zach just sort of offer an opinion. Zach always seemed to be a responder rather than an initiator. And so I was on a live after that first Stand on Business challenge episode, and I was like, it seems like somebody asked him something and then he responded, because I've never perceived him as a person that just offered an opinion. So then when Andreina said, oh, it was 7 hours, 6 to 7 hours dwindled down, I was like, oh, maybe somebody did ask him something and then he responded. But the problem with that was right, that he said he thought he was doing his big one. But I'm still going to give him a smidge of grace because he had already said that to her in their conversation before the challenge, but she wasn't listening because she was upset and escalated. So when she said to him in the challenge, this is the first time you're bringing it up, that wasn't true. Just unequivocally, that was not true. We listened to him say it in their conversation before. Oh, you're right, Danielle. What is it called? And so for me, it was like, Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen. I don't know. I don't typically watch Andy, no shade, but outside of like the thank you Gigi for pinning it, outside of the like Housewives reunions, I don't just like watch them. Oh, thank you so much. Somebody might live stream it, Joy. I don't know what it's going to be about, but I do know that like Shelly and I think Shalace and exactly B. Shalace and Nicolandria are supposedly on it. I agree, Ebony. Oh, thank you, Leisha. Yeah. I did not. That's hilarious, House of Goddess. Okay, somebody asked me, oh, and Amaya and Brian. Okay, the papayas. Okay, so what Zach brought up, I love your PFP period. Oh, okay, thank you for clearing. The papayas and Nicolandria. Oh, well, the papayas feel like they would be boring, but okay, sorry y'all if you're fans. So when we go back and we watch, just like, if you don't go back and watch anything, watch that episode, right? And I don't know that I think they are, but anyway, I can only speculate. Tisha, I can only speculate. But I will say, so what Zach said in the conversation is he was like, there were some things, we were moving at a rate of speed that made me uncomfortable. There were some things that were a little bit too much to me. And then Amaya got really escalated and she left the conversation. Then the Stand on Business challenge happened. Then he said it again and she's like, this is the first time you ever said this. And I was like, girl, no, it's not. And then he came back again because he wanted to clear the air and they had another conversation. And then the Burst on Bubble challenge happened. But I feel like people forget all the attempts at Zach's communication before with her and are only clocking like, oh, he didn't talk to her until after Burst on your Bubble challenge. And that just doesn't feel like that's not an accurate timeline. So I did not mind him in the villa. Since he has left the villa, it's definitely given... Are they, Danielle? It's definitely giving. He's a little bit of a weirdo. I'm not really sure, like, if there's just a disconnect around some things, you know what I mean? But yeah. I saw that little pecky peck, Sage. I saw that little pecky peck. Okay, somebody asked me about Nicolandria. You're welcome. I think so too, Anika. I feel like some of it, like, I just am like, hi, Nikki. I feel like I'm missing things. And so I try not to like judge too hard. We were talking about Zach really quick, Mina. because I feel like I might just be missing some pieces because culturally I can't relate. You know what I mean? And so there might be some pieces that I'm not catching. So I try to have like a more balanced, you know? Hi, Starry. Oh, did you think we were talking about someone else? Okay, Joy Oh Boy, yes, that Rico Nico. Thank you, Tisha. Yeah, he definitely made a comment that he thought, you know, Frico Nico was gonna come out, and like Pepe and Nick both were like almost disgusted at him, like saying that, like that was not how they was moving. And he was one of the ones when Ace got back that he went, let me hear, like the objectification of women is crazy with that one. So yeah, it was not giving. It was not giving. Yes, thank you all for the likes. That definitely lets me, tapping is clapping as my, okay, thank you for posting it again. Thank you, the Kirby Bastinista. Thank you. Exactly, Anika. He definitely, like, again, though, I just always am suspicious about a man that can talk about women like objects in that way. Personally. Unpopular opinion. Do y'all think the Nicolandria is real and not a publicity stunt? Fair question. Happy to answer. I'm sure my panelists are definitely going to want to talk about that when they get up here. And I know that some of my subs are going to say things. You know what I mean? Oh, Courtney, not only at Alandria, but definitely at Hilga in the villa still. Okay? I need y'all to be watching people's body language, y'all. Oh, thank you so much for saying that. Is it Bay? Is that how I say it? B-A-I? It does feel genuine to me. It does. Obviously I can only go based on what I see, right? But I think the fact that, yay, thank you. I like to say y'all's names right. So if I ever say your name in here and it's wrong, please phonetically spell it for me so that I can say it right. Ooh, it's Global Africa, clock that. Because the way people have tried to make them the same. Okay, sorry, let me stay on task, y'all. The ADHD be ADHD sometimes. Okay. A couple of things. I definitely feel like it is genuine, okay? Because from my timeline, what I got to see, right? I can only go based on what evidence I actually have, right? They seemed very clear. They seemed very clear when they first connected in the villa, that like, and I shouldn't say first connected. I mean, first connected as after they recoupled together when 404 was gone. Okay. So, after thank you so much, Joy. After they reconnected, after that recoupling, they seemed very clear that like, if nothing else, we know that we're friends. We rock out with each other. Like we have a lot of loyalty to one another. We know that we're attracted to each other, but we're just gonna like take our time. You know what I mean? See, Washington, I have a whole video about how they are the same person in different fonts. So I'm with you. I'm with you. So I will say that I feel like they were very clear about that. And like Nick told us, like, I went to bed. Ooh, clocking me. I went to bed feeling like this was a friendship. And he's like, but then all this stuff started happening in my body. You know what I mean? And he's like, my heart, the flutters in my heart, you know? And she backed into me and he's realizing like, oh, she does maybe want something more. I think what we saw happen was both of them shelved it because they thought that they could never explore it. And so then once they had an opportunity, she did back that thing up, Internet. That's my favorite, right? So then I think once they had an opportunity of like, okay, we have a go ahead to maybe go ahead and to try. And Alandria started like putting things together in her head. And she's like, was it always him? I don't know. So I think hearing from their families, and then I actually, Joy, I feel like almost their friends were like the total seal the deal. So if you remember after they had family day, at some point, Shelly says to Alandria, like, I'm waiting to hear about that kiss. And you can almost see Alandria. She's like, oh, like, like, it was like, you know, sometimes we just need that external validation. We need to know that, like, we're not crazy or doing too much. And I do think it was some concern about how they might be perceived. Why'd you put that in the chat? That's my husband, y'all. Saying that he's gonna go cook dinner. Anywho. And so to me, it was, well, yeah, so I hear you, Jada. We got a lot from a little. I'm a therapist, so I'm constantly reading body language. That's literally like the majority of what I do in my sessions. Yes, I'm listening to what you're saying, but I'm also listening to what your body is saying without you saying any words, right? So when I'm watching TV, a lot of the times, especially if it's like reality TV, I'm watching the group think, I'm watching the body language. Gigi wants to know what you're making for dinner, babe. I'm watching all of that. So oh, he gave you the answer he gives our kids, which is food. So annoying. But I watched her sort of like relax. You know what I mean? When she, what'd you say?
I'm gonna grill the shrimp with some sweet potatoes and broccoli.
He's gonna grill some shrimp with some sweet potatoes and broccoli. V is so funny. Oh no, Nikki cooks dinner every night. It's one of the things, so something my husband, like, obviously we both work, but he's like, well, maybe not obvious, but we do both work. It's not safe, I'm at the door. But something that my husband is really mindful of is like, he's like, I know that you're a therapist and the type of work that you do is exhausting in a different type of way. Not your dream day. Y'all are funny. So he likes to cook dinner for me. Yes. Well, obviously for our whole house, not just me. We got 4 kids, y'all. Anywho, so I do think that, like, sorry, I'm trying to get back on track, y'all. Oh, congrats, Nikki. How much longer do you have? But yeah, so I read, so to say what I'm basically getting at is I don't think it like moved at a rate of speed that would make me suspicious. Oh, congrats, you're really close. You're really close. So I do think that like they moved at a rate of speed that, Fatima. Okay, all once. Yes, I literally just made a video about that, right? Because y'all are funny. Because people equate the physicality and sexuality as evidence of romance. You know what I mean? See, Washington, he said, no, ma'am. Have a seat. You know what I mean? And so people are watching, but what's it's so interesting, y'all, because at some points they talk about, you know, it's just a bust down. Like I've seen comments about like that about them, which is wild because they never did that. They never did that. Like, I don't, like, what? You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't, it doesn't track. But as far as like a PR relationship, I guess my super long, I'm sorry, my brain be all over the place and trying to keep up with y'all's comments too, is I don't think it's a PR relationship any more than any other relationship is a PR relationship. Like, let's keep it a buck. You know what I mean? Everybody is getting a bag independently, but yes, as a couple as well. You know what I mean? I mean, the people that are getting bags. The people that are getting bags. Yes, we are still talking about them. Sorry, somebody asked me if I thought they were a PR relationship. Exactly. That's another thing. So Shrekon, tell me if I said that wrong. Shrekon said, didn't all the lasting couples get together at the same time? Why is there only doubt with Nick and O? Literally all of the final like 4 couples, because one of them didn't last out. Okay, thank you. Didn't last outside of, well, they didn't last through the villa. All three of the 4 got together the same night, but they're the only ones that get like this sort of scrutiny. And the only difference between them and the other 2 is they wasn't hunching in the villa. They wasn't hunching in the villa. And because they are interracial. I think that is the only reason why. And explicitly, I shouldn't even say because they're interracial. I'm going to say explicitly because she is a dark-skinned black woman and he is a white man. White man did it in one day. I need us to, and I talk about this in my videos, y'all, but I need us to sit with and get curious about why we don't question couples that are hunching and their level of realness, but we have so much curiosity about this couple. But I want us to also be honest that if it was on the flip end and they were being really physical, then y'all would be saying, oh, well, it's just physical. It's just a bang it and go. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I just, people would be calling them fake. Yes. Christy, but I feel like, maybe that's true, but I feel like, and this is not me trying to be shady, this is me being honest for real. I feel like people that say, well, it's because they said they didn't have any chemistry. I feel like maybe you don't read books or y'all don't have like critical thinking skills, right? Because the reality is sometimes we get into situations where we feel like we have to say certain things, right? We have to shove things down because we're considering other people. And they talked about this like ad nauseum at this point, right? They both were considering other people. She was considering Sierra's feelings. She was just watching Sierra snot and cry over in Casa about this man, right? And exactly, they've said that, Keita. And she felt still an obligation to Taylor. He knew that he was friends with Taylor, right? So like they had all these things in the way and they were like, no, it's nothing there. It's nothing there. You know what I'm saying? It was fake, but don't even get me started on that. You know what I mean? But it's like they felt like they needed to shut it down out of consideration for other people, which is why we hear Alandria in the villa say, it's the first time I'm like putting myself first in this experience. She tells us that. And then, yes, y'all, they have, oh, hi, I'm so glad you made it. And yeah, if we really want to clock it all the way back, that man kissed her on fucking day one. It's like, I think people pick and choose what they want to believe in order to fit the narrative that feels most comfortable to them, rather than looking at the entirety of their story. And that's fair. Ultimately, y'all could, people can do whatever they want to do. You know what I'm saying? You can do whatever you want to do. But I don't think it's going to stop them from having the relationship that they want to have. I don't think it stops them from having the potential to last. You know what I'm saying? People just are picking and choosing. Hi, Shinko, maybe? Tell me if I said that right. I got asked the question to give my thoughts as to whether or not I think this is a PR relationship. And I know that y'all have been saying things I have been missing. I'm sorry. If you want me to respond to your comment again, please just drop it again. They're just moving faster than I can keep up with and try to respond to the other question. But yeah, like Fatima, to your point, right? He not only kissed that girl on the first day, he allowed himself to, when he couldn't gain anything from it, when she told him, there's no chemistry. And he said, yeah, I agree. Because we know he was just going along to get along, right? He's like, whatever. Oh, thank you so much for saying that, Frida. He was like, thank y'all for the follows. Thank you for the likes. He was like, oh, you're so welcome. He was like, well, I'm just going to be your friend then. And I'm going to save you. And I'm going to show up for you. And like we heard Ace talk about, again, y'all, we heard Ace talk about their fierce loyalty to each other. You know what I mean? Like, and it definitely did, Jennifer. It definitely did. The real Tisha, I don't disagree. I think it hurts a lot of people's pride to see O be treated well without being intimate off the bat. I will say that I think it hurts people's pride. I think that too many people relished in their perception of her being humbled by that boy. And so they cannot stand the fact that she would be so openly and outwardly loved by a man. And I think, something that's been coming up on my videos and in my comments of my videos is me realizing that a lot of people don't know what it feels like to be liked by your partner. They only know what it feels like to be desired by your partner. And so they cannot relate. They truly cannot relate to this. They truly cannot relate to this. And so because it looks different than what they experience, if I say this is real, then what does that mean about all of my experiences? And so instead of sitting with the discomfort and figuring out what that means for themselves and what maybe, maybe that bar needs to come up out of hell a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather just say this is not real. A lot of projection, Jacqueline. Joy every time, girl. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, yes, the struggle love. Oh my gosh. It's over for struggle love mentality. Women demand more. The thing is, so many, and I'm gonna speak as a Black woman because that's how I've lived my whole life, right? If you listen to, and I be trying not to be too deep on y'all, but I also know that's why a lot of people come to my lives, okay? If you listen to our music, if you listen to I'm about to shake the table, and that's okay. Y'all will be all right. Y'all could just hold on. Love and basketball. Okay? We have so many love stories that are propped up in our community that is struggle fucking love. And so the fact that they're watching this Black woman have something different than that, they're like, that can't be real. Yeah, that ride or die mentality, Jamila. Me too, Janae. I've hated it since forever. Joy, yes. That ride or die mentality. There was this meme, gosh, like probably a decade ago now, that's like, I'm not a ride or die girl. I'm a ride and I thought you had your shit together. Pull over and let me out type of girl. Okay, let me out. We do go deep. So yes, a lot of people will look at this relationship. Oh shit, I just flicked myself with water. They will look at this relationship, and because it is different than what they have experienced, that feels uncomfortable. And so in order to not invalidate their experiences, they attempt to invalidate theirs rather than just agreeing or accepting that people have different experiences. Like, it doesn't even have to be like, oh, my experience is shitty. It could just be, oh, their experience is different than mine. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Woo! Clock that. Hi, Stevie. They're just because they're not young, hot, and lit, period. But you know what's funny, Mari, is I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I know that my audience is going to be skewed because I'm a millennial, but I do feel like a lot of people that support this couple are older, like millennials, like older people. Hi, Mari. And people that are like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's just who I get fed to me because of, my algorithm. Yeah, so yeah. Yep, okay. Millennials, Gen X. Yeah. Boomers. Okay, yeah. And the book girlies, yes. Oh, I love that. You know what? Can I just say, my 22-year-old in here, Sexy Garbage, I love that for you because I feel like they get to rewrite some things for people with the way that we understand that romance can look. And this is not to say that any other version of like romance. Do I want to say that statement? Is that a true statement? Hi, Joy. I love that you're 23. I will say it's not to say that all other versions of romance are not it, right? But this is giving you a very public experience. Oh, I love that I have my Gen Zs in here. But they are definitely giving y'all a different, like, experience of what love can look like. Love it. Y'all are very diverse. My audience is very diverse in age. I love that for you, Nyla. I love that for you too. This is healing to me as a Black woman. Like, I can be loved and not have to compete for it. Period. This is what I love about my space is I do really try to craft a space. Oh my gosh, I got it at Gen X. I don't know if they have Gen X's everywhere, but they have them where I live. And so I got it at Gen X. Oh yes, Latrice, thank you. You are not Dee Dee. You are not too old. Thank you, Solo. And I agree, Bossolini, they really wanted to, okay, V, you're so young. I love that. Oh, I'm so glad. Yes, our brains be doing a lot over here. I always say we do too much, so if you don't do enough, just don't hop on the live. I love that. Shayla, we have a nice diversity of ages in here. Hi, Josue. Hi, Coco. Not that Coco. Hi, Maddie. Hi, Jaleesa. Yes, I'm 39, y'all, if you didn't know. Hi, Mary. Hi, Big Mama. But yeah, so I love that, Seattle. So I love that I get to craft a community of people that come together from all these different age brackets that thank you, Wit Wit, that can glean from each other and share with each other, actually. I agree. I think their pace makes a lot of sense. I agree. And you know, I know that I'm a rare Nicolandrian in that I actually do think that Nick liked Sierra well enough. Thank you, husband. I think he liked her well enough. You know what I mean? Like he was like, I could like do this, you know? But I do think that there was always like a yearning, you know what I mean? Like the reality is, you know, that unrequited love sort of experience, you know what I mean? And so I think there was always going to be that curiosity, but I do think that he had resolved that it was going to be what it was. You know what I mean? And yeah, everything does happen for a reason. Wait, what Cloud Chase comment? I agree, Tisha. Wait, are you talking about 404 like the clout chasing comment? For real? And you know what? And you know what? And you know what? You know what, Shrekhan? She did too, though. Because when they were having that conversation about what was going to happen outside of the village, she was doing a lot of that talking. And I feel like people try to put that on Nick, but a lot of it, she was like, I think it just means this. Hi, Dominique. And so, oh, sorry. We're talking about Sierra. So she had a nickname of Sierra, and so people started calling her 404 as the error code. And we use a lot of nicknames. Thank you, Dominique. We use a lot of nicknames in here, Charnay, to avoid drawing certain fan bases. So it's just me trying to avoid conjuring up certain people. So I do think that like people need to also acknowledge that 404 was also on some like, we'll just see, you know, like we're just going to be focused on each other, you know. Oh, he better slow down on Marcel. Our girl has a very bright modeling future ahead of her right now. And I don't think it's wrong to feel like that, Mimi. I think you can feel however you want to feel about it. You know what I'm saying? I will say this though, right? I saw that Khalifa. Hi, Hagatha. Thank you for subscribing. Oh, she liked to comment saying Nick goes where the cloud is. That's interesting. Because how would he have known that before they left the villa? How would he have possibly known that? Mimi, she is older than him. You know what I mean? She's older than him by 3 years. So I will say, you know, and I've given him a lot of grace because he is closer to 25, but he does still have a little bit of frontal lobe development going on. You know what I mean? So that wouldn't shock me that you have that perspective. I do think that he seems to be very mature in a lot of ways when it comes to her. And I can acknowledge that no matter how mature you are for your age, there are just some things that do come with experience and time, right? Because the more time you have, the more experience you have, the more that you learn, the more mature you become, hopefully. You know what I mean? And so, exactly. And so like, if we're saying that he goes where the cloud is, that really doesn't make any sense. Hi, Nola Girl 504. I didn't know that you subscribed. Thank you for subscribing. Okay, Solo, say more. Say more. But I will say this about whether or not she deserves more. Ultimately, I don't know the ins and outs of that relationship. All I know is what I see, right? All I know is what they choose to let us see and what we got to see in the villa. And that's the only information I have to base my opinion on. That said, since they've been out of the villa, I love the fact, yay for 20K. I do love the fact that he has really put her on. And I feel like she was already going to get brand deals. Don't misunderstand me. Don't misunderstand me. Oh my goodness. My daughter's giving me the tea, y'all. Hold on. Don't misunderstand me. She was going to get brand deals, period. Okay. But the fact that he brought her into deals that he already had. Oh no, it's not, babe. Sweet taboo. It's not. Thank you for asking that. Exactly, Joy. He leveraged his privilege and his access to make opportunity for her. Again, this is evidence of somebody that loves you and cares about you as a human. Period. And we love that for her. The fact that man, she's like, you know what, I want to model. He's like, no, she is going to model. You better speak over my life, sir. I love that for her. Exactly, Solo. I love that for her. And even if they're like, you know what? We ran our little route and it was all good. That man has had so much care for her that I don't care. I'm just enjoying her being able to have this experience because of what we got to see her witness what we got to witness her experience in the villa. And she deserved so much more than that. And so that fierce loyalty that we heard Ace talk about, that fierce loyalty, the fact that that is now action and not just words, baby, I'm sorry. Y'all can never make me hate them as a couple. Y'all can never make me hate him as a friend to her. Y'all can never make me hate him as a man to her. I mean, he could do some things to maybe make me feel that, you know what I mean? Depending on how he moves, right? But, oh, sorry, hold on. Daughter, can you unlock this again? They want to know what you're showing me. She found, exactly, no more struggle love for her. We are here for the eldest daughter being taken care of. She said, I want to be able to be soft. Okay. So y'all, she is showing me all the followings and unfollowings that have happened so far after the reunion. I don't know if y'all already have seen this, but I'm about to tell y'all. Okay. All right. Jeremiah and Ace now follow each other. I did see that last night. They follow each other. So it is mutual. Okay. Olandria and Jeremiah now follow each other. Taylor and Jeremiah now follow each other. Nick and clearly Jeremiah went in there and got on everybody's good side. Everybody worked it out. Because really, Jeremiah, I know his feelings were hurt, but he really just needed to let himself have a conversation. That was so clear from, and I hope what happened, I think that he folded. I hope what happened is that they showed the clips and made things more clear for him. Okay, so Nick and Jeremiah follow each other. JD and Nick unfollowed each other. Because why y'all in here running up my goddamn minibar tab? Daughter, you don't see you?
I do. I have eyes.
But like, why? She be trying to be out the camera, so I'm shocked that she's letting y'all see even that little piece of her face. But so I think that's interesting. Start it. Sorry. Okay. Andreina and Jeremiah now follow each other, which they went to dinner with all the Casa people and then Austin. And yes, Brian, that was pissing me off because he's literally Tiana. Is that how I say that? Please correct me if I'm wrong. JD is lying, Cassandra. Okay. And then, but I saw Andreina and Jeremiah at dinner together with the Casa people. And then Vanna now follows Shelly. Not mutual, though. Amaya follows Austin. I mean, honestly, that tracks. Y'all know about Austin, right? Okay, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Hi, Shanika. Y'all are so funny. Wait. What'd you say? Hold on. That he's a pool boy. Millie Bay, you're funny. Why are people making a big deal about Ace not doing the bro thing with Nick? I don't know what you mean, sweet taboo. What happened? You know what? Shrekan? I actually hope not. But that's me being biased. I don't know that woman, okay? I don't know Clark. All I know is what I see, okay? But he's funny, but not funny, haha, funny, weird. No, he is funny, haha, too, okay? I will give Austin that. He is funny, haha. But I also, oh, thank you, Kessa. I don't know if you have a Gen X where you live, but that's where I got mine. I will say this about Austin too. And I don't typically talk about Austin on my lives. I don't talk about Austin. I don't talk about Charlie. I don't talk about TJ. I don't talk about anybody that was grown and having problematic takes. I typically don't. Because I feel like you're old enough to know better. Why are you in the manosphere? What do you think about women? And why are you on a game show trying to date one? If that's what you think about them. You know what I mean? Exactly, Hagatha. And I have a personal praxis that just makes me not personally fuck with that. You got it, Beatrice, now from what I said. Hi, Emily. I don't know. I missed it again one more time. What are people saying about Ace and Nick? I don't understand. Like, I don't understand. I feel like Ace in general, for real, Shayla, I feel like Ace in general has like been kind of keeping his self out of the public eye, except when he wants to. Like, he is very clearly curating his image, which makes a ton of sense. His image right now is his business. And I don't think that they need to perform their friendship for us. I don't know. Me personally. That's so weird that people are making a big deal out of that. Agreed, Ronnie. Okay, let's talk about Brian, because I think more than one person has asked me to talk about him. Is that who y'all want me to talk about next? I will talk about whoever y'all want me to talk about next. Oh, but Nick is, I think, just being a smart mouth when he says that. Of course. Brian the scammer. I didn't say it. I just repeated what you said. Hi, honey. Will you make sure to drop that again after I finish talking about this? And then, okay, I see a couple of people giving me things that they want me to talk. Hi, Destiny. I see a couple of people. Oh, there's so many. Okay. I will start with exactly, Mimi. It's a no for me. Okay, we'll start with Brian, and then will you drop your people for me that you want me to talk about after I talk about Brian? My perspective around Brian is that Brian has always been, both of them, Beatrice. Unfortunately, it's too fucking common. I know they flowing, Ashley. Not hubcap. Oh, we got to come up with something different, because now they be finding us when we say hubcap. They be finding us. Okay, the fact that Brian kept saying, you're rich about Nick. Because Brian owes him money from the Airbnb, apparently. When they were in LA. He got that $50K and went and bought a damn Rolex and didn't pay his debts. That's weird. And then you're in here running up my minibar bill after I told you to stop because I got to pay for that? You're an op. You're an op. Okay? And I don't like it. I don't like it. Like, first of all, I know I'm old, but like, you ain't got no damn home training. You don't even just eat the free shit in here, okay? You need to ask for that too, because this is my room. Brokey, okay? And the fact, I think, you know, this is This is, woo, okay, sorry, y'all have so many thoughts. My brain is buzzing about this man now. And I usually don't even talk about this man. Okay, but let me say this. Okay, so Brian is if we're going to talk about an opportunist, Jinx, somebody just asked me to talk about Brian. I don't have any pictures of him on my phone because I typically don't talk about him. So, so I don't have any pictures of him. So I can't change my background. So you just get to look at these beautiful people while I talk about him instead. Okay, Brian is the ultimate, Shayla, you're funny. The ultimate, exactly, scammer. Oh. What? Am I back, y'all? TikTok is already trying to trip on me. Already trying to trip. We've detected inactivity. How? When I ain't stopped yapping yet. Sorry, y'all. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the likes. Okay, thank you, Gigi. I don't want him to either, love, and I don't think that he will. Now that they've had a little bit more time and space out of the villa, I think they're able to see people's characters more clearly. I'm going to clock it all. I'm going to clock it all because can you talk about Tiana? When he told Chris to fake it with Honda Civic, I knew the type of person he is. He was literally there for a check. Okay, Anika, we'll see you in a bit. You feel me? If we're going to talk about an opportunist, that man was talking to everyone except Amaya until the Burst Your Bubble challenge. You know what I mean? And so I think that what happened is, I think she's smart too. I think she played, don't get me started on Amaya. Let me stay focused on Brian. Y'all about to have my ADHD brain on a whole different... TC, I haven't even talked about her on here, so I don't know what you mean. He was defending his culture. Exactly. And that was perceived as standing up for her, which in some ways, yeah, he was having her back. He was saying, hey, y'all, this is a cultural thing. Destiny, I love that for you. I love that. Thank you, Liana. I know, right? 365 people. I don't usually have this many people in here, which means there are probably some ops in here, y'all, but that's okay. That's okay. So my thing, right, Tata? Period. But we didn't see him. Thank you, Shayla. We did not see him move toward her until after the Burst Your Bubble challenge. And I say all the time, people don't like it, but oh, thank you, Joy. Oh boy, I appreciate it. My people is in here. Clock it. I can talk about that too when I get to her, Miss Deb Nova. Okay. You feel me, Shayla? Enjoy the refreshments. But okay, so y'all, when we look at the timeline, this man, he went for, Andreina, because, I mean, who wouldn't? The woman is gorgeous, okay? Gorgeous. Cute little personality, it seems like, right? But they were getting, they was doing it, and they was having a little moment, you know what I'm saying? Nobody's hating. No one is hating, no one. But they're having a little moment, they're having a little cute moment, you know what I'm saying? In Casa. And then they get back, and Andreina says, I want to continue to explore. So I would encourage you to explore. And you know what he says? She's boring. I think it was just physical. What? What?
But wait, because it's like confusing and there's a comment kind of explaining it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry, y'all. My daughter is like finding all these little videos and having me watch them. Anyway, I'm going to tell y'all what this is in just a second. But so he says, now she's boring. Now she's boring, right? Now she's boring. And And she is on it on one. She's so funny. Now she's boring. And then it comes to, I'm gonna go talk to Jaden. Then it's the then it's everybody gotta go home after the burst your bubble challenge. He stands behind Jaden. She don't get saved because what were you thinking? No shade, but who was gonna save a Casa girl? No shade. No shade. Oh, Jay. I heard My Life, My Choice now. I heard. I have to go see it. Jay, don't spam my comments. I don't care if you disagree. Oh, you already muted them. Thanks, boo. You can hate from outside the club, as my sisters would say. You can stay and watch, but you can't talk. So then Jaden goes home. Then he sits down with the Maya, and now he's interested in conversation. And so it is like, again, she was his like third choice. Unless I'm forgetting someone. She was number 3. Right? So to say that this man was like always into her and to position it as real, exactly, Shrek Khan. We see them also get very physical very fast, which again, everybody knows I'm pro ho in here, okay? So I don't care about that part of it. It only matters in their case because he had literally just said about Andreina, she's boring, it was only physical. So why are you not letting Amaya talk? Why are you only sticking your tongue down her throat and trying to hop on her? So was Andreina boring or are you? So to watch him repeat the same behaviors with Amaya was always giving, oh, you don't have no substance, you don't have no value, which is sad because I feel like he could. You know what I mean? But I feel like he didn't even attempt. I feel like, and I say this all the time, and I swear I'm not trying to be an asshole, the most was them talking about this truffle pasta date. And I know that there are probably lots of conversations we didn't see. Thank you, Ms. Bossa. I know that there are lots of conversations we didn't see, y'all, right? But it's like, and they do. They want them to be characters, right? They want people to be characters. No, it's the Golden Girls. You know what I'm saying? And so, I actually, baby, can you do it for me, please? So I can tell them. So my daughter was just, and you know, I play Sims for real. And people definitely, they want them to be their real life Sims. So my daughter was just showing me what was actually said in that live with Nick and Brian. So when Nick is saying like not to open up everything, Pepe says about Nick, he has 10,000 subscribers because he has switched to a sub only live. And Brian says, why do you think I don't give a fuck, bruh? And then opens up a bottle. And then Nick turns around and goes, bro, Brian. Because he's basically like, he's pocket watching Nick. And to me, that's always some weirdo shit. Don't pocket watch me. Don't worry about how much money I got. And people like that, it's definitely, and I will say this about Brian too. And if y'all want me to cover anything else, if you have a particular question you want me to address, I'm happy to. But here's the other thing I will say about Brian. It's definitely given that he thought he was going to be main character because he coupled up with the person. The live was the night before, when they had all gotten to New York, the night before the reunion recorded. Hold on. So he definitely gave, I thought that because I coupled up with America's Favorite, that I was going to be Otis when I got out this villa, and he's not. Ain't nobody come to see you, Otis. Y'all won and we don't care, you know? And so I think well, he's not, it's, my life, my choice now. Is he going to be able to afford to? Anyway, okay, let me stop being shady. But like, the fact that he thinks that the women are boring when like we haven't, like he's not interesting. He is uninteresting. He is uninteresting. It's not the women. He is uninteresting. And if you are uninteresting, he thought he was going to ride the coattails of this woman ill. And he's not going to be able to afford to live in LA because it is expensive. As a born and raised LA girly, when we go back to visit and we pass like little for rent signs, I will call it just so that my kids can hear how much that shit costs. I'm like, what we pay for our mortgage for our home is a one bedroom in LA, right? And so and that to me never sat right, Destiny. It always felt like projection. He's trying to blame the women when really it's him. And he brings nothing, period, Tisha. If you bring nothing to the table, why would anybody invite you to the table, Brian? No, Bianca, as far as we all know, no. What are you talking about, huh? I want y'all to stop using parasocial when y'all don't know what it means. Because y'all try to use it as an insult, but the reality is we're all parasocial to an extent. It's why we've had tabloids and US Magazine and all of, I never said that, so I don't know if you're asking that question to me, but I never said that. Oh, thank you so much. I got the money gun. I got the money gun. It's not about pitting them against each other. We're literally not even necessarily talking about him in relation to Nick other than looking at that moment with him and Nick and saying this is another reason why we question the man's character. I feel like I was clear in what I said. Does anybody else in my life feel unclear about what I said about Brian? Frankie Beverly, you are so welcome. I'm so glad you're here. Okay. If y'all are clear. My regular viewers and my new viewers, if you are clear about what I'm saying, then that is all that matters. I will not feed the trolls. And if it was, that's weird. The fuck, he's weird. If he said that to JD, it would still be a hater thing to say. Oh, Siobhan, I was trying to wait for Amina to be available for that question, but I'm happy to cover it. They do. They do. I heard Jaden, I'm going to go look when I get off live. I heard Lex, of course she is. She always is going to, and we love that for her. Fingerprint, don't spam my comments. Oh, the live comment. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter who he said it to. You're still violating someone's boundaries. Like, y'all don't understand that? Y'all don't understand that it's a problem to violate people's boundaries? That makes me question some things. Oh, Britt, typically I don't have any thoughts on her, but if enough people ask me to share them, I did. Thank you, Ronnie. It was just weird. It's weirdo behavior. Gavin, that's a great question. Will you please drop it again in case I don't answer it? The real Tisha. I do. I think they should have been very clear. I was saying it's weird that Brian would say what he said. The fact that Nick was asking people not to open up and eat and drink things that he had to pay for, and they basically were like, I don't give a fuck because you got money. That's weirdo behavior. You're not a safe friend. Because you're violating my boundaries. I did. We just talked about that. We did. Huda exclamation point. We just talked about that. So to me, that's not good friendship. It was on his subscriber only live. Are you talking to me, Tiara? Are you asking me where that came from? It was on his sub only live. It is very disrespectful. And if nothing else, again, y'all, this is a non-safe friend. Because, yeah, we're talking about money right now. But if I'm telling you that this is my boundary and you're willing to violate it, then I cannot trust you to keep me safe. No, I'm not going to repeat it all because I already said it, but it is, and you know what, Sam? I'm hoping that he can set up some boundaries. You know what I mean? Because, yeah, don't pocket watch me and don't violate my boundaries. Period. Period. Oh, that probably definitely is an unpopular opinion. Thank you. Username, I mean, this is literally from them being booked and busy with New York Times today. So, I mean, I feel like they're also booked and busy. We're not going to pit them against each other. It was on his sub only live on Monday, y'all. When I bring my panel up, I'm sure they will want to talk about it again, but yeah. So, okay. Damn it. Y'all asked me to talk about who next? Does that feel sufficient? Do y'all feel like I covered him enough? That's so weird that he would be mad about that. Destiny, you know what's whack is that, okay, perfect. Great. Oh, what do you want me to talk about? I mean, they look fire AF. They look fire AF. Hi, Chocotella. So far you have missed, you've missed this conversation. We talked a little bit about them. Somebody asked a question about them. And then somebody asked me to talk about Brian and my perspective of him. My perspective overall is that I don't think he has what it takes in order to stand alone. I think that he attempted to latch himself to Amaya because he saw that she was America's favorite and thought that that would mean that he would go somewhere. And now that that is not what it looks like in the real world, he is floundering. That's like the fastest way to sum it up. I haven't seen the new look yet, but I know it's fire. Is Shelly a real friend? Gavin asks, is Shelly a real friend? And that's the thing. They only voted for Amaya, but it didn't matter because ultimately he got the envelope. They're lucky that man split it. Sorry. But it's true because that's not how the show works. You can't guarantee who gets the envelope. Children. No, not children, but definitely new viewers. You know what I mean? They are so lucky he chose to do the right thing. Because he knew he didn't win that money. He knew she won that money. You know what I mean? I will say that I think that Shelly is I think you're asking me about that, about her in relationship to Alandria. Is that right? I want to make sure that I'm clear that that's what you're asking me about. As he should, Sage. Because if he hadn't, he definitely would have came out to no deals. Okay, thank you for clarifying, Gavin. Oh, Hagatha, please. Thank you for subbing, Hagatha. That's my sub. I'm going to prioritize your question and then I will come back to the other one. What do I think about Nick trying to be a country man with Taylor? I think it's hilarious. And I think that that man is going to do whatever he thinks he needs to do in order to secure his woman, right? Apparently she had asked him to post the picture and then he had like commented and then she said like, what did she say? Like, oh my God, y'all know what I'm talking about. The comment. Sable horse ride a cowboy. And he's like, no, she didn't. Like, he got so excited on live when we were telling him. Yes, she was like, ride a cowboy. He got so excited on live when people were telling him that. He could not believe that she had been so frank up front. Yes, Huda. I thought that was so hilarious. And, I mean, I also saw him post on, let me see if I can change this real quick. I also saw him post, because I made a video about it, but he had posted this picture of him eating barbecue in New York, and he's like, I'm not a city boy anymore. No longer a city boy. That man said, baby, whatever you want. He said, I got everything you could need. Okay? Whatever you want. Whatever you need. He's invested. And I love that for her. She deserves, I mean, we all do. Okay? Let me be so clear. We deserve people that are enthusiastic about us, y'all. We deserve people that get excited and giddy about us and that want to do all the things for us. Oh, when he saw her on the billboard, the jumping up and down. It is the citiest barbecue plate ever. But we deserve that. And so being able to watch her experience that is beautiful. Just Britt asked, do I think one person has stronger feelings than the other? Referring to Nick and Alandria. Hi, SK. No, Fingerprint, I think maybe you're just a hater. I don't even use that comment very often, or like that phrasing in here very often, but it definitely doesn't give clout chasing. I think that sounds like a hater to me. To me. I think it's very different than what Kenny did. And I'm going to be explicit about, right, how much flack these two get for actually not performing. So this doesn't, I don't think so. I think that just is like, I think maybe you just don't like them. And that's okay. You cannot like them. Username, I don't know how you could possibly think that. I think either you all are very young, have never actually had a partner like you as a person, or y'all are just haters. Like, it could be any one of those three. Liana, it will not block it for you unless one of my, actually, I don't know. But, unless one of my mods blocks them. All three. But yeah, so I love it. Oh, I love that. Exactly, that man big. Hi, Amina. Okay, great. I'm glad that you're back because somebody wanted to talk about your question and I really wanted you to be here before we did it. Nola Girl said, Nick did not need Ola for clout. He could have coupled up with almost anyone because let's be honest, he already had clout before, right? He was modeling before. He brought her into his contracts. I just need y'all to like put your feet on the ground and live in reality. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. He's so about that woman getting her shine. So about that woman getting her shine. And anybody that's been in my lives with me before knows that I have critiques for Nick as well. Okay? Because everybody can get it. Okay? Like, the reality is we are human. So there's always going to be things that we can be better at. Period. I agree, Yaya. You are in safe territory. Right? It's not that he did anything in particular, Gavin. It's just certain things that I'm like, oh, I'm kind of paying attention to that. I'm kind of noticing that, right? But, you know, nothing egregious to the point that makes me feel like what people are saying about them is true. Huda, great question. I popped in and out of last season. So I didn't watch the whole season front to back. My daughter did. I watched episodes here and there with her. It always seemed pretty clear to me that like Leah and Miguel liked each other, but I couldn't really get like a pulse because I wasn't watching like that. Honestly, the only couples that stood out to me as anything were the ones that I could easily tell something was off. Right? I could easily see something was amiss. And for me, that was always Kenny and Janae. And obviously, Aaron and Kaylor were never going to be a good fit. That man gaslit and lied to her the whole season, pretty much. And I did not appreciate the way that Cordell handled the whole Casa situation. And the fact, for me, it was Kendall that stood out even more in that situation because of how much he egged it on. And to me, that speaks to his character. So that would be a person that I would say, even if I didn't see anything in their relationship, I saw something in his character that made me curious about whether or not they would last. And they did not. But Kenny and Janae, for me, always felt off. I used to tell my daughter, I'm like, that man doesn't like her. And I don't talk about Kenny and Janae in my lives, y'all. Mostly because she's asked us not to. I do talk about it to my subscribers, though. I just don't want it to show up on her FYP anywhere. Alexandra, for me, it's always body language. So I'm noticing when you're making that face or your eyes look dead behind them, there's no emotion there. I'm noticing little things like that. I'm noticing that there's not the same level of excitement. You crying is... When you feel threatened, you're having an emotional reaction. That doesn't mean anything to me. Watching you, there were other things that I would have liked to see from him that would have meant more to me as far as what I thought he felt within that dynamic. So it was always body language with him. And like even tone of voice, how monotone he was. Rolling his eyes, exactly. And just, to your point, Bees, the energies, right? And Joy, oh boy, when I said that, when I gave my recap of episode 1, people have since deleted their comments because I'm petty. So I went back and I was like, I'm curious where you are today about this. But when I did my episode 1 recap of Beyond the Villa and I made a comment about the fact that he was not willing to live with her and what I thought that could potentially mean. Oh, here y'all go. Putting all your opinions on their relationship. That's how I imagine it in my head, y'all. So when I went back and everything played out, I did go back to the comments. I'm like, I wonder what you think. And they just deleted their comments. They didn't want to talk to me anymore at that point, Okay, hold on. Let me see. Oh, I don't watch it, Destiny. Huda, I didn't know that. Should I watch that? What platform is it on? They really did, Rachel. They were like, you're projecting. Oh, you're so parasocial. They were pissed. Only for 3 weeks later me to be fucking right. Oh no, I mean The Summer You Turn Pretty. What platform is that on? Somebody asked me what I thought about. Okay, Amazon Prime. I have that. I have that. So maybe I can watch it. I think this ties into your question, T. Who from this season that's still together have a chance or not? And somebody else asked me what I thought about Shelly and Ace as a couple during the season. It's complicated, y'all. So I would hate Jeremiah. Okay, I gotta go watch it. Okay, I gotta go watch it. Okay, so when it came to Shelly and Ace, I will say a couple of things. And I said that I'm gonna make a whole video because people think that I don't like Ace. And to be fair, y'all, I carry around a healthy level of misandry for all men. I'm not biased. No, but like, it's not, I don't dislike Ace. I just also believe that we can like people and want people to grow. Like more than one thing can be true at a time, So I will say this. Yes, Mila. Okay. Let me say this. I loved watching Ace plan dates. I thought that was wonderful. It was beautiful to watch. He is only 22, Ronnie. I'm gonna get to that. It was beautiful watching him put in an effort that other people were not doing. It was beautiful to hear him have an interest, have a love interest. They just hard launched. What? He did just turn 23. You're right. Thank you. His birthday just passed. Thank you, Christina. Y'all. Nani, will you go to Nick's Snap and take a picture of his hard launch and text it to me?
Who?
Nick's Snap. He just hard launched with Ola on his Snap. Or on IG. Is it Snap or IG, y'all? Wait, TikTok, Snap, IG, which one? Is it all three? Okay, it's on his IG too. It's on his TikTok, IG, and sounds like TikTok and IG. So either one. Okay, TikTok.
Okay.
She's probably so annoyed with me changing my answer.
This
Okay.
is unavailable.
It's gone already, y'all. What? Go to his actual post.
Oh, I see.
She got it. Okay. Let me see.
I'll call you back. My girl calling sound.
Ah!
It's fine. She's fine.
Okay, wait. Is it in your ears?
Yes.
Can you take it out of your ears so I can play it real quick? Nani, please.
You can't read the subtitles.
Okay, you're right. Okay. I'm gonna let y'all watch it. Okay, hold on. Wait, hold on. Let me take this background off, y'all. Hold on.
Take the background off.
Okay, daughter. I'll call you back. My girl's calling. Hey. Why is she so beautiful? Let's just watch it again. We can just watch it on loop, honestly. Like, just, I get the flutters. Literally. Okay, one more time. Then I'm gonna stop, I swear. One more time though. Adorbs. My daughter is mocking me, y'all.
I'm not mocking.
We do get that kid feeling. Okay. So I wonder if they're gonna say it on Watch What Happens Live. I think so, Destiny. I think that's what that means. Okay. Only time it's appropriate. Tata, don't do that. He was right there with you, boo. Every hour. We love that. Okay. Shelly and Ace. I love that he was planning dates for her, y'all. Okay. Putting in the effort. Okay. Doing what needs to be done. If somebody that you are interested in is saying, hey, this is how I like to be pursued. Shayla, you funny. If your person is saying, this is how I like to be pursued, and then you respond by pursuing them, I can appreciate that effort. That is intentionality. And I love that. Okay. And I'm not going to disagree with you. Okay. And then when we got to the recoupling and he picked Amaya, I was confused. I was unsure of what was happening. I was unsure. Okay. And I will say though, that I could appreciate that maybe he wanted to explore, but that harkened back to a feeling that I had about him on day one. And the feeling that I had about him on day one was that he was a little too motherfucking giddy. Okay? You a little too goddamn excited to be running around here with all these girls. It was giving, he thought he was a kid in a candy store. You know? And so I didn't like that. And it was definitely giving Dora the Explorer. It was giving Indiana Jones. It was giving, it was giving, you think maybe this is like a game. And then I think he was trying to lock in. No, I agree. He was just 22. I'm just telling y'all what I was watching, right? What was happening for me as I'm watching it, right? And then I never doubted that he was into her. That was never something I was unsure about. Y'all got to stop with the memes of Taylor at this point. Okay, anyway, sorry. But I was never confused that man was into her, right? That he liked her and really wanted to explore her. The hair is crazy, Millie Mae. But I will say that, like, you know, I appreciated him pursuing her. I appreciated all of that. I actually enjoyed a lot of the ways that he navigated the villa, as far as, like, I'm a person that definitely, y'all know, I say what the hell I'm thinking and mean what I say. So, no, I know Millie Mae. Oh, that's a crazy one, Tata. And I agree with that. That I think he wanted to, and they've said this, right? They didn't want to get caught up in, I knew I liked you, and so I'm just going to lock in with you. They wanted to give themselves an experience. But it did not sit right with me. I was like, he's just a little bit too giddy. It's giving Jackrabbit a little bit too much for me, personally. Okay? And then I watched him act like Dora. So I was like, yeah, that tracks. He's acting his age, which is totally appropriate. Okay? Totally appropriate. When he picked Amaya, again, I could appreciate maybe he wanted to explore. I actually enjoyed the way that he navigated that moment on the dock, as far as, like, he didn't blow up. But what I didn't enjoy, and this is why I say I gave Zach credit in the very beginning, right? Because I do feel like you should be able to talk even when it's challenging, even when it's hard, even when it's difficult, even when it's conflictual. You should be able to talk it through. But I also know that that's a practiced skill. We don't just all have it. And if you didn't grow up in a house that did that, if you've never had to practice in a relationship, you're just not going to know how to do that yet. Right? So then what I kind of was just like coasting on them, right? I appreciated that he spoke his mind, that he spoke up, right? Like, I thought that was totally fine, right? Yeah, let's get to 50K and then let's open up this panel, because I know y'all have questions and I want to let my panel talk about these things too. What bothered me was mostly him after Casa. That's when I started to feel a little bothered by his behaviors. And that's when I started to wonder about whether or not he was going to have, absolutely, you can always request, y'all. That's when I started to wonder whether or not he was going to have the skills he needed for the long-term success. And I will say too, on Family Day, I did not love Shelly's dad's reaction to him. Now, I don't know her father, so maybe her father is just super chill and that's just how he functions. But when the mom was like, he reminds me a lot of your dad, I was like, how? Because we didn't see any of that personality from him. So it made me feel like maybe he didn't like Ace. And so then that he knows his child better than we do, you know? So it made me wonder about, does he feel a certain way because of, you know what I mean? I just wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. But I did not seem, I did not enjoy him after Casa. Yes, yeah. I did not enjoy him after Casa because I did not like the way that he handled the conversation. Is that what it is, Athena? I don't know. It might be cultural for sure. But I didn't like the way he navigated that communication about the disconnect. Right? And I did not, this is where it gets complicated for me. I'm being honest with y'all. This is where it gets complicated for me. Because again, I am biased. I'm biased toward women. I'ma own that. Okay? I am. So when he and Shelly had the conversation the night of, right? And they did already say that, and I love that for them. When they had that conversation the night of, I could tell that she was frustrated by what he was saying. I'm literally watching her kind of like, it's in the eyes, y'all. You got to watch the eyes. You got to watch the eyes. But you can see her almost like calculating how she's going to respond, because I think what she was actually feeling and thinking in that moment was, are you fucking for real? Which then when she goes to talk to 404 afterward, and 404 says, oh, it's giving I'm mad because you're mad. And she's like, exactly. So she was thinking that, but I do think that overall she did a pretty okay job of just holding her emotions in and letting him say what he needed to say. She didn't necessarily validate his feelings. I think it's because she didn't agree with them. I still would have liked to see her validate, even if we disagree, because validation is not about agreeing. But I do think that she held space, and I do think that she attempted to acknowledge his feelings, which is like a great first step, but it's definitely not a complete step. It's not a complete step, y'all. And then when they have the conversation the next day, and Kiki, I'm going to respond to that too. I know you're asking Destiny, but I'm going to respond to that. When they had the conversation the next day, I did not like, and I understand, I understand that it's edited, y'all. Okay? I know that it's edited. Okay? But I did not like that when the first thing she said, thank you for subscribing, Eslu. After she said her first statement, the next thing we hear that man say is, that doesn't make you right. The way I wanted to crawl through the screen, like, no. But as a clinician, I will often let my clients fight in front of me so I can see how they fight. That was to A, Ronnie. And I agree that he could have said that differently. I think what he was attempting to do was set a tone in order for it to not be what it ended up being anyway. And from that moment, Miss Mac, as a clinician, what I said is, oh, they're not about to get nowhere in this conversation. Because once he said that, that was defense. And now it was about who was going to be right. It wasn't about understanding. It wasn't about coming to a resolution. It was about who was right and who was wrong. Because he perceived the expression of her feelings as an attack that he needed to protect himself from. And this is very common, y'all. This is not an ace thing. This is a human thing. Most people do this. Most people do this, okay? Do I think it's added to, thank you for that, Tata. Do I think it's added to the fact that he's never had a girlfriend before, because he told us that, right? And he's 22. Do I think that complicates it? Yes. But what he did is very common behavior. And that bothered me. And then all we watched them do was bicker back and forth the rest of that conversation, right? And they definitely did have a conversation off screen. They have told us that, like off cameras, right? Where we didn't get to see it. They definitely had a conversation after the Stand on Business Challenge, because then he brings it up in the Stand on Business Challenge. Shelly is 5 years older than him. Exactly, Sage. Exactly, right? And so that's for me when it got complicated. She's still 27. He's 23. She'll be 28 in a couple of days. So they're like set 4 years and some odd days apart, but pretty much 5 years apart. So that's for me where it got complicated, where it was like, oh, will they be able to work through their stuff? Because inevitably couples have stuff, right? That's life. But if we don't have good communication skills, then the stuff starts to feel bigger than it needs to. And if we feel like it's not getting resolved, because if y'all remember, Shelly, after the heart rate challenge, she was like, I thought we were past that. Like, she couldn't understand why it was coming up again. So it doesn't feel resolved. Then we breed resentment. And then things get hard when they don't have to be. So for me, with them, they are. I think so. I think she might be. No, I think they might both be. I think they're both Leos. I can't remember exactly. Okay, she's a Virgo. I couldn't remember exactly where her birthday was. Thank you, y'all. Um, when you let that resentment build up, and oh yay, 50K. Y'all start to request. I'm gonna finish this thought and then I'm gonna hop y'all on. When you let that resentment build up, resentment is the number one breed for the destruction of a relationship. It will lead to the failing of a relationship easily. And so that to me is what I would like to see them really develop. Not that I want to see it personally, but that I would say they need to develop. I do think on both their ends a little bit, Huda. I do think that Shelly is better at it, but I would have liked to see, her. So, okay, so after the heart rate challenge happened, right? Oh, wait, what do you mean? Let me invite you. I'll invite some people and then maybe that, oh, just kidding. I allowed it. I figured it out. Okay, thank you for telling me, Amina. So here's what I would have liked to hear, Huda. What I would have liked to hear is, it should now, y'all. I just turned it back on. I didn't realize I had turned it off. What I would have liked to hear from her was, okay, I hear you. What you're saying is you felt like me doubling back was hurtful to you. And it feels hard for you to understand that it wasn't intentional because you know me to be a very intentional person. And so it feels like that was for a reason. And that feels hurtful. You feel like I should not have done that. And I wouldn't have done that if it didn't mean something. I hear what you're saying. And I apologize that it felt hurtful to you. That's not that. I don't want that to be true for us. I don't want this to get in between things with us, right? So again, I don't necessarily agree, but I'm letting you know that I hear you. I can understand what you're saying to me, right? And I would have liked to see her do that, right? Before she went to, I thought that I was just continuing to explore my connection and that this is something that you would have expected. I would have liked to see her start with that first. So I do think this is a skill. Again, it takes a lot of practice. It is not easy to do, but it can be learned. It can be practiced. And I do think there's a little bit on both sides, though I do think she is better in some areas. And I think that does just have to do with her practice in relationships and her age. She's just had more experiences. Quickly about the 5-year age difference, because somebody asked if we would talk about it in reverse. So I want to be clear about a couple things. When we talk about that age difference, y'all, it's not just the fact that it's 5 years apart. It's about where those 5 years are. Developmentally, right now, where he is, developmentally, that 5 years means a lot more than if they were 40 and 45. Right? So like, for example, I like to use extreme examples because I think that helps people to like better understand it, right? Your 16-year-old probably wouldn't be friends with an 11-year-old. Your 6-year-old, you wouldn't want being best friends with an 11-year-old because developmentally they're in different places. And you're like, ooh, that feels a little icky. That feels a little inappropriate. No, Asia, not yet. They just filmed it. Or 14 and 19, another great example. So depending on where the 5 years are, it means something different developmentally, right? And so that's what that 5 years really is about. They just different experiences, different developmentally, right? And so that 5 years means something different depending on where it's placed. Okay, I have my folks in. Yeah, you know what, Huda? I don't know if I even think that Chris is nonchalant. I just think he has bad communication skills. Wait, y'all, hold on. Is it only letting me? Oh, wait, hold on. Accept. Okay, there we go. Haha, I figured it out. Accept. Accept. Hello.
My favorite panel people. Hi.
Hi, panel people.
Hello.
Love you
Is
guys.
Hey,
it always
panel
us?
fam. Hey, panel fam. What's up?
Hello. Okay, y'all. So if you've never been in my live before or you've never been on my panel before, You can request to come up always. I'm always happy to have you come up if you want to come up. I will say too, I have the maximum number of guests. So I'm going to hold this panel for a while, and then I do have 2 more in the queue. So the way that the panel works is y'all can drop questions, but I also will let my panel go back and talk about anything that they wanted to talk about that as I was yapping, right? Everybody on the panel gets 3 minutes. My subscribers all get 5 minutes. So you get to share your thought, and then you can always ask to rebut or whatever, but I try to keep it pretty organized up in here. Okay, go do your skincare, Destiny. Okay, hello, Nikki. Hello, Chi. Hello.
Hey.
Tata.
Hello.
Listen, Tina, real quick.
Yes.
I am going to peace out. I just came up here to give my panel love. I'm going to peace out to watch this What Happens Live. And if you all are,
when you done,
oh baby, I will. But like, if you guys are going to be around, I am going to report back.
okay, because I have cable.
Listen. I don't know why people don't understand this, and this is another reason why I came up. If you have a Peacock subscription, under channels, you should be able to watch it live.
I should turn it on.
So, I mean, Tina, if you want to check and see if we can stream it, I don't have to go anywhere.
The only reason why I don't stream is because I think they will don't they suppress or block your lives if you do that for copyright?
They might do that. You're right.
I tried to make a video clipping in. Somebody had asked me about a Beyond the Villa conversation, and I tried to clip it in. I need to get my shit together, y'all. It's Global Africa. I'm learning, y'all. I'm learning. But TikTok, they said, "Nah, girl. No, you will not."
Nah. They nah. We gonna get these copyright fringes. So I just wanted to hop in and just let you all know that I will be watching live. I'm curious to know if they're gonna all be, because we're Bravo girlies, us Bravo girlies that are in the room. I'm curious to know if they're going, because you know how it's very rare that they have 4 people on a panel. And normally if they have multiple guests, it's 2 people and then 2 people at the bar. So I'm kind of curious to know if they're going to do that, because I think if they do that with Nick and Alandria, it might be a dud, because nobody's really there for Brian and Amaya, unfortunately. They're there for Nick and Alandria. So I'm very curious to know if that's how it's going to be set up, or if the 4 of them are actually going to be there to interact with Andy.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to find out. People said it's definitely going to be the man behind the bar. We're not here for y'all. Hello, Anika. Hello, Star Pie. I didn't get to say hello. Hello to y'all.
I'm going to drop down, Tina, so you can make room for the next, okay?
Okay, thank you, Nikki.
Hello.
Hello, Star Page.
Can I say
yes,
real quick, my daughter is stalking me in this live, just so you know.
I see her.
Down here is stalking me.
I love it. That's so funny. Beatrice, I don't think that you're wrong about that. These are the conversations I think we should be having. I will say the difference. So Beatrice said, since both Nick and Ace are under the age of 30, or being under the age of 30 is concerning to me, especially since their partners are closer to 30 than they are, considering reproductive health. That said, we know that Nick wants a baby. That man already was trying to have a baby last year. So I think that he would be ready more quickly.
And I was gonna say this about the Shelly and Ace age difference is my parents, when they were married, when my mom passed away, my mom was 5 years older than my dad. 28. He was 28. So what I'm saying is but that was 1989. So that was before the social media and all age and everything now. But I'm just saying, if the maturity level is there for Ace and he can grow. I sound muffled. I'm sorry.
That's better. Yep.
I'm sorry. But say my mom was 5 years older than my dad, basically, and they were 23, 29. 28 when they got married and then me and my sister came right after one another. But again, that was back in 1989. So that was before social media age and everything like that. But I'm just saying that if Ace maturity level can be there, and I've seen it firsthand that a man that young can be a leader and provider and everything for a family. So that's what I'm just saying. That's why I'm giving Ace a just a little bit of grace, but that's it.
I really
And also, I wanted to bring up the Brian situation because I was putting in the comments. I watched the sub live with Nick last night.
Mhm.
When Amaya came in the hotel room, Brian's whole attitude completely changed. He was not as talkative anymore. He wasn't joking anymore. She came in, they gave a kiss, a peck on the lips, and then he was subdued the whole time that she was there. As soon as she left, he became more himself. I think that's when he started opening Nick's stuff, the mini bar stuff. When Amaya left. And also before that, if y'all go back and listen to the part where Coco says hi to Alandria, before then, it wasn't Zach. We thought it was JD who said, Coco, go out with me. It's Brian. If you go back and listen, Brian asked Coco, go out with me. If y'all have that video, it's the same video where he says right before he says Alandria, Coco says hi, and when she says I'm good, I'm cool, he says Coco, go out with me, and he laughs it off. Please go back and watch. If you have the video, please go back and listen to it. You can hear his voice clear as day, and nobody is talking about it.
Okay. I'm
Okay,
a page.
I'm a validate Star. I heard it, but I cannot make heads or tail of the voice. Somebody does say Coco go out, and then I don't know what I can't hear. I can't say whose voice it is, but you do hear it if you listen.
Okay, I recorded part of the live, y'all, because my ADHD don't let me just sit and listen to somebody they be too chaotic for me in the room sometimes. I can't do it. So I recorded it, so I will go back and listen. Amina or Gigi, it doesn't matter. You're both mods. I don't have access to timers again for some reason. So will y'all take care of that for me? Do you mind?
Yeah, and I have a question. We need to talk about Nick having ADHD because he got it bad, and that boy don't sleep. He be 24. So when people be like talking about him crazy, I'm like, he got ADHD and he 24. Like I have ADHD too, and I used to be able to stay up. Now I've crashed, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Can we visit? Is it okay? So I want to give my panelists, I want to give all of you, thank you, Star Page, for sharing your thoughts about Brian and the additional details and your thoughts about Ace and Shelly. We always can disagree in this live. I still definitely firmly believe what I said about them, right? And that's okay. We don't have to all think the same things in here. I want to give y'all the opportunity. I always like to give y'all the opportunity to go back and talk about whatever you want to talk about that I've already yapped about. And then I would like to, the real her, yes, you can ask a question and we will get to it. Let the panel say all of their takes first, and then will you drop your question? Just that way we don't lose it. And then Amina, I'd like to move to your question with the whole panel here. So Amina, will you go Gigi, Tata, and then yourself, and then you could just work from the bottom up. You, Anika, Star, what is it? Star Page, and then Evie.
Oh, I don't have anything to say about anything that you've said already. I just have my question. But my question is longer. I just couldn't type it. So when you're ready, okay. Yeah, everybody else can go. I don't have anything to say.
Okay, Gigi, do you have thoughts?
Just gonna reiterate how I feel about Brian and Amaya, and that is that Brian and Amaya are going to Brian and Amaya for Brian and Amaya for as long as they Brian and Amaya. And that's about all I can give you because they really don't give us any insight as to the depth of their relationship. So I don't think it's fair for us to judge anything beyond that. I think from what we saw of Brian, he is a dusty, broke best friend. But that's from what I saw yesterday. And there is a disregard for his friend's space because I can't see running up a friend's incidentals just because there's this perceived notion that you're like, that's my money, that's not our money. Like, I need you to calm down. Right. Like you and I aren't laying in this bed tonight, so why are you in my pretzels? Like I'm not whining and dining you. Go sit down somewhere. Um, so I think that that's a bit bizarre. So I really would hope that for Nick's sake that they don't move in together, because I don't see that really going anywhere. And that's really just what it is. I think that the callous disregard for your friend's boundaries as a friend, I think is a bit bizarre. I think Brian thinks that Nick is more playful than Nick actually is. I think Nick knows time and place and he knows how to read a room. And I think Brian is lacking in that. It's always like bro time with him, and it reads differently for Nick. So I think that that's what it is. But in terms of his relationship, I haven't seen much to be able to give it much more thought beyond that. So they're just going to Brian and Amaya for Brian and Amaya for as long as they can Brian and Amaya.
I agree. Tata, do you have any thoughts that you would like to add? And I saw your comment, Amina. Thank you for letting me know. That's so weird. I hate that they took it away. It's fine. Tata, do you have any thoughts?
I'm just sitting here thinking about it. Because I don't like him. I'm currently rewatching, and I promise you, Shelly is going on me more and more. But I don't like Ace. I don't like Ace. I'm sorry. I'm trying, but I don't like him. I just think of him as like the kind of man that, imagine him at home with Shelly. He would come home, service her, put her in a blissful mood, go out there, do his thing, and then come home and do it again. And I feel like he will continue to perform to keep Shelly's attention as long as that's what he wants. The second it's no longer what he wants, it will all stop. I don't like Ace. That's it.
Champagne Mommy, Ace is cool off the show. I love the way he gives back to community. I love the way that he has such a playfulness and like a banter with the people that are in his lives. I agree. My only qualm is what I've already told y'all. Anika, do you have any thoughts that you'd like to add from anything I already covered before we go to Amina's question?
Yes, it might be a little long, but I think it has to do with that point you made earlier about why people seem not to be convinced that Nick and Olandra is real.
Yeah.
And I think I started thinking about it, and I realized that a lot of people's worldviews are shaped by their experiences and what they've been exposed to. And especially for women, because I've been noticing a lot of Black women are now, at least I'm seeing it on my FYP more often, a lot of Black women are now seemingly more vocal about the fact that they don't think that they're going to last. They like the couple, but I don't think they're going to last. And I think, when you look at life, as a matter of fact, a girl's first experience or a woman's first experience of how a man should treat her comes from the home. And in the absence of that, it comes from what you absorb or what you consume via whatever form of media, whether it's fairy tales or what you see on TV or what you consume in music. And what I realize is that a lot of young women, because, I'm in my 40s, very close to 50, a lot of younger women tend to look at grandiose, very big gestures as indicative of love, when it's the furthest thing from the truth. It is the easiest way to blind somebody into thinking that they actually like you. It is the exact opposite. The little things, the body language, and for the life of me, I cannot understand, which is why I was really happy with the first picture that you had with Nick and Olandra near the brownstones there. And I looked at the video, and they are mirroring each other's body movements. When they looked at each other and then they broke into laughter, they came into each other at multiple points. I don't know how you could look at that video and not tell yourself that this man really loves this girl and he is just waiting on her to catch up. I can't, for the life of me, I can't figure it out. I think people need to expand their think. Maybe it's experience, I don't know. But I am that's my take really. As brief as I could be within the 3 minute limit.
You're totally fine. Thank y'all. I love when y'all gift my panel. Thank you so much for doing that. Because they come up here and they provide such wonderful insight, thoughtful insight. And they're making themselves really vulnerable, right? Like, cause y'all could hate all of our takes. And so they are really being transparent and open themselves up. So I love when y'all gift my panel. Thank you so much for doing that. I agree with that, Anika. And when you were talking about the grandiosity of it all, it made me think about how, like, when I was a kid, promposals were not a fucking thing, right? But like now, it's like, how big can it be? You know, my kids are in. I have a middle schooler and I have 3 high schoolers. And when my daughters have dated, or my son, even I've told y'all about my son buying his girlfriend gifts, right? It is very much about like production. It is, and not that it's like disingenuous, right? But people are looking to see, well, did your boyfriend give you something? Did your girlfriend do something for you? Like they're looking, you know, at this young age, they look for performance from each other to demonstrate that the relationship is valid or real, right? And they draw conclusions when they don't see that performance, right? And so I agree, this grandiosity is definitely something people are looking for. And I also do think, right, and then be broken up, Shanika, the stories I could tell about my middle school clients. I'm like, y'all was talking for 8 months and dated for 3 days. If y'all don't stop wasting y'all's time and make them either put a label on it or, anyway, don't get me started. But like, they very much, are looking for these grand performances. But I do think even and I've said this before, in the case with Nick and Alandria, I feel like they're in a lose-lose situation because no matter what they did, people would critique, right? If they were doing the grandiosity, then it would be like, see, it's fake. It's for PR. It's all performance. It's this, right? Like how we had our friend in here earlier that was like, don't you think him posting that snap is like performative? And I'm like, I don't think so. Like, I don't think that's what's happening, right? He's just living his life. But if they don't post anything, then it's, see, they're not posting anything. They're just performing. It's PR. So it's like, no matter what they did, people just want them to not be real. But anywho, yes, thank you for that. And we'll get more into all of this. Yeah, situationship culture is huge, Destiny. Okay, Evie, will you please share your thoughts? It can be about anything that's already been talked about, whatever you want to say.
Co-signing exactly what you and Anika said, especially what you just said this last time. How, oh, big gestures mean, oh, we're locked in, and well, no, everybody has money. It can be strategic in how they disperse it against who they like for the moment. But I did want to go back on what you said earlier regarding, I think someone in the comments asked, like, oh, do you think Shelly is a good friend? Personally, I think Shelly is a fair weather friend. I don't see, like, she most definitely does have like long-term friendships and probably like very invested and involved friendships. But when it comes to friendships she had on the show, I don't see it going further than surface level. Solely because, and maybe this is me being quite jaded in how the entire show went and how everyone's true colors came out, and then seeing her out with what's her name, Andrina in 404, it seems very off, especially like, oh, this is my friend Alandra, my girl down, but you're hanging out with the girl who did me very grimy, who stood behind the man that did me very grimy, that's been shading me since she got kicked off, but you still choose to have company with her. And it seems very, oh, for the moment. And I think that's probably one of my main gripes. And I understand why both her and Shelly moved the way that they did, because they don't want to seem like, oh, like they're angry Black girls on reality TV. But always to keep the peacekeepers or maintaining the peace throughout the entire villa. It's like, okay, how do you really feel though? Because I know this is like to protect yourself and just going along to get along. But after a certain while, for me, if after a certain while that gets tiring, and I'm sure it's the same way. So seeing a person that you feel like you can be real with from Alandria's standpoint, and then seeing that, oh, okay, I guess not. is off to me. Diplomatic. Someone said in a comment. Yes, very diplomatic.
I appreciate that take, EB, and it's not one that is like unfamiliar on this live. I can't remember who said it first. It might have been Anika. I don't remember who said it first, but someone was like, that middle of the road is really kind of like getting under their skin about Shelly. And I can totally respect that. I will say this. I recognize y'all that it was branding, it was a work thing. I have no idea what conversation Shelly had with Alandria before, during, or after what happened, right? I think that what Andreina has said is that Shelly was not aware of who all was going to be there. She was the one that knew they would both be there. And so Shelly may have walked into the room and been a little bit blindsided. Did she text Alandria like, girl, I just want you to know before, like, I have no idea, right? I will say that Alandria seems to be very much, I do, Jamila. I do think that Alandria seems to be very much like okay with it. Oh, ooh, hot tea. And I do think she put Shelly into a bad situation. You know, I think Andreina, she's interesting. I think she's
messy.
I think she's funny. I think she be doing whatever the hell she want to do. But I will say that I don't know the conversations they've had. I will say that if nothing else, Alandria seems okay with her. So to some extent, maybe that makes me feel like maybe they've talked about it. You know what I mean? Like, and maybe like they worked it through. I don't know. But I totally can understand what you're saying, because all that we've seen is that picture, right? We know how 404 acted. So it's like, okay, well, girl, hold on now. What's going on? I want to assume that maybe they've had conversations we haven't, because I think that Alandria would back off. I don't know.
That makes sense.
I don't know.
Yeah, and this honestly reminds me of like a college situation where, like, you know, there's 3 people and you're always closer to one person, because you know, that whole best friend situation, that was fake. Shelly and 404 were friends, and then Alandria and Shelly were friends. They just happened to hang around Sierra because, sorry for saying her name, but because they had that one person in common, and there's always going to be just like a level of separation, and you learn how to just be around that person, or just sometimes when you don't want to be, you don't come around, because we always see Sierra and Shelly together sometimes. And who was Shelly supporting in those like very serious conversations with Sierra? It was Alandria wasn't there in some of those.
That's very true. That's very true. I guess it is that diplomatic stance, because even I think I got that same vibe when they went on that Keke Palmer podcast, and when Keke brought up 404, it's like, you know, forgiveness, and we all gotta have space to move on. And I can't help but to agree with, if it was a different word that was used, that same sentiment wouldn't be said. And I think it is a mix of that, and I am just tired of all the lack of just decency throughout this whole season.
I think too, you know, I'll say this, and then I do want us to go to your question, Amina. I do feel like, you know, and this is something I've been sitting with. Oh, thank y'all so much, Cha Cha, for gifting my live panelists. Yay. I will say this too. I can acknowledge, y'all, that I would love to see somebody stand 10 toes down about some of the shit that we've seen. The anti-blackness, the misogynoir aimed at the girls, right? Because I do think there was some level of anti-blackness with Ace. I do. But like the misogynoir aimed at both Shelly, and I would love to see them just like stand up and be like, no, like we're not tolerating that shit. But that's like my personal shit, right? I can acknowledge that's like what I want, because that's how I would move. But I'm also closer to 40 than these girls, right? And I know that they are considering their bags, right? And like there are a lot of things that they're thinking through, I'm sure, as they're trying to navigate this very I'll say new experience in some ways. We know that Shelly was modeling, right? But this is a much different platform, right? Much bigger platform. So I will say that, like, I think part of it is like I'll say that I think part of some people's frustration around seeing the picture with 404, to Smut Me Please's point with like Nick still following, you know, Honda Civic, is like, we want to see somebody just directly say, this is not okay. We're not fucking with it.
We missed Sierra from last season.
Yeah.
Yeah, Serena from last season. Because I don't watch Beyond the Villa, but from some of the clips, she's still standing 10 toes down on how she thinks Kendall is weird. And how the way, even I came in halfway through season 6, and the way Kendall cornered her, the way Cordell was in the background, like, yo, what's going on? Like, there were times where girls and the guys stood on business, like, hey, that's weird, don't like that. And to what recently happened, all the girls coming out like, nope, you're weird for that. And I think to everyone it was just too, my sponsorship Olay says I should be da 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 da, and a mix of obviously anti-blackness that would be coming from coming for Shelley or Alandria if they did speak their minds, and that's exactly what happened in the beginning when Alandria told Honda Civic calm down, or when she finally spoke her mind to Taylor. So I get why. It is just frustrating.
No, yeah, for sure. Barry Oddbiss, let me clarify. I didn't mean that he was being anti-black. I mean that I think anti-black was leveraged against him this season. Like when we saw that girl that claims that she has receipts spreading that false narrative about him from the get-go, even after it was debunked, and then that really kind of shooting them in the foot as a couple. So let me be clear about that. Y'all, I'm going to ask you to please keep tapping the screen, double tap the screen, like the live. I would love to get us to over 100,000. I feel like we could easily get to over 100,000 likes.
Yes, just a quick PSA. Sorry, just a quick PSA, guys. If you are in the chat, go ahead and tap the screen. If you haven't done so already, please subscribe to Tina. She is amazing, has great takes. You won't miss any updates. So you want to subscribe, you want to share, like, and tap the screen, please. We can make it. We're almost at 60K. I know we can get to 100K tonight. I am trying to pay attention to the panel and the screen at the same time because I have some hot tea for y'all when this show is over. Come on.
I know. Okay, so to Gigi's point, y'all, I do have a subscription level. I have 2 levels. I think they're both pretty affordable, but one is definitely more affordable. But I do say, I will tell y'all that I post a video every day for my subscriber, and they definitely get my hottest takes because I don't post everything publicly. I don't want everything to end up on an FYP, but I do post takes every day for my subscribers. So please like the live, and I don't want you to follow me just because like I'm asking you. I want you to follow and subscribe because you see value in it. So if you follow, then you'll be able to see the content and you'll be able to determine whether or not you feel value, and then you will subscribe because I want you to feel like you're getting something out of it. But I will say subscribers obviously get more time on my panel. Oh yes, Paris, we would love to have you. We would love to have you. Everybody's welcome. It's definitely a safe space in here to be courageous. But you get more time on the panel. Your requests, your questions all get prioritized. And then the second tier of my subscription, we're also going to have a book club and a Discord channel because people often, I'm actually making a video this week. It is Beatrice. You can subscribe for one. That's a great question. So you can subscribe for 1 month, or you can subscribe in like a recurring, sorry, y'all. You can subscribe in a recurring thing. If you pay for the whole year, I feel like the lowest subscription was like $24 for the whole year because it discounts it. And then, what was it?
It was around, I think I paid.
No, but you paid for the second tier.
Oh, the first tier?
Yeah. The second tier was like close to 50. Yeah, great question, Huda. So I post about all sorts of things. So my subscription content, y'all, I'm gonna do this commercial real quick because I want us to be able to talk about the things, but I do want to, you're asking, so I want to answer. My subscription content looks like takes around Love Island. It looks like I've given, they've gotten more takes about Kendra and her psychiatrist. I've only given one public take about that. I also do some, like, I'm going to be doing some more like behind the scenes things as well. So like I had a behind the scenes video about my daughter, about like some parenting related things, because I had made a video about Clark and Taylor. I know Kendra, Athena, Clark and Taylor, and like the DB cycles that I was like, or the DB symptoms that I was witnessing. And so I made some behind the scenes content about that. But you get kind of more into a peek. There will be more like peeks into my personal life on subscriber content, as well as like, again, that's where I put my hottest takes. So like I literally just posted for my subscribers today, like, are we willing to talk about Janae and her link up with Bella? Because I won't necessarily post that publicly, but can we have a conversation about it over here? And my subscribers are like, yes. So now I'm going to lock in and make a video about spiritual bypassing and how that's showing up. Yes, she linked up with Bella, how that spiritual bypassing is showing up and making her potentially unable to appropriately read people's character. Yes, Bella Dasha, you heard me, B.
I'm
Paris,
tired of this, Grandpa. Dang. Now I got to sub. What the heck?
so yeah,
See,
so
that's what happens when you sub. You get the good stuff. You get the good stuff when you sub.
Okay, Boogie, thank you for the subscription. Yes, Janae and Bella Dasha. Oh, Lane, thank you for subscribing. I agree. Girl, y'all, I'm just telling you. So my subscribers get to hear me talk about that stuff. I've talked about. It's okay, B. It's okay, B. I think sometimes people can sponsor subscriptions. Maybe I'll do like a live where people do that. Maybe I'll do a live where people can do that, where they can like sponsor it. Tiara, I disagree that it's weird based on, but that I'm not gonna give my take. But I will say that I've talked about Kenny and Janae a little bit more over there, and I'm working on some content about specifically identifying the behaviors. So that's that. That's what you get. I hope that felt like a good description. Okay. All right.
That was a solid tease because now I got a sub. I'm not going to lie to you.
Y'all are welcome. Again, I want you to sub because you're like, I feel like I gained something from this content. I really do make this content with like a lot of intentionality. So Janae and Bella hooked up for dinner it might have been either a couple days ago or at least a week ago. Or at most a week ago, I meant. So Brian is saying he did spend his money on that Rolex. People are predicting Nicolandria will last over the papayas. Somebody else put some tea in here about it too. What's the other thing y'all said?
So wait, Brian was lying then, because there was a report earlier that said he was going to invest the $50,000 because he's some investment, whatever, and donate the proceeds to a mental health program. So now that he's spent it on a Rolex, is he lying? What's going on?
Come on, Brian, but we know how Brian moves. Okay, thank you. That's what it was, Virgo. They showed the whole heart rate challenge on the reunion, y'all. They're showing the whole clip. I love it. Yeah, Brian is, what is it? He has a tentative relationship with the truth. And K Boogie, thank you for saying that. Thank you so much for saying that. I really appreciate it because I really do try to move with intentionality about the stuff I put out for y'all. But yeah, that's hilarious. That is, yeah, again, he has a very tentative relationship with the truth. I'm glad that they're finally showing the entire heart rate challenge. Amina, I want to talk about your question. Athena is coming up. Hello, Athena.
Hi. Hello.
I want to give you some time, Athena. Did you want to address anything we already addressed before we move?
Yes, I actually do want to address the comment about Shelly.
Yes.
I remember when I saw the thing with pictures of her and Sierra, and I was like, Shelly, my Haitian sister, what are you doing? What are you doing? I was like, you are out here making us look bad. And I was like, oh, I was hurt. I was so hurt for Orlandria. I was like, this is crazy. But really, as we got more information about it, where Andreina said she invited them both, Andreina said that Shelly did not know necessarily what was happening. I was like, okay, this makes more sense to me. Because at the end of the day, and like you said, how Shelly addressed the issue on Kiki's podcast, Shelly was never like, oh, I'm done with Sierra, I'm never going to talk with her. She said she deserves grace, she deserves forgiveness. And I'm sure as a friend, as much as you disagree with what she said, you don't want to be a person who kicks her while she's down. So I understood why she said what she said. So in my mind, I never expected her to never talk to Sierra, but it doesn't mean necessarily that she's going to be proactive in dealing and interacting with Sierra. It means that if ever there's a time when her and Sierra come to be in the same place for whatever reason, they can be cordial, they can be nice. It doesn't have to be any static. So to me, like, I understood that. So honestly, what I really dislike is I think Andreina was messy. I don't like that she did that. I feel like it was a setup. And I don't like that because of what happened, which is what really pisses me off. Because of what happened, We had black women, so people who were fans of Shelley and people who are fans of Olandria, turning against each other in defense of Sierra. Meanwhile, Sierra had her friends who abandoned her at the height of this whole thing. Her white girlfriends who abandoned her, and then she went to Greece with them, and she didn't post any pictures with them so that they could be protected. But the black women that were around Sierra are now the ones that have to carry the burden of everything that happened with her, and then we turned against each other. So black women are attacking other black women. Black Alandria fans are attacking black Shelley fans. Black women are attacking Shelley. Black women are attacking Alandria, all in defense of Sierra. Meanwhile, her white friends who abandoned her are protected because she never posted pictures of them with her in Greece because she knows that she's kryptonite. So she protected them, but now she's using us to rehab herself, and we're cannibalizing ourselves from inside. So honestly, the whole thing made me sick to my stomach. I honestly wish that honestly, I feel like if after this season of Love Island, if you've watched and everything that we found out, if you don't know enough to watch reality TV and anything that happens with a black person to take it with a grain of salt, I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know what else to tell you. Because this season should have been proof enough that when there is a will, there is a way. So if there's a way for them to villainize a black person, they will villainize a black person. So whenever I see black people say that they don't like Ace or whatever, I'm like, how can you as a black person in America watch the show and honestly believe that everything you see is what's really happening? Like, it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. And sometimes I feel like I don't understand. Like, I feel like we should be smarter than what we are as a community. And it shocks me every day, the things that people fall for. It really does. Like, it really does. I see people have these takes and I'm like, you know what it is as a black person. You work with white people. You know how people have microaggressions against you. You know how people set you up to make you look like a bad guy. So you're taking this whole thing, what you see on TV that you know is edited, and you're taking all of it at face value. Like, it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. It's like when people were mad at Shelley and Alandria, and honestly, I'm gonna have a different take when people say that Shelley and Alandria got a bad edit. I don't think Shelley and Alandria got a bad edit. I think Shelley and Alandria got a realistically reacted to what happened, and then America was ready to pounce on them, and they used that as an excuse. I don't think that Shelley and Alandria got a bad edit. I don't. I think they reacted very normally to what happened, and then the people who were so ready, who were chomping at the bit to have something to sink their claws into, to dislike them, to drag them down, they used that to do it. I don't think they were edited badly. I think they had realistic reactions. What I don't like is that because of the way that things happened and the way they squashed kind of everything the next day, but we had like, I think 2 days or 3 days in between. So it allowed the hate to fester. And then Peacock never came out and said anything against it. But like, I will still to this day say that they did not get a bad edit on the show. They did not. And as much as I say I hated the show, looking back at it, the show was fine. It was the discourse online that was toxic. There was nothing wrong with the show. It was the way that people were reacting that was really making it nasty and negative. Yeah, so that's kind of all I had to say.
Athena, I think that is such a great point. I want to add a little bit of nuance because I hear what you're saying. I don't think they got a bad edit in that, like, they were making them look badly. Do I think that they knew what would happen with the editing? Yes. Do I think that they knew that it would create this story outside of the villa and then they didn't do anything to correct that shit? Yes. That is my qualm with production this season is you fucking pursued these women. They asked Alandria, this was the third time they asked this woman to come on the show. And then for y'all to edit it and project it in a way where, and I will say this too about the edit. I will say this too. Because we love talking about the challenges, because that's when they started saying this about them, right? Hi, Jamila. That's one of my subs, y'all. The fact that the Stand On Business challenge was 6 to 7 hours, right? The next episode, when it's still the remainder of the night and they're having conversation, and Amaya stands up and looks at Huda and says, I just want you to know that, like, we're not all against you, or something like that. She said, that let me know, all them women said something. Why y'all only show what Alandria and Shelly said? That shit was intentional.
Right. I do think that it plays in that editing did have a big piece of it. I think they played into what was already underlying and how they already knew their audience would react, because they're not ignorant to our social climate, right? So I think that they played into it. I think even when you see that people talk a lot about when after the heart rate challenge, when Alandria is saying that all my girl wanted was a toasty. But she did give Huda the time of day, and then they edited Alandria to portray this like mammified role, and where she's constantly in this coddling, where she's coddling the people around her and ignoring herself, and taking away from her sense of sex, from her sexuality and her sensuality and her desirability as a partner. They're editing her to look like this desperate person, um, who is devoid of affection from anybody, when it couldn't have been furthest from the truth. So I do think that editing plays a big part in the way that they are portrayed. I think it just amplifies what people were already ready to see about about Black women.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody mentioned, hi Lamika, that's another one of my subs, y'all. Somebody said, oh, Fairly Oddness, and it's why we didn't see Ace and Amaya's friendship either, because the public hated Ace. Agree. I think that they already knew that that was a sinking ship because of what was happening outside of the discourse. And I think that they were okay with it. I'm just going to keep it a buck. I made a video after Ace and Shelly got eliminated. Y'all, I cried. I cried because, not because they got eliminated, but because what them being eliminated meant. It was so obvious that it was rooted in anti-Blackness and the lack of protection for Black women and Black men. And the way that our bodies are consumed in all sorts of ways, but definitely on TV, definitely on reality TV, right? It just broke my heart that Peacock didn't do something. We got a message about not bullying people when they were talking about that woman's face, which valid, right? But we couldn't get nothing when this is more than just bullying. This is like active anti-Black racism, and y'all got shit to say about that. I just it irked me to the core. So yeah. Anywho, I do want to move to Amina's question. Amina, will you please remind us of your question, and then we can do the panel first.
Okay, so let me see. My question is going to be all over the place, but I'm going to try. So my question was, well, it's more of a thought, but maybe I want opinions on it. It's like, I don't like the recent conversation of like the whole masculine versus feminine, and kind of Alandria kind of talking about like always mentioning that, and I feel like this is kind of like the female version of like the rise of conservatism, and then like the incel culture of like a Chad versus I don't know, it just, because I was like, I don't think it's real, but I think it's like a newer thing. So I'm like, what are you watching on social media, girl? That's what it reminds me of, because I was like, I don't think our grandmothers thought about this type of stuff. I don't know. And Patricia Hill Collins, right? I don't know if you read like that Black Sexual Politics, right? Where there's that chapter where she talks about like, there's only two versions of a Black woman. Like either you're the mammy and you have no sexuality, or you're like the Jezebel. And so I don't know. It just pings for me in the wrong way. I always say that. It just hits something that I don't like it.
Yeah, I actually just made a video about how the
Okay, what happened?
Tina, you good?
Okay.
Was I gone, y'all?
Yes.
Yeah.
What happened? You get a call?
I'm sorry. I was trying to change my background and yap to y'all at the same time. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Let me just
Wait,
change
can
my
I
background.
can I add something? Also, I didn't. This also reminds me of like the thing of like her always, making comments about her leave out because she doesn't want other people to mention it. I'm like, girl, your hair is fine, and either way, even if it was puffed up to God, nobody's gonna pay attention when they see that face. Like, who cares? Yeah, that also bothered me. When she had her leave out. So,
Okay, Yes, thank you. Okay, so what I was saying is, so what Amina and I, when Amina was talking about the Mammy and the Jezebel, I did make a video talking about how I think people are having an incongruent experience as they're watching Alandria because they want to ascribe her to both of these roles and they're incongruent, right? But these images, so I did have a person come into my inbox and ask me to give y'all like a recommended reading list. So I will make a video this week about some of the stuff that I'm referencing right now. But so Moynihan is a person, a sociologist that had made a report about Black women, Black families. And he made, like, I think it was 4 different controlling images of Black women, 2 of them being the Mammy and the Jezebel. And so that is what Amina is referencing. The Jezebel is the hypersexualized version of Black women. And they created this image, this controlling image, to explain away the grape of Black women. Well, we can't grape them if they're sexualized. We can't grape them if they're hypersexual, right? Then that is a justification for the ways in which enslavers acted against our bodies as Black women. The Mammy is the image of the self-sacrificing, mother figure of the white children in the home. This is all historical stuff, right? But it still frames the way that we understand Black womanhood as a culture. And that Mammy is non-sexualized. And so I think that both of these are being ascribed onto her in different ways, but we do want to talk about it in the context of how she is understanding, maybe based on some things that Amina is watching and listening to, right? Thank you, Nola girl. I'm glad you liked it. Gigi got my brain on that. Gigi's the follower that I'm referencing when I made that video, y'all. So go follow Gigi. She has great takes. But yeah, so anywho, we want to talk about it from the context of hi P of Alandria and how she is navigating this moment. So I want to let my panelists speak first about this, and then I will chime in. Gigi, will you start for us?
Oh, sorry. Can I go last? Because I'm being messy in Nick's comments.
Okay. Yes, you can go last. Tata, would you like to share your thoughts first?
I'm feeling a little self-conscious.
You don't have to, you can wait. There's no pressure.
Yeah, I'll wait.
Okay. Amina, maybe since it's your question, will you start for us and just tell us maybe, okay, Boogie, you're funny. Tell us a little bit about, just a little bit more about what you're seeing, maybe what alarms it raises or what bells it rings for you.
Hello.
Hi, P.
No, I don't like the conversation because I'm like, girl, ain't nobody gonna look at you ever and see masculine. And if they do, maybe they racist. And as, I don't know. So I was just like, I just never liked hearing it because it just like when you hear men say certain stuff, I'll be like, oh, I know who you watch on YouTube. So yeah. That's just what I'm like, what are you ingesting? That even brings this up, because I never think about that type of stuff to myself. Like, and when I can tell who you're watching on social media, I'd be like, oh hell no, because I block that stuff out. Like I tell you, I'm clicked to block stuff because I'm like, this is not good for me, and I don't. Yeah, so it just, I don't know. I didn't like it.
Yeah. Okay, I want to answer. Ronnie, you don't know how to request. So there. Oh wait, maybe you figured it out. Hold on, let me see if this is you. It is. Okay, I think I can accept you. Okay, I'm at max number of guests, Ronnie, but just hang out there. Your request will stay there, and then I will add you. Okay, so I will give a take. I will give my thoughts about this, and then I'll pivot back to y'all. I think it's complicated, which I know is like a shitty answer, but it is the most honest answer. I do think that as a dark-skinned Black woman, she has had to experience, and she grew up in the South. I do think that she has had the experience of being considered not conventionally attractive, right? It doesn't matter that she actually is beautiful if you grow up in a community that tells you that you're not, right?
Wait. Okay, I want to make a clarification, but it's also about like, because she was even saying that type of stuff with Jalen, like, oh, I don't want to always wrestle in my masculine energy, just about like being like, so it's more than the physical. I'm talking about her thinking the difference in behavior, and these are the conversations that are starting to happen more on social media. Like even when I mentioned the incel thing, they're like, being a Chad versus being an alpha. So it's like, what are you ingesting? Like these femininity conversations that are seemingly new.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes, I agree about this too. So, okay, Boogie. Yes. Okay, so let me also approach it from that standpoint. I don't disagree, Amina. I think that again, I don't know this woman, right? So I can only speak to like what I know to be socially true and what I've heard from her in the villa, right? So I know that she's told us, right, like she's the eldest daughter, she's accustomed to having to be strong, and I do think that sometimes, so I'm about to nerd out for y'all. So if y'all don't know, my research was in the construction of Black womanhood within the context of um romantic relationships in the family dynamic. And so the strong Black woman schema is really, really powerful and used to um, pathologize Black women, or to say like this is pathologize. How can I make that more? I want to say it differently so that it feels accessible to everyone. It's a way to like sort of reduce down Black women and understand Black women, to say, oh, they're acting this way because they have this strong Black woman schema. So I do think that in some respects, in her mind, strength feels masculine, right? And I do think that there has been a rise on social media of, divine masculine and divine feminine, right? I agree, Nay. I agree. And so I do think that we can be, but I also know that she's Southern, so I was not raised in the South. I have no idea what they, and maybe somebody on my panel can speak to that a little bit more. But I also hear her when she talks about traditional Southern values and expecting her man to, oh, did she, Gigi? And
Yes, sorry, I didn't want to cut off, but she
no,
actually,
go ahead.
I was squealing because she was, as you were talking, Tina, she was actually answering the question because somebody in the audience just spoke to her about that on Watch What on the after show. So she actually goes into it and she says that, she lives in this tougher skin and puts on this armor because of the environment she's in, because of how she grew up. And she's very much accustomed as the eldest to living in this space of having to be the tougher and having to be the decider and having to take the forefront, and that's why she lives in that masculine energy. But because she's with Nick, he has allowed her to live in that softness that she craves so much. And she also speaks about how when she is labeled as this more masculine or this tougher skinned person, and when she has their moment of weakness, is like when people are like, oh, that's the true you, and she's like, no, the true me is still tough. I still have this exterior. I just, in addition, I have this softness that I crave to live in. So I thought that was really cute, and just really, she threw in there that, Nick came in and he took the wheel, and whatever I wanted to do, he was there for it. I wanted to model. Suddenly I'm in Europe and I'm in 2 shoots. I wanted to do this. She's like, he literally kisses the ground I walk on. And that's what I was looking for. And I was like, go girl. And he was just beaming looking at her. He was beaming.
Yeah. I love that. I love that so much. So this is the other thing I do think about Elandria. I think sometimes she uses like simplified language, and then we have to ask the questions for her to be able to expand. Because I think what I'm hearing, and this is my interpretation of it, right, y'all, is that really what she wants is rest, right? What she wants is rest. She wants to be able to relax, to not have to think of everything, to not have to do everything, right? To have someone that can take some of that mental load and labor off of her. And yes, the language in larger culture is that's you being in your feminine energy. And so I think she uses that language to explain this more complex topic for her. But yeah, she wants to turn off piano wild music. I'm someone that say I need to not have to be on all the time, which can be very tricky when you're a therapist for your job. You know what I mean? Ivy, Gigi is watching it. Well, was watching it live as we were here, and yeah, I do think too to Nola's point, someone to fight for her and not having to fight so much for others. To Anika's point, she wants to be seen as a woman with agency. Yeah, and it's definitely the target for an eldest daughter to rest. Like that is the goal, right? And so I do think that she really wants rest. And I think unfortunately we do live in a culture that behaves as though that is something only accessible to women when they have a man behaving in a certain type of way. And so I think she uses that language, but maybe that's not the totality of what she means, based at least on what she also just said. Okay. Does anybody else want to share thoughts about this? Because I do think this is a really great question, Amina. I think it.
Can I go? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I haven't watched it yet. I'm on my break, but considering what she's saying, I'm really happy for Alondra because when she was saying it in the villa, I was like, the language is making me feel iffy, but I know what she meant, considering that she's a dark-skinned Black woman, eldest daughter of 2 younger sisters and a child of a teen mom who's the first to make it to university in her family. You know what I mean? Like, truly, the world was on her shoulders, and she's managed to make it so far, and I could see that like the toll on that is it's immense. And she wants someone who will allow her. I think what she wanted to say was she wants to be human. She wants to be treated as human. She wants to live humanly. She wants to live a humane life. She wants to, when she has to think about something, she has to. When she doesn't have to, she doesn't want to. You know what I mean? She wants someone to consider her. She wants to be taken care of. I feel like all her life she's been taking care of someone. Either financially, physically, emotionally, presence-wise. You know what I mean? She wants someone to consider her. You're like, oh, how are you? Oh, I did this for you. Oh, we're going to do this. Oh, you said you mentioned this. I got this. You know what I mean? Just off the top of the head. She doesn't have to wiggle and needle and prod and press to get something that she needs. You know what I mean? She wants to be considered. She doesn't want to be dehumanized anymore. Right? As a woman, as a Black person, as a dark-skinned person. You know what I mean? Anymore as a poor person, like not like she was poor, but like I believe her family was like middle class. But like considering her mom was like a teen mom, I don't know what her work is. She still had a job. She got a job in high school, working 20 hours on top of her other things. You know what I mean? Like she doesn't want to be exploited anymore.
Yeah, I think that's a beautiful point, right? Is like, and I hear that Millie Mae like. Anyway, I could go on a tangent about it, y'all, but I will say this though, like the invisible labor that women do in general is too much. And it's taxing in a way that people don't, like I said to y'all earlier, my husband, one of the reasons why Chris is like, he cooks dinner, he takes that load on is because he's like, when you work, it's a different level of labor than when I work, right? Because I have to be up here and emotionally present all the time. And then I got 4 kids to be present for, and my husband and myself, right? So that is a tax that we often don't talk about, right? That all women experience. And she also has the context of being a dark-skinned Black woman, eldest daughter in the United States of America. And so, yeah, she wants somebody to not have to think with. When she said, he's opening the top of my bottle, I don't even have to, I'm thirsty and you already got the top off. I just want to not have to use my brain. You hear me? So, anywho. Okay, sorry, y'all. Okay, Kate Boogie, I had a pretty parallel like to Alandria, and we're also the same age. I understood her immediately. Okay, I gotta go watch the clips, y'all. Ola and Shelly blew up the typical trope of Black women on these shows. It was uncomfortable for Mitty. Yes, Nola. Yes, it was, which is why people wanted to say that when she had that moment with Taylor, that was who she was.
Yes, and she even pointed out that, like, she's like, what about my other moments when I was there? And, what about my other moments when I showed my soft side? She's like, no one never clocks that. They only see the stoic Elaine. She's like, what about when I'm poised? She's like, these are moments where I'm living in my softness too, and then I'm being true to who I am. And I think that one thing that we talk about the mammification of Black women, but we don't talk about how, I don't think we've mentioned before how being parentified so young also plays a role in this. And why it's so easy for her to step into this mammy role, and how she needs to, and how having somebody who takes over for her and lets her step out of that alpha space is very important to her. And that's why she seeks that, because at such a young age, when you become parentified and you're seen as the responsible figure, especially in a situation where you have such a young mom, it's very easy in other spaces in your life when you're oldest to step into that space as well. And so letting Nick being able to come in and take that from her and step into his own manhood and in return, I think before we talked about this, that it's a beautiful symbiosis in their relationship. And, you know, that she can provide for him in a way that is mutually beneficial to him and his growth and her softness. I think that's a beautiful like way to say it. And that, so when I see people questioning this, it really just boggles the mind, because like you said before, it's like, do you not know somebody? Like, have you never been in a relationship when someone actually likes you? And relationships as a whole are supposed to provide this mutual growth, right? And it's supposed to be this thing where both of you are feeding into each other so that there is growth on both sides. Because if it's too one-sided, like, what are you really doing?
Yeah. Yes. And to Gigi, your point, right? Like, there should be rest for both partners, right? And when you're in a relationship dynamic where you're able to experience that, right? Where you can, I say that, do I want to tell y'all this? I will say this too,
Tina,
y'all.
I'm so sorry. I'm about to go. I just want to make one small point before I go. This is just reminding me of the last live they had when Elijah stepped in. Nick said he showed us the AirPods he got her. All she said on the live was, "Oh," she told him, "Oh, I lost my AirPods." He went and bought her some. That's exactly the point in case. Point in case. That's the relationship. That's all she wanted. That's what he wants to do. 100%. It's just that scene. That's it.
That's it. That's the fantastic to me. So like, I definitely say like there are things that like I said just in passing. Like one time I was like, oh, like I need a new like coffee mug, like was when I was traveling to campus for school, and then like came home to a Contigo in my favorite color because Chris like heard me say this in passing. Right. So she wants someone that just does that labor. You know what I mean? Like just does that work. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I do think that to Amina, your point, I wish that but again, I do think that she's just using the language she has access to, which is what we all do, right? We use the language we have access to until we have new language, right? But I do wish that it wasn't framed as just feminine and just masculine, because I do think that rest is something that we all deserve to experience within the context of our romantic relationships, and honestly, all relationships. But I won't get on that soapbox right now. Does anybody else want to touch this?
I'll say something. So I was feeling subconscious because I was thinking while you guys were talking about Olandria, and me thinking, if I ever get married, that's what I want in a partner. And I was talking to my sister yesterday. I said to her, if I get married, I'm not working, which I don't think is true. But I feel like because I've been taking care of my family in Haiti since I was 14 financially, I'm exhausted, right? But I can't complain about it because I'm the only one here. So it's like you feel like God put you there for a reason. So it's exhausting. And it's like watching her have that almost makes me feel uncomfortable to see it, because I keep thinking, okay, if I get that in a partner, what do I have to offer to someone? And it's like, I think that's what other people are seeing and therefore projecting on her. It's that seeing that this is something that we all possibly want, but then you have to analyze, what do you have to bring to the table? Because that's the question that's being asked for women. And I feel like for people who grew up with taking care of others, the only thing you feel like you have to offer is taking care of someone. But that shouldn't be all that you can bring to a relationship. And I feel like, so them not seeing Olandria being physical with Nick, thinking, okay, that's what she can bring to him. So then probably feel like she's not, it's like she's not worthy of it because she's not bringing something to the table, which is they're not able to see it physically. Or I guess take care of Nick. If maybe Nick acted like a child and she was like motherly towards him, then they would have been like, oh, they're cute or whatever the case may be. So I think that might be what it is.
That is a great additional point. And this goes back to, and I know somebody asked if we could talk about the Mammy and the Jezebel, but I do want Nikki to be able to give us the tea before we do that. But I also, this goes back to like the ways that they have mammified and want to place her in the Jezebel role. It's like, well, she needs to be giving something and I don't think people are doing this consciously, y'all. I think that they don't even know. People are not often aware of the scripts and the narratives that we have ingested and accepted as true. But we see it in our media. It's everywhere around us. And unless your parents or the people that raised you, or you've gone to college, or you've had conversations, or you've read books, things that have explicitly pointed out and made plain the way that you have ingested and accepted these things, people, you're just going to just move through the world as though that is true. And so people see her in the villa. She went into that. She's eldest daughter, parentified, right? She was the soul of the villa, what Jeremiah said, right? She was very mammified in that villa. The moment that she said no, she refuted the barrier. She moved out of the box because the Mammy, yes, she has some level of power, right? Which is why they're going to her for advice. They trust her insight, but she's also subjugated. And so, girl, don't push back. You're just supposed to always be available to offer labor to me. And so that's the way that people saw her within the villa. And then she went out of the villa, but she's so beautiful. And she's inhabiting her body. So and she's a dark-skinned Black woman. And so we need her to fit also into this narrative of a Jezebel. We need her to be hypersexualized. And she's not doing that either. And so to Shanika's point, she becomes a conundrum to them. Right. And so they don't see her in their minds. She's not offering anything of value because she's not fitting into these roles. They don't have the language for it. Right. But she's not fitting into these roles that I have subconsciously ascribed to this woman that I do not know, because this is the way that I understand Black women. And because she's not doing that, she's not offering anything in this relationship. And therefore, this relationship is not real. It's fake. It's all PR.
I just want to add to that point that it is diaspora wide. I would say in the Caribbean diaspora, we have the same issues, the very, very same issues. Also, it's hard watching people dehumanize her to a point is very annoying to me, because this is a complex human being. This is somebody who has different layers, different feelings, different emotions. She could be poised, she could be angry, she could be happy, she could be soft. Why are people not seeing that? Why are people not opening their minds to that possibility? And I think that's part of the reason why I like the fact that we are having these discussions, because it is starting to open people's minds to that possibility. Hopefully they could, unpack whatever things they have in them and kind of learn from it. But yeah, it annoys me probably because I identify with Olandria to a point in my own life and how I navigate what I do, kind of thing.
Yeah, that makes complete sense. Thank you for adding that. That's why I love my panel being diverse. K Boogie, to your point, or being angry 24/7. I actually lean into my anger, which I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? But I do, I read Audre Lorde, and I believe that I can wield my anger with precision. And anger is what gets shit done. It's what gets shit moving. If I'm just cool with everything, anyway, I'm not going to bring up 404, but yeah, they want us to be the angry Black woman. But like Solange said, baby, I got a lot to be mad about. I am mad. And what about it? Stop pissing me off.
Yeah, and to Gigi's point, if they didn't see that by the end of that show, that girl had lost weight and she's already slim. They didn't want to see it. Like that crash out challenge, that girl was sad. Because like I said, I've gone back and watched and I analyzed that stuff. She was in the back most of that challenge when she could be. And like her face was so slim, and then Ace and Nick are picking her to try to cheer her up. So if they didn't see that part, like they didn't want to see it, but we know it because we're also Black and we're looking at it from that lens.
And can we also talk about how when we talk about editing, how they never showed how Alandria was like there are people who were actually able to find clips where Alandria was back on the back couch, literally bundled up and
Wake that
crying
up.
and like, in her hoodie, just like cocooned within herself. And because, and I feel like it's because she has no one else to rely on, because she has to hold it in so much. And even when in the moments where like the girls are crying for her and, she's like, I gotta suck it in. I can't let them see me sweat. And I think that this is like part of that armor she's talking about, where she always has to live in that armor, but it's to protect that softer side of herself, because she wants to live in that and she has no one to protect that softer side of herself. And she can live in that more now with Nick, where I don't necessarily have to have this up because I have my armor. Like Nick is like, I'm ready to go to bat. I'm ready to twerk for her, do it, whatever is needed. And I love that, which he was twerking on Andy's stage today, girl.
Okay, I want
So,
Nikki.
so can y'all catch on what y'all
Oh wait,
Gigi was out here doing the Lord's work, and if I would have known, I would not have left. But can you catch me up on what y'all know versus, and
yes,
did y'all watch the after show?
I
yes.
watched it all.
Okay. And I do want to say for y'all real quick, to everybody on this panel's point, again, my panel, y'all give it up for my panel. They're so freaking smart. I do actually have, and Chocotella, I think is who said it. I'm so glad that you enjoy the live. I did make a video because there was a white woman creator who made a video about how Shelly and Alandria were fake because they had unfollowed Honda Civic, that this is who they were. They were faking it the whole time in the villa. And I made a video discussing Black womanhood and the armoring that happens with Black women from a very early age. It is, the research shows this. This is not my opinion. When the researchers interviewed the parents and they asked them what they do to teach their little Black girls how to be women, armoring was one of the number one things that comes up, which is why we have the Strong Black Woman schema. So if you want to hear more thoughts about that, it is a video on my page. I don't remember what the pin is. But I talk more details about that. Okay, let's get back into the tea, but we can do all the things. That's why I love it here. Gigi has told us a couple of things we do know about the vote. Nikki, we do know about, that they showed the whole clip of the heart rate challenge. And I feel like Gigi and Nikki, y'all should now give us more details that we can chat about. Oh, good night. Nay, thank you so much for being here with us. Y'all, I'm going to step away to use the restroom, but please share.
Can I, before, I'm going to let Nikki go ahead and share, but before we do that, can I give a quick PSA to those in the chat? We are almost at 90K. We can definitely make it to 100K. Keep tapping the screen if you want these conversations to continue. Tina does a great job hosting these lives. She is amazing. She allows these panels to come on, give great insight. We're at 85K. I think we can keep tapping. If you have not already, please subscribe. There are 2 tiers to subscription. One is the Yappers, and the other one will give you the access to the book club, the Discord. You get access to the subscriber videos. You will not regret it. Come on, let's do this.
Yes, I would love to.
Yes.
Thank
Girl,
you.
I was just about to say, tap that screen. Yes, that screen.
Y'all,
Period.
let me pin the goal so you can subscribe. So like Gigi said, we do have the Yappers. That one starts at $2.99 a month, but it is discounted for your first month, or you could do like the whole year, I think, for like less than $25. And then the Think Tank is everything the Yappers has, plus a book club, plus a Discord channel. And that one is, I think, less than $50 if you do the whole year, or $5.99 a month, but also discounted the first month. I pinned it for y'all. I think that you can probably see it. And then I'm going to use the restroom, but please keep talking. Oh, let me answer the question.
So Gigi, go
Hold
ahead.
on, Nikki, real quick. Let me answer. It's Global Africa. It's global. Oh, yes, book K Boogie. Wonderful. So it's Global Africa. It's going to be a mixture of books. So a lot of people have asked me to talk about some of like the socio-political stuff. So like definitely one of them will probably be The Racial Contract by Charles W. Mills. One of them will probably be oh my God, what is it called? The Myth of the Superwoman, Black Macho and the Myth of the Superwoman. there will be probably just some fun romance novels too. So I would really like us to do the same thing that we do with the show with romance novels and the characters in those. So we'll do some of that too. So yeah, a plethora of books, and I'm also open to suggestions. That's one of my first subscriber videos. Is my husband wants us to do All About Love by Bell Hooks too.
I said I'll be sharing about that.
Oh, he said he's going to share about it. Absolutely, K Boogie. So there's actually a video where I ask y'all for romance novels, but you can go put whatever suggestions you want. You also can DM me. And so, yes. Okay. That's okay, K Boogie. I will preview it first and we can do trauma warnings. Okay. I'm going to go to the restroom, but y'all keep yapping.
Yeah, so Gigi, what have you shared with the class?
So
Man,
I
because
didn't
I don't want to
share
repeat.
much. So I didn't share much. I only put in the chat that Brian did confirm that he did spend money, that his first big spend was his Rolex, because somebody was in the chat earlier like, oh, that's a
Girl,
false narrative. He did, that was a question, and he did
sure
confirm
was.
that his first
Yeah.
big spend was his Rolex. I did share that there was a messy behind poll that asked which couple would last longer, if it would be the Papayas or Nicolandria. And with a sweeping 78% vote, they
That's
voted
it.
Nicolandria.
Yep.
I shared they were discussing about the masculine versus feminine trope and how it pertains to Elandria. And it just so happened in the Watch What Happens Live after show, she was actually answering that question from a fan, and I was just repeating her answer.
Okay, so you guys have gotten into the deep stuff. Man, I wish I would have stayed. That way I would have been able
Listen,
to.
I was double dipping over here. Don't play with me.
So here's the thing: how my ADHD is set up is that I have to focus on one thing at a time. I haven't even officially been diagnosed, but I swear to God, that's what it is, child. Because I'm already dyslexic, so that's already an issue. So I think what I might take away for like how I like to watch things is like how my brain is set up is that I kind of need to watch things in real time and be present to it without having to take extraneous notes or look for certain things. I just kind of want to live in the moment and feel what I'm feeling without any judgment. So I kind of just, that's how I watch this. And I can't wait to go back and rewatch it again, because I'm sure there are definitely things that are going to come up for me that I want to expound upon. I think when I came in, watching the show tonight, just very curious, like before I left, I expressed like, how are they going to set it up? And the setup was, great in terms of, not having Nick and Landry behind the bar, I thought it could be. But, we had Brian and Maya in the front, Nick and Landry in the back. And, I did participate in the polls. I did. I missed the first poll, and I can't remember exactly what that was, but I definitely participated in the following polls, pertaining to Nick and Landry in particular, that Taylor, was Clark better for Taylor overwhelmingly. People chose Clark. And what was so cute and was so warm to my heart is that Elandria and both Nick was like, it was like literally like going back and forth between like 96%, 92, and both Nick and Elandria were both like, this needs to be 100. Y'all need to make this 100. Everything happened the way it was supposed to happen. So I thought that was really, really, really adorable. And yes, we know Andy. We knew that was gonna get shady. We knew that, that question of which couple was gonna make it the longest, was gonna be Nick and Landria, like hands down. I even picked up on the audience clapping when they first were introduced. It was Brian and Maya. People clapped and they screamed for Nick and Landria. Like, I picked up on those signals. After the polls were done, and then one thing that I did clock when they were discussing like Andy and his messiness, had said something about like, I don't even know how the next segment went, but he mentioned something like it's gonna last longer than 40 seconds.
Yes. So there was a joke that alluded to the 40 seconds, and they had asked Nick about his 40 seconds, and Andy says, "Oh, so were there some, what was it? Was it stories, or were there trips taken?
Trips, yeah.
Were there trips taken?" And Nick immediately starts shaking his head no. And I was like, she is going to be sick.
And he
So
looked
he was
really uncomfortable too.
Yeah,
He
so
like,
they were
I don't
really
think he
referring
liked that at
to
all.
his journeys with 404. You know how she
Hmm.
described it, their times together, their intimate moments together, as she took journeys. And so Andy asked, messy as can be, about the journeys that he took with Sierra, and they were like, "Oh, were there journeys?" And he immediately was shaking his head like, wasn't no
Right,
journeys, wasn't
right.
nobody
When
going
they're done,
nowhere. It
yeah,
was a
you could tell.
staycation.
You could tell that that was very uncomfortable for him. I will say that Nick and Alandria were very much giving very reserved energy at the beginning. It wasn't until after Shotsky happened that things started to loosen up. And I don't know if you peeped this, Gigi, but during the Truth or Nick Twerks segment,
Yes,
Alandria called him babe, and I was just like, oh my
I
god,
saw that.
oh
I
my
squealed.
god. I was like, I swear, I'm back in high school. I was like, oh my god, y'all give me the flutters
Look,
for real. I
this
am
was me the
so
whole
very
time. Me and this little doggy sticker, but that was me the whole
girl the
time.
whole time.
And the way that man had her thigh gripped the whole time.
Grip. And then that's what I noticed after the shot ski during the second half. She was gripping his leg, and I was just like, okay, they're comfortable now. They're
Yeah.
okay with letting their guard down. Again, we talk a lot about body language in here, so it's very, I'm glad that I'm on a space where we can pick up on those little nuances that make me. And I love that they addressed, because one of the listener, the audience members asked them about whether or not, like, how they felt about people, you know, doubting their relationship. And, Alandria was like, this is after Shotsky now. Andy knows what the fuck he's doing. Andy
Hmm.
knows what he's
He
doing
was
by,
loosening
by
tongues.
girl, by getting them that liquor and getting them bodies warm so they can be comfortable. Because she stated that she was just like, just because we don't PDA all the time doesn't mean that, there's any less value to our relationship. I'm paraphrasing here. Um, she was just like, if y'all want to see us kiss, watch the show again. Like, watch the show.
Yeah.
We've been done doing that, and
They
I
also
appreciated
asked,
that.
did you see when they also asked Nick about how he felt? There was a fan question. They asked how he felt when Alandria friend zoned him,
Yes.
and how he truly felt about that. And he looked so flustered. He goes, "Just watch the show again. You saw my reaction." It's like,
Right. It's so, girl, so true. And I was just like, okay, the truth is like coming out. But that's what I'm so glad you brought it up, Gigi, because that's one of the things that I've had conversations outside of, online about with the people in my real life, is that, you know, a lot, and this is something I've had to mature, towards, is that I can't take lying personally, because most people are not lying to you, they're lying to themselves. And when they're lying to you themselves, they have no capability to tell you the truth. And that's exactly what was going on. There was too much conflict in emotion, and being loyal and staying true to who you are morally, navigating the space to open any doors to even participate, even in a world that allows you to participate. I'm a huge Survivor fan, right? I'm a huge Survivor nerd. That's where you'll find me next, as soon as it comes back on. I will. That's what I'll always be talking about. That is a space where lying is acceptable. in real life, for me, lying is never an option for me because of how I grew up. I had to grow up lying because I grew up in a very conservative evangelical household where if anything, any question was asked of me, curious about anything, it was the devil. You have a demon. You know what I mean? So, we can have a conversation about that, Tina, if you really want to, we really want to go there. So I, put that on the subscriber list. But happy to have it because there's a lot of things I've learned. But the minute I left my parents' home and found a life where I did not have to lie, I made it a value of mine that I was no longer going to lie to myself and I was no longer going to lie to other people. And it's very hard being put in a situation, even in an experiment where the rules of outside no longer exist, that, it's hard for you to separate who you are personally, morally, to even participate in that. And that's why I say I really appreciated even Nick and Alandria, kind of holding true to who they were morally, navigating the space, even though optically it looked as if they were lying. And that is a very, I can't wait till people graduate into that space where, that nuance can live and understand that about themselves and their lives. So I really, really just appreciated, Nick's comment on the Soul Ties kiss. Like, yeah, like y'all saw it. Y'all saw it. Like, we just weren't ready to admit it because of everything that was going on. So, so then, we go into the truth or twerks. I thought that was a really cute segment. I thought Nick was very, very just cute in that. He actually did the twerking. He actually did the Megan Thee Stallion moves. I thought that was fun. And then, Gigi, were there more questions?
Yeah, they did ask him which kiss he preferred, if it was the Soul Ties or congratulations. His favorite kiss, y'all, is congratulations, because he said that it was because at that point they were in a different space in their relationship, and so that's why that's his favorite kiss.
Right. And listen, I've gone back and watched the congratulations kiss again, and
that man forgot where he was for a second.
Baby.
The flutters took over.
Baby.
That man forgot he was a good girl. That man forgot she was a good girl for a second.
That's it.
He forgot
because
himself.
Somebody did a slow-mo, and that man had his hands on her thigh. And I was like, oh my Lord. Jesus.
He forgot himself. He said, I'm going on a journey today.
He really did. I think for me, with the Soul Ties kiss, it was the most honest in where they were at the moment. It was just the most honest. I think that's why it's probably going to be number one for me always, even though I know I was happy to see the congratulations, but I was congratulating them before because I was like, y'all, we just been waiting on this. But the Soul Ties was just the most honest that I've seen the two of them. And I just thought that was just such a magical, beautiful moment, even though they weren't willing to allow themselves to feel that way.
Yeah.
So I really appreciated that.
Can I say, I feel the same. I feel like Soul Ties is the moment they were most honest, but I feel like the congratulations kiss is the first time they gave in.
Yes.
And I feel like that's why it has a different it resonates different for Nick, because it's that first time that they both gave in. There were no reservations, because Alandria talks about it again in the show. She talks about how choosing Nick was for me. Like, this was for me, and it was so right. And in that moment, she's like, I thought everybody was mad at me. And then to come out, because there was a fan who had asked about how about what they say when people talk about, their relationship being fake or it being, just for content or a publicity stunt. And she was like, that moment was for me. And I thought that people were mad at me. And then to come out and find out that people were on this since day one. And then she's like, talking to my mom and, finding out that people are backing this and people are supporting this. It was like, okay, I'm doing this and I'm giving it my all. And that's when she talks about, like, That's when she talked about, him appreciating her and like kissing the ground that she walks on and all this. And she felt free in that moment, and it was just so beautiful to see in the way he stares at her.
Oh,
And he engages in her happiness and her joy just by basking for being with him. It's a magical little moment. Like, you don't even know that Brian and Amaya are there at the moment.
Girl, he
Because
was crying. He was
literally,
crying. Oh my
yeah,
god.
it was
yes,
literally them.
absolutely. And I want to agree with Shamika. The congratulations was way more intentional. I think you're absolutely right on that. And that's why it probably meant so much more to them because it was that much more intentional. I just, I really enjoyed, especially in the after show. Oh my God, those two in the after show was so amazing because the way we saw for, I think the first time, saw Alandria speak about Nick and how when she brought up the way that Black women are often labeled as the angry Black woman, and the way that a Nick just allows her to be her, to take the lead. A lot of these conversations, this has been a very frustrating conversation with me amongst several groups online when it comes to especially Black love relationships. Is like we have a lot of men. It's just like Black women now, and y'all won't allow me to lead, and you know what I mean. But we have to trust you enough to lead. We have to trust to know that you have our solely best interests at heart. That you don't have all these preconceived notions about your masculinity that put us on the back burner. We can do that shit by ourselves. You know what I mean? Like the way she spoke about Nick and how he just allows her to, be free and not have to fight because he's there to fight for her. Like that was just so telling. And like, I want that regardless of for all Black women, regardless of who their partner is versus race or even gender. Hell, I don't care. I think that we are owed that. I think that we deserve that. Not, and Landry alluded to this, but not having to prove her worthiness. Just knowing that she exists in the skin that she's in and that this man basks in her glory forever and always. Man, oh man, if y'all didn't watch this and come out with a whole new perspective on how you navigate relationships, you clearly are willfully ignorant at this point. So that was my takeaway.
I want to comment back to midline. It can for sure. And I want to say to expand on your point, Nikki, and somebody else said it like, oh, Kenny, thank you for saying that. I think it's really funny that your name is spelled like that because all I can hear in my head is Shanae's voice, for your handle. But thank you for saying that. Nikki, to expand on your point, what I think of laced, I want to give you space in here to say what you want to say. I want you to be mindful about not spamming my comments. You are welcome to have thoughts that maybe everyone will not agree with you with. Kenny, you're funny. And thank you for correcting me. I love when y'all correct me. Lean. Is that right? Tell me if I said it wrong again. But I need you to understand that, no, but you were saying the same thing over and over. That's the only reason why I'm saying it initially. I will say that you are adding more thoughts now. I just want you to be mindful. You can come in here and you can share your thoughts. We're happy for you to do that. We've talked about this before, but happy to talk about it again. Oh, thank you so much for letting me know that if that feels helpful to you. Because I will tell you that everybody on this panel that has talked about it. I'm gonna be as gentle as I possibly can with you, Lace, around this. We've talked on this panel before. Nobody on this panel has had an issue with feeling like, oh, thank you for the subscription, about feeling like he needs to be accountable. So I know that you are maybe you've never been in here, right? And so maybe you have no idea. Well, I don't want to kick them or block them simply because they disagree with us, y'all. But if they get too problematic or they feel a little too trolly, then I will. But I don't.
No, just these conversations aren't honest when they just come in here and they want you to be on it because they hate, so they just want to bring it up. Because I've seen this even with what's her name, Honda Civic. They come in and be like, oh well, come on, Cream was doing this. Girl, I've been on Twitter all the season. I was not seeing half the stuff y'all was talking about. I promise you.
Right.
And I was engaging with you, Lace, and I didn't mute you deliberately because I did want to see, like, Tino, like where you were coming from and what your perspective was without the spamming. I do disagree with your take, and I would appreciate a conversation. However, I think that if you want, and I'm not sure how old you are, but as in a space where we are Black women, I think we are pretty well versed at navigating conversations about racism. And so I think that that's why I chose not to mute you, because we are versed in handling these conversations. And if you want to have an honest discourse, I think that I think it's pretty safe to say that this is a space where we're comfortable doing that, and we're totally okay with that. But you just labeling it that we're making excuses for somebody who's racist, I think is very disingenuous, and you're not seeking a genuine conversation.
Thank you for adding that, Gigi, because yes. And to their point, Lace, if you are not a Black woman, calling me sis absolutely is microaggressive. And I'm going to ask you to be just as mindful with me as you would like me to be mindful with you. That said, I'm not going to let you like hijack the space. Again, like Gigi said, we are always happy to engage in like thoughtful, intentional discourse that is not scary to us in this live at all. Nobody on this panel is afraid of that. And I don't know how old you are. So I'm trying to hold space around what feels true to you. And just be careful. This is not a democracy. This is diplomacy. This is my life, right? But
democracy.
Yeah, Lace, I want you to, again, maybe you've never been in my live before, but that's simply not a true statement. I have videos about this. So when you come in here and you all like make statements as though they are facts without knowing anything about me, that just feels, I need you to do better. Okay. That said, Nikki, you were talking about, shit, now I lost my train of thought.
Sorry, I talk about a lot of shit.
When somebody brings, that's when somebody brings an energy to a space that is not wanted. That is why I made the suggestion that I did initially.
I know. Y'all are right. Y'all know I typically don't engage. Beatrice, yeah, we'll just mute Lace for the rest of the live. I can't, Lace, because this is disingenuous, because again, you are having a conversation with me without knowing any information about me, clearly. And so
not her saying internalized misogyny. No, hell no.
Okay, Lace, there is no university in which you are studying law and you just use that logic, okay? So please, you're going to be muted now. Thank you.
Yeah, no way a student, anybody studying law has that kind of no.
Ayanella, yes, you can request. Ritz, I don't put age restrictions on my live. Maybe I should. But I have people as young as 18 on my lives. I do like to have grown-ups up here at least.
Yeah, I think you should put an age restriction so you can stop my kid from stalking me. I'm just saying.
My kids sometimes come in here too. I hear you, T. So let me be super clear, y'all. It's not even about me like wanting to like validate myself to her, but I always try to be really clear about who I am and how I show up in the world. So I would not want not necessarily for Laced, but for anybody that might watch my lives or pop in and think that I don't have nuance or I can't hold these things as true. I just want you to be clear about how I show up in the world. And for me, like I say all the time, even my faves, everybody can get it. I don't support rights and wrongs, y'all. Okay, so that's just sort of a disclaimer. But I know that.
Can we be done with Lace? We all know what's happening. I would actually like to hear your perspective on what I said about, people not taking things personally when people lie to you. versus, them lying to themselves.
Okay, ask me one more time. Hold on. Say it again.
Yeah. I would just like your perspective on how you feel about what I said about, not taking people lying to you as personal, but more them lying to themselves as opposed to lying to you.
Yeah, I mean, what are my thoughts about that? I mean, I do feel like it is a level of, I guess I say this all the time, but it is nuanced, right? Yes, that is Nikki speaking that asked that. I do think there's a level of nuance to it, right? Because like, yes, and which I think you alluded to as well, right? Like, I recognize that this is not about me, right? And this is what I say, like sometimes even on my stuff, right? Like sometimes that projection that's not about me. That's about you not being comfortable in your own self. And am I stretching this to say this? I feel like sometimes this happens with why Taylor shows up in some of the ways that he shows up, right? Because there's a lying that's happening to my own self about myself and about what's happening with me. This is not about me hating you. This is about me disliking something or feeling uncomfortable with something or needing to craft a story about who I am or whatever, right? So for example, with Taylor, I know that like Alandria has talked about how he remembered everybody's tea orders and everybody's like coffee orders and like their breakfast. And like, he was very like performative in a lot of ways. He was wiping Honda Civic's tears, right? But then we also see the ways that he talks to her and talked to Clark and engages with her outside of the villa, right? So it's like this incongruence, right? And this frustration that I think I often see him express in different ways is really about his own frustration with like, that's not real. Like, that's not me. I'm having to perform, right? And realizing like in this moment when he's going off on Alandria, yes, that it's directed at her, but really that's about his own frustration with himself. So it's like this nuance of, I can't take it personally, or it would be helpful to you to not take it personally so that you're not internalizing other people's shit as your shit. I say to my clients all the time, what belongs on your plate versus what belongs on that person's plate. So it's not my shit. And I do think that that is data. And I do want us to be moving with that data in mind. So even if it's not personal, that's still how you chose to engage with me. And that's the way that you're choosing to move with me. And so I do think it should influence some of our actions. Does that feel like that answered and gave you?
No, yeah, it did. And I just want to be very clear. Like, when I say don't take it personal, there are certain situations that are lying.
Yes, true.
With 3D, for example, is just like you actually admitted to a whole nother person that you did not find her physically attractive, Alandria. But you refused to tell Alandria that to give her an opportunity to find the person that she was meant to be with. Mm-hmm. And that in regards is a level of deception that you chose to do.
Yeah.
With Nick and Alandria, when it came to their kiss and their soul ties, that's very different because neither one of them were necessarily looking to pursue one another until it was produced that they do, and they act upon that. That's a very different thing than what 3D did to Alandria.
Correct. Yeah, so like to Perpy's point, right? Deception versus like manipulation, right? And or like in addition to manipulation. I believe that like to your point with those two examples, right? This was 3D is Taylor. It's Global Africa. Oh, thank you for subscribing. Them not being willing to be honest with themselves was not about trying to deceive everyone around them, right? Whereas Taylor very clearly, I don't have, like, the physical is not there, is what he said to Ace. You're being a liar. And so, yeah, I agree that those are definitely different things. Okay, I see that I have folks waiting in the queue. I want to give Athena and Anika, and yeah, time to share thoughts.
I just want to say one thing and then I'll drop.
Okay, Amina.
Okay, no, I just want to say, like, it's so beautiful that we're over here giggling, seeing a black woman be loved, like it's all of us too. Well, it is all of us because we are basking in it too. And I could weep at just how joyful Nikki and Gigi are because we all feel the same thing. And I haven't even watched it yet, but I'm gonna watch it when it comes online because I couldn't figure out how to watch it live. But yeah, I'm just enjoying us being so happy at seeing her.
Yes, yes. I love that too. I love
We
it.
adore you, Amina.
Absolute
Thank
hearts
you.
for Amina. Absolute hearts.
Anika and Athena, do y'all have any thoughts? And then I will say, Nikki and Gigi, I do want y'all to share about the papayas after we get more thoughts about Nicolandria or anything else that was named.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I think, reaffirm. I believe Nikki was just saying this, the difference between what Taylor did versus what Nick did, which is why when people compare Nick to Taylor, it really pisses me off because I'm like, this is not the same thing. It is totally not the same thing because Nick, the thing that makes Taylor so nasty is that he used Alandria to get to where he was going, and then he was ready to dump her at the first sign. It wasn't like when he chose Clark, Alandria was going to be safe and she would still have a chance. She was going to go home. That's what he was willing to do for her. As opposed to Nick, who even I feel like after he tried with Alandria and then they decided they were just going to be friends, and then he closed off with Sierra because what else was he going to do? What I can at least respect with Nick, even though he was trying. That's the thing with me. Taylor was not trying with Olandria. Nick at least was trying with Sierra. I think after what happened in Soul Ties, and I guess he realized maybe he had stronger feelings for Alandria than he thought or than he knew, he couldn't get back to what he had with Sierra. But he did genuinely like Sierra at the beginning. It was never based on deception. So to me, that's a totally different ballgame. So he was at least trying. And then when he made the commitment to close off with Sierra, what makes him so much different than Taylor is that as much as Nick was miserable, he was going to see it through to the end with Sierra. And I can at least respect that because he was not going to jeopardize her game and her journey just because he changed his mind or he wasn't feeling it. So I can at least respect that about him, which is why I will never respect Taylor. I will never respect Taylor. I will always have my foot on his neck. I don't care what he says. I don't care if he apologizes to Alandria. People say they want a public apology. I don't need it because it's always going to be up and stuck for Taylor when it comes to me because he humiliated that girl and he relished in humiliating her. That's what I cannot stand about him. And honestly, my issue with Taylor is that, and the way he treats Clark, he hates bad bitches because he wants to be a bad bitch. And I wish he would just live in that truth. I really wish he would just live in that truth. Because that's what his problem is. That really is what his problem is. So that's why I will never, when people try to compare Taylor and Nick, I'm like, you guys are crazy. This is two totally different stories. These are not the same people. Taylor was ready to dump Alandria at the first chance after using her, and Nick at least would have seen it through to Sierra. But this is why I always say the universe, God, the producers, the fans wanted Nick and Alandria together because honestly, I feel like if Sierra and Nick had made it to the end, even if Nick would have tried to talk to Landria afterwards, she would not have gone for it. She would not have gone for it. And I'm so happy it ended up going the way it ended up going because I feel like she would not have gone for it because I feel like she would have felt like people would be like, oh, you're going after your friend's man and all this other stuff. But the way things happened in the villa, it kind of forced her to kind of make the choice for herself. So I'm at the end of the day, I know they didn't win and I wish they would have won, but they won. They won. As far as I'm concerned, they won. Because what I wanted more than anything was not the money or for them to win the first part. It was for them to be together. And they look so happy together and so in love. And I'm so happy. And you know what? At the end of the day, things worked out the way they were supposed to work out. Taylor was supposed to be the evil, disgusting troll that he was. Because that's the only way that Alandria would have moved on. So it is what it is. And I'm grateful. And I thank Clark for her services. If it had to be somebody, I'm glad it's not my girl. I'm glad it's you, girl. So it is what it is.
I appreciate that take, Katina.
Let me drop off.
Thank you so much for hopping up here. I appreciate your thoughts.
No problem. Thank you. I follow you all the time. I love your videos. So I'm definitely going to try to come to the lives more often.
Thank you for saying that.
Sure, for sure. Thank you.
All right, Amika, my girl. Tell us your thoughts.
Anything I want to add to Athena's stellar.
Anika, you sound far away, dear.
Okay, you hearing me better now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, the only thing I want to add to Athena's stellar contribution is that I will be joining her putting my foot on Taylor's neck. I will definitely be joining her in that, because I find his behavior extremely problematic and worse now outside of the villa than he was in the villa. And the irony to me is I see the villa setting as like a pressure cooker, so it would amplify aspects of their personality while in there. But then your behaviors are actually kind of worse now that the pressure is off. So what does that actually make you as an individual? And that's something that I keep kind of milling in my head. But yeah, that's all I have to add. She just said everything I wanted to say.
Well, I will say,
I just want to say I love that you're naming that, because you're right. It is a pressure cooker. It is a totally different environment. And that level of pressure, you would think, is where we would see it. But I just want to say, y'all, that I think that Taylor was there for the bromance more than anything. And I think that that's why we didn't see some of the behaviors, because he leaned so heavily into his boy friendships.
Yeah, I think he is. I don't know. I saw some, because people have been saying things online that I'm not even certain if it's true. But somebody was saying that in a live with Clark, he said he would choose Nick over her or some kind of thing like that. I don't know how true. I saw it but you hear all these things. I don't know how true that is. And I was like, when I heard it, when I saw it in a comment, or I heard it being spoken about in a video, and I was like, well, that doesn't really surprise me, because if you could pass Olandria, the person you're coupled up with, like a full bus, to run and hug and swing with Nick, then yeah, you're definitely choosing Nick all the time.
And can I say, I joke about this all the time, but in all seriousness, when he did say this, but when he said it, it was in reference to how Nick brings people to his lives. And so he would prefer Nick in his lives, because I think Nick was in the comment section at the time. So the viewership had jumped. And so he was in the screen. He pushed her out of the way to be like, Nick, 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 because he said he would pick Nick over her it was in response to the viewership. I know I joke about Taylor wanting Nick all the time, but just to clear that up.
That's what I got out of it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for naming that. Y'all are confirming it's true. To call me Kate's point, he respects men over women, period. I made a whole video about how he performs for men, right? Like his desire, and this is not just a Taylor thing, y'all. Lots of men do this, right? But we are seeing it with him, right? There's this performance of his masculinity, of himself, right? This is why we see him remembering T orders, because he wants to. Well, so we're not going to make assumptions about his sexuality, but I will say that if nothing else, Destiny, he's a pick-me. He so badly needs the affirmation of men. He needs men to be like, good job, great job, pumping him up. You know what I mean? And the fact that that now he's not in the villa where he can get that more. But since we're talking about them, I'm going to put them up there. LP. I don't think it's related to maturity level, because here's the thing, and I say this a lot when we talk about them. I think that all men in general are raised to, in the society we live in the United States, right? Not necessarily because of their families, but in the culture that we live in, they're all cultivated to seek the approval of other men. And they're beautiful. That's never been the issue, right? But I will say that so my mods want y'all to get us to 120. I think we can do it too. I will say that, like, his behavior is not about maturity. It is an active choice, and it has to do with how he was raised. Do I think that he lived in maybe a home? I agree. Hey, Boogie, are they still doing it? Did he live in a home? Did he, grow up in a state, a culture, right, that cultivated this behavior from him? Yes. But the behavior is still problematic, and he is old enough where he can make a choice to adjust. But if he is allowed to believe that this is okay, then there's no reason to. Okay.
I've said that before in the spaces before, is that, my best friend, he's a gay black man. He was just like, he always says, boys are loved and girls are raised. And as long as Taylor doesn't have an incentive to grow up, Taylor will always be a boy. And he will always need boy validation, guy validation, because that is how they are seen, is to be the ones that are, you know, pretty much the prize, as opposed to what women and how we were raised to be the prize.
Yeah. Yeah. I do want to say, like, so y'all are naming about him growing up with wealth. I will say that the wealth alone is not what causes the behavior, but to Lindsay's point, wealth can absolutely get you off the hook for certain behaviors, right? And so when it creates a certain level of privilege and access, because, and I've talked about this on my lives before, Black elitism is a real thing. Okay. And so when that, oh, thank you for joining my fan club, Veronica. When that is happening, absolutely, you will see certain things behaved and excused, and you'll get away with certain things, and people won't call out certain things. You know what I mean? And so I think that he has been allowed to believe that this is okay behavior, that this is how you engage with women, right? And I know people believe that he is colorist. I've talked about this a little bit before, but I will say it here. If his behavior had stopped with Olandria, I could buy that. But it didn't. It didn't stop with Olandria. Not only did it not stop with her, but it escalated with Clark. So for me, and I hear that, right? It allows exceptions to behaviors. No, Tony, we're just talking about it in general. So for me, it's exactly that, Destiny. It's misogynoir. It is lots of men are attracted to women and do not like them as people. And this performance. So it's all of these things combined that is making him show up like this, in my opinion. Okay, I want to give some space to Jamila to share thoughts, and then Peter to share thoughts. Jamila, what thoughts do you want to add?
I was really just waiting for the Bramaya. I think everyone said everything I had to say when it came to Taylor, and even Nicolandria. It was just, I was a little disturbed. And mind you, I'm a big Bravo watcher, so I'm very used to Andy, but it just, the narrative there, I felt like this is not even society, that they want to keep pushing on them. And it's like, you could have asked the similar questions. I don't know if anyone saw it, but of Brian and Amaya, but they didn't. And it's just like, not to humiliate Nicolandria, but it's just like, yes, I know you want to be messy, but you can also be messy with both couples. Even so, it was just, I don't know, it just didn't sit well with me. And I'm just waiting for that conversation on Bramaya and why. Yeah. So whenever you guys get to that, I'm good.
Oh, can I?
Yeah, I agree with
Oh,
that.
I'm sorry, Tina. Can I touch briefly on, because I know somebody mentioned Nick earlier and how his recoupling, and I just want to emphasize that when we talk about Nick and his connection with 404 and his post Casa coupling with Sierra when he closed off with her, I just want to be very clear, because I've said this in other lives, that Nick was very, very clear, and I don't think that it was in the sense that he was miserable. I think he liked Sierra enough, and he had a specific type of relationship with her, which is more of a connectionship than anything. So people who use that as a way to invalidate Nick and Landria's relationship, I think really don't take into account that Nick knew what kind of connectionship he had with Sierra, and Sierra played herself in building it up more in her head than what it actually was, because they have these conversations and he lays it out fairly clearly, as opposed to Taylor, who talks out of both sides of his ass, basically.
Yes.
When they have the conversation about what it looks like for them on the outside, I think people skip over the part where Nick says, when she says to Nick, we're going to continue to focus on each other until it goes one way or the other. And Nick's response is, okay, great. Now I know what kind of relationship I want to have with you. And that's not to say, and when we talk about the relationship that he talks with Alandria, they have the same conversation in two different fonts.
Yes.
So he tells Sierra, I know what kind of relationship I want to have with you, and tells Alandria, I want to take this love plant and take it outside and water it. So he knows exactly what he's doing, and Sierra took it and made it more than what it was, right? And I think that this is why it makes Nick uncomfortable to look back and see these things. And it's like, oh shit, did I make a mistake, or was I not clear enough? But when we talk about, because we say, people like to say that we don't want to hold Nick accountable. If I'm to hold Nick accountable for anything, it's to be when it looked like to him that she wasn't clear on how she wanted to move. I think Nick should have had another conversation with her about stopping physical relations.
Yes,
And be like,
yes.
look, if you're not clear on how we want to move, then we need to remove the physicality in our relationship so that it's a lot clearer to you how we're going to continue to move in this way. Because that, I think, fed into her delusions more and more. I know she is going to be sick after this Watch What Happens Live. When he basically said them 40 minutes didn't take me to know, I didn't even take me down the street, much less on a journey. So I'm just ready for that to happen. So when you watch the way that these two are together and how they are, it's very, very different. And it stems from the fact that Nick is very intentional. And I love watching Alandria appreciate him in these moments, because it speaks to a way that he knows that he hasn't been seen. And she's seeing him the same way he's seeing her. She's also seeing him in a way no one else has seen him. And that reciprocity is beautiful.
Yes, I
And
agree.
mind
All right,
you,
so
hold on, just real quick, just to piggyback on Benji, and mind you, Nick said at the very first episode, he said that he was in relationships where he did not feel seen and he did not feel valued.
Yep.
And I thought that was a very interesting comment to make at the very first episode. So the simple fact that he was able to be himself in a way that he was with Alandria versus the way he was with 404 is the sole reason why he felt like his feelings were stronger for Alandria, and wanted to make that work after 404. And let's be very clear, she got kicked off. She did not leave. She got kicked off. And I think that's a huge part of the conversation that's constantly left out, is that people talk about 404 as if she chose to leave. She got kicked off and he had no choice but to either leave with her or move the fuck on, which he was happy to do because he did not want to be attached to whatever it was that she did on the outside that might not align with his values. He's said that over and over again. So please don't keep that in the conversation. Thanks.
I agree. I also think she kind of knew.
Hold on, please.
Just 2 comments real quick, and then I want you to go. Free 99 online. This is an older comment, but you said everything about Taylor screams DL, and ignoring that is why so many women end up with DL men. I want to just be super clear that I just don't want to speculate about his sexuality. There's actually a fantastic creator on here that I've referenced before who has talked about in general how Black men will want to be able to inhabit their femininity. And because of the culture and the society that we live under, oftentimes they will want to be in relationships with white women, YT women, right? Because YT women are the peak of femininity. And so being with Black women is a challenge, right? Because they have to. So to the point of this book that we're going to be, referencing in the book club. Hold on, let me just take off this thing. But this book that we're going to be referencing in the book club, right? They have to be the Black macho, right? Because Black women are the superwoman, right? And so this is why I think people are reading Taylor as colorist, because really what it is a desire to be able to inhabit his femininity. But because of the way the culture we live in has so, strategically divided the way that looks, people are perceiving him as liking light-skinned Black women. I think he doesn't even like Black women personally. But I do agree but I think what we're reading as DL behavior could be a lot of things, right? It doesn't necessarily mean he likes boys, but I do think he wants that kid feeling, that playfulness, right? That's the only time boys really even get to sort of be and femininity, right? And then at a certain age, the conversation switches to stop acting like a bitch, stop doing, right? And so I think he likes to be able to inhabit that, and he doesn't have the language to communicate what's happening for him. So I wanted to name that. And then someone else says he masks his jealousy with humor. Exactly right. The book is called Black Macho and the Myth of the Superwoman. It is by Michelle Wallace, and this will be one of the books that we discuss in the book club on the second tier, the think tank. Okay, Peter, please give us your thoughts.
Yeah, so a couple thoughts. The first, yeah, I don't really want to touch on it because at this point it's just redundant with what the girl came into and interrupt their life. People need to understand the difference between someone being racist and someone being saying something problematic. What he said was problematic. It wasn't racist. So that point is over. Second point, I was in. Sarah didn't play it herself. I keep saying Sarah ego is the thing that's bruised. It's not that I don't believe that she's genuinely hurt because she's in love with him or she really likes him. There's no way you can really like someone if you didn't have intimate conversations. You can have light conversations and you can like them, but to have any deep sort of feelings for somebody, I don't believe you can have any deep sort of feelings if you didn't go there, if you didn't bear yourself emotionally, if you didn't let down your guard and reveal certain stuff about yourself. I don't believe you can have any intimate feelings for anybody if you haven't done that. And she made it very clear that they didn't do that. So I think she like him, but I think her ego is the thing that's been bruised. She came out and she sees so many people shipping him and Alandra, him and one of um the girl that she literally went into the villa and chose to be her friend because I think she saw she wanted to be the Leah of this season, have two black girls by her side. She wanted to be like the head girl with the two black girls as her lackeys in a sense. So I think that was what hurt her. Her ego was bruised because then she came out and sees everybody shipping Nick with this black girl, which I do think she thinks that she's better than, and she's prettier than. And I think the ego is the thing that goes with Sierra. I don't think it's her emotions. I think the ego, maybe some emotion, but the majority of it is just ego. That's what I believe as it relates to this whole Sierra thing.
Can I
The whole
add some
shit.
speculation to that?
You can go, yeah.
I've talked about it before, and I think I've said in other lives that I think Sierra is. I think two things can be true. I think that ego is a big part of that, but I think, and when we look at it as a whole, I think she bought into this idea in the midst of hookup culture that she can be this cool girl, and even Iris clocks her on it, and it's like you don't have to be this cool girl. Like if you feel some kind of way about it, you can say it because she entered in this situation with Nick leading with her body when that's not who she was, right? And I like we talked about before that we're totally pro ho. I'm pro ho. I just feel like you need to hoe responsibly, right? And when we talk about hoes, I put them in two categories. There are slingshots and there are boomerangs. Slingshots can sling it around everywhere and be okay with it because they don't equate physicality with romance. And you have your boomerangs who can throw it out, but they expect something emotional in return. She tried to operate thinking she was a slingshot when in truth she was a boomerang, and that's what bit her in the butt.
Yeah, again, I'm not a woman, so I'm not going to touch too much on that because I do think she had sex with him in the sole purpose to manipulate him and to keep him at her, I would say at her beck and call, to keep him at her side basically, so that he didn't go anywhere. And then she guilt him, and then she brought it up to constantly guilt him into staying. So I don't know too much about women because I know them say women tide sex with their emotions. So maybe there's a little bit in there to that, but I think the majority of it, she slept with him on the sole purpose to manipulate. Sec Secondly, with the whole Taylor thing, funny enough, I was in her life today, and the one thing I can't stand with black men and some black women is like they refuse to see Taylor's faults. It doesn't matter what you say to them, they refuse to see his faults. It's like they think he did nothing wrong, but at the same time, they constantly want to hold Nick to this standard, which I just think is ridiculous. And there's this constant questioning as to his motives and what he does, or he's much worse than Taylor and all this kind of stuff. And when you constantly bring up facts, it's like it's not penetrating to them. And that's the thing that I find kind of frustrating not have black people. Is like I get that you're black, and I guess we all want to celebrate black, and I get that. But at the same time, if you don't hold people accountable, you're gonna have more people like Taylor. And I keep saying that I could never mess with Taylor. Once, not just because he let Alandria on, but then the chance for him to then okay, he picked Clark, that's fine. But then you wanted to get rid of her because you don't want to deal with the aftermath of your decision, and that's the sole reason I will never mess with him. Just that there. If it was a case that he picked Clark, I'm like, okay, you know what? I picked Clark, let her stay so she could find her person because clearly what I since I picked for myself, I want her to find some her person. But if it's main fact that he wanted her gone because he didn't want to deal with the aftermath, that to me really messed me up. And the only reason why he chose Clark is because Clark, like I said, Clark allow him to be himself because, again, like I said, Clark is amenable, so Clark would allow him to get away with a lot of stuff. A lot of the mess that he's doing, Alandra would never allow him to do that. And I think that's the reason why he chose Clark. So, like I said, black people on a whole, they need to start all black men accountable. I'm sorry, Taylor, as is a B, I constantly call him a B, and he will remain a B for and I'll never stop calling him that.
Can
So,
I
yeah,
add to that?
yes, a black man definitely need to start holding black men accountable and stop trying to hold Nick and stop trying to find holes into Nick. Like I said, Nick has never liked Sierra. He's been up front from start to jump. Taylor used and manipulate Alandra to his own end, and then he wanted to discard her. And for that, I'll never like him.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Jamila.
I just wanted to add off of what Peter said. This is the problem I had while the show was going on when it came to black male commentators and some women. I personally believe, like I mentioned in the chat, because Nick has that white boy privilege and he can go back and forth between his femininity and his masculinity, I think they resonated a lot more with Taylor, and Taylor allowed them to live in their own actions. And like Peter said, they at that stage, Taylor wanted Olandria gone so he didn't have to live with his choices. They would have ghosted us. They usually ghost you, you never hear from them again because you're gone. They don't even have to be held accountable because you're no longer in my life. So I personally think that's one of the reasons that they sided with Taylor, because that is exactly what they do. And if it's not okay for Taylor to do, then you're telling me the white man is showing and treating a black woman a lot better. And you could tell this girl is loyal. She's everything. But yet they could not sit with the fact that that Taylor was actually in the wrong. But they all could point out, oh, he slept with this. And y'all know about hookup culture. Y'all actively participated. So to use that, which is so obvious to me, it's a lot deeper in our community than people actually wanted to talk about it. It's a cop out for them to say Taylor he was allowed to do what he does. Yeah, because you guys do it. And if it doesn't make sense, how else would you guys be able to continue with your actions? So that's all I want to say.
Love it. Love it. Somebody did ask in the chat, and I do have folks in the queue. I'm gonna be so I do have 1, 2, 3 of my subs up here, so they'll stay. But I do have people in the queue, so I'm gonna ask this question, and I want people to give thoughts, and then I will rotate you out first, Anika, and I'll hang on to you, Peter, for a little bit longer. This was a question a ways back, but I do think it's a valid question. So if folks want to add thoughts to this, the person asked, what are what are the things that are allowed in childhood, or the behaviors? You can correct me if I'm getting this wrong, but like, what are the behaviors and the things that are allowed in childhood that would make Taylor show up how he shows up right now? So there are a couple of things. I actually made a long ass video, too long, y'all. No, I'm just kidding. It was 10 minutes long, but I made a video with my husband about things that we have trained. Well, yeah, I guess to some extent parenting is about training, right? But things that we've like taught our children. But I think, number one, and my husband can talk about it if he chooses to, but he read in Bell Hooks' book, All About Love. Okay, he's gonna come in and share his thoughts about what happens with boys at a particular age, and then I'll share more about what we did. Go ahead, babe.
So what am I saying again?
You're talking about the Bell Hook age range that you talked about in our video.
Okay, what's up, y'all? So pretty much what the book talks about is called The Will to Change, which I like I said before in the video, please read that book. I think all men should read that book for sure, but also whoever, what's up. But it talks about like men. So at the age of like 4 or 5 is when boys start to make this change. And what that change does for them is pretty much they, you know what I'm saying, their like male power starts to come out as far as how they choose to weaponize it against women specifically, right? They try to have that power through like physicality, and they try to control. Boys are taught at 4 or 5 years old that women are pretty much, for lack of better words, like underneath them. Women are below them. You have the power. You're a male, and that male privilege starts to show up even the more at that age, and how they should use it.
Gigi said, y'all, even though the panelists did not get any of the shrimp that Chris grilled, y'all need to keep tapping. I want to name too, y'all, that remember that 4 to 5 age is when they start going to preschool. That's when they start engaging, sometimes maybe with the opposite gender in their age bracket for the first time. Okay, go ahead, babe.
No, yeah. So then that so all that starts to show up, and it talks about the first people that they do that with is their mother. If they have sisters, those are the first people, excuse me, that they start to show those behaviors to in the beginning. So I think those are the things that I guess to her question, those are the things that like come up in for boys in early age, right? And then if you have a household where that is okay, where misogyny is being enforced, then they just flow right into it. They just flow right into it. It just becomes a norm. It just becomes, you know, the way of life where, okay, I'm the man. You know, I'm a man, even though you're like 5, dude. You can't even push your mom over. But misogyny and patriarchy teaches us that you can, that because you're the man, because you know what I'm saying, because you have a penis, that you have the power over this woman who is your mother, which is, you know, a whole nother subject of totally how fucked that is. But in any event, that's like the gist of that. There's so much more to it, but yes.
So those are the behaviors. So things that you can do. And to Jasmine, let them know, girl. Tell them to come put your girl on. I'd love to be in Fiji for the summer. But anywho, I will say, so things that you can do, right? Tell them the name of the book again, baby.
The Will to Change.
The Will to Change by Bell Hooks. Babe, will you just drop it in the chat too? He did earlier. Here, he's going to show it to y'all.
I'll drop it in the chat too, but...
Oh, hold on. Let me take this background off real quick so that... And yes, that is Taylor from Love Island. Somebody is asking about the things that may have happened, because obviously we don't know this man, right? But things that behavior... Well, we know just based on science what shows up at certain ages, but what might have been the things that were excused to make him show up how he shows up now. So what you can be doing as either a parent or just a trusted adult that is around young people is challenging this, right? So this might look like maybe you do have a father in the home. How does that father show up? How does he talk about women? How does he engage with you as the woman in the household if you're the woman, right? But also, like, how do they see teachers engage with the women teachers, right? And if you don't have a man directly in the household, if there are men in their lives, how do they talk about women? How do they engage with women? Are you already having, so we started having conversations with our 4 to 5-year-old son at 4 to 5 about your daughter is spamming you, about his male privilege. Like even at 4 or 5 years old, we were like, hey, you, and so not only just, you're so silly, Gigi, not only just telling him you cannot engage like that, but why? Right? Because you live under a system that is going to reinforce that you should engage with this way with women. And we do not do that. Grace, that was a great TV show, Adolescence. It talks about, and PBS NewsHour did a great special about the manosphere and how that is being fed to your children on social media all the time. Okay? All the time. So you need to be pushing back, right? So there might be moments where maybe, you know, I'm grown, right? So we might joke about certain things in a certain type of way, but maybe he says a joke to a kid. I would push back on that, you know, and we don't even joke in certain ways, right? In front of our children, right? We just don't. And so it's about making sure that they know certain things are actually not normal. making sure that they understand. Yes, I agree. Migumon, I said that wrong probably.
That's a red pill.
Yes, Jasmine. So how men treat their sisters and how that reflects in their relationships. Again, I would say, so I'll connect it back to Love Island in this way. How men treat women that they feel like they cannot get anything from physically says a lot about their character. Yep. So if you relate to the women in your life in this way, that says a lot about because you have nothing to gain from them physically. That says a lot about your character. And I would say this too, another thing I would add to that, right, is like, that also not just the women in your life, because that also, I don't know if y'all have heard like the things, right, on social media. I don't know if y'all remember. Anyway, I won't get into all that. But there were lots of men having discourse online at one point, maybe a couple years ago, and I'm sure it still happens now, about how, well, I'm not going to defend you if you're not my sister, my mother, my wife, or my woman. Like, I'm not. And so when you feel like you don't have anything to gain, and so that feels like now I cannot support you or defend you or respect you, that goes to show that it's only when they can gain something. And so again, as a loving adult in the lives of young people, children and teenage boys and girls, because they need to also be knowing what they should be receiving and what is normalized, right? But pushing back against some of this language, the ways that we talk about things. I mean, if y'all really want to get deep into it, right? When we call people a pussy or we call them a bitch and we use it in a derogatory term, these things that are a douche, we're using these terms that are very explicitly feminine in derogatory ways toward men, right? When we use language like that, it normalizes for them. Oh, the worst thing you could be is feminine. The worst thing that you could be is a woman. And it subjugates women even in our language, right? This is the think tank shit, right? But these are the things that you have to be mindful of. When you're watching TV, we use media literacy a lot in our house. When you're watching TV, challenging that. Oh, did you notice that? What do you think that they're trying to communicate by that? Why do you think that boy acted like that? Why do you think that girl responded that way? Getting them to start noticing the gender narratives that they're being given and allowing, this one probably is going to shake the table a lot, y'all, but allowing your children to play with gender a little bit more would also challenge this. Not punishing your sons for wanting to play with the dollhouse with their sister. They just want to play with the fucking toy. It doesn't mean anything about their sexuality. They just want to play.
And furthermore, they just want to play with their sister.
Which you should encourage. You want them to have healthy relationship dynamics with girls, right? So, but when they go to school, this is why at 4 to 5 this begins to happen, right? A little bit more obviously, because they're in a classroom with, oh, those toys are for the girls and these toys are for the. They get a lot of that gender separation, which begins to create a narrative of like, oh, I get in trouble when I show up like this. There's resentment that builds. Now I need to dominate. I need to show up in a certain type of way in order to be a boy. Right? And it's layers and layers. Sorry, y'all, but layers.
Can I just I'm glad that your husband, and by the way, what is your, like, do you have a Twitter? I need to be following you, by the way. I'm glad that you all are having this conversation, because one thing that I thought about when you all brought that up, and this is definitely going to age me, for sure. I'm a zennial at this point. Is that we have to talk about, the way that we see, especially in Black relationships, through media in the 90s versus how we're doing now, and how it's shaped how we have socialized or normalized our Black men in particular. And I go back to a Full House episode. Yes, we're going back to a Full House episode, because this is a white television show, very mainstream, that I saw a different way of looking at masculinity that has never been shown on Black 90s show. There was an episode with Jesse and Rebecca, and their sons were playing with dolls, and Jesse was upset that he did, because he wanted his boys to be manly, blah blah. And Rebecca said, why, like, why, paraphrasing here, but something to the extent of, maybe that, your boys playing with dolls is teaching them how to be loving husbands in the future, fathers in the future, and taking care of it. And I was just like, you saw that in a white television show, but it has never been represented in black TV. And that has always, and that is this is why we are at where we are in conversations when it comes to black men and accessing their feminine energy. I think that that's a very important topic that we constantly overlook when it comes to how we operate and how we raise our children today. I just want to throw that in.
I love that. I see y'all's comments. I am going to watch it. I promise. What is it? Hold on. Let me see it. The Summer I Turned Pretty. I'm gonna watch it. I will tell y'all that right now I'm watching Animal Kingdom on Netflix, and that shit is crazy. I have thoughts. But I will watch it, y'all.
Can I just add in here
Yes,
really
please.
quickly, because apparently I'm grounded now. Um, my 15-year-old thinks she's raising me, so I'm grounded. She came out here with a belt, so I just want to add to the conversation. It's part of like the gender role, right? To modernize it a little bit. Even in video, I'm a big video game player, right? And grew up playing video games. My son plays video games. Taught him how to read. Video games are fundamental. Um, but you see it even in video game culture when they talk about hypermasculinity. Even though there's a lot of lip service that happens, or a lot of fan service that happens in video games, you get a lot of little boys who get clowned for picking the female character when playing video games. It happened a lot when I grew up. If you were playing Street Fighter and you picked Chun-Li, or you picked Cammy, oh, you soft, or you a sissy if you picked him. And so I think a lot of that plays into it too, and we need to examine how that permeates in every aspect of pop culture and in media, especially when it involves when it involves Black boys. So that's just what I wanted to add. I'm gonna go before I get in more trouble, because she already took my temperature and says that I'm in trouble now.
Gigi, thank you so much for being here, for always having wonderful thoughts. Y'all, if you did not follow the panelists, do not miss out, okay? Go follow these people. I did add 2 more people in, Daya and N. I would love to have your thoughts. Please chime in.
Oh, hi. Good night. Thanks for having me. Anika is one of my good friends here, so I'm glad you switched us out. While we're talking about Taylor, what I wanted to add that he went through 5 stages in terms of his relationship with Olandra, as I noticed. In the initial engagement, he was, agreeable, and he physically present himself in a particular way that Olandra, gravitate to, right? And you see, I believe it was motivated by, the fact that it's compatible. She was the only one there, when you look at it, was that fit the standard norm due to his background at the end of the day, right? And when it moved on to where they started to interact, we're trying to create a deeper, level relationship. She tried to establish that. Sorry that I stutter. It remained kind of surface level. She was trying to establish deeper conversations, but it was rare, and that is why she started to question herself. I believe it indicated that it had, like, there's no emotional connection there, but it could be a learned habit from his childhood environment where action and role fulfillment matter more than an emotional disclosure. And there were subtle signs that we were seeing as the viewers where there was like a less proactive on affection. She started to pick up on it later on in the her interaction, and it was like Ace intervening when Jalen came in and was like, you need to step up your game. So everyone around him at least saw that. She said she's not really physical, And he preyed upon the fact that she's not physical to just probably ride through the experience. Someone mentioned, I came in a bit late because I went and looked at the live, the Andy Cohen live. But I came in time where someone stated that with Taylor, he kind of was focusing on the relationships that he had with the guys at the end of the day, because most of the times for boys, when they're forming relationships, right, they tend to gravitate, they have like a stronger relationship with friends versus romantic relationships. They kind of, play this type of game or try to follow these rules. They don't, especially I notice in black men, that it's rare for them to go in with their hearts on their sleeve or be vulnerable immediately. They faster be vulnerable with their friends, I've noticed, versus, trying to be vulnerable with a fellow black woman. Afterwards, I saw when he started to withdraw, and she still tried to initiate more of a conversation, but he was behaving as a classic avoidant, and it was very confusing for her. But again, he played his role up until Clark came in, where you see he discarded her. I'll always have my foot on that man's neck, because you see that he was capable of forming a deeper connection, and everything that she wanted, he gave to Clark immediately in the span of 3 days. Hence the reason why, you know how Nick was being his secret admirer at this point, when he said, I form a deeper connection with Clark in 3 days' time versus that time with Olantra. And you saw the confusion or the disgust on Nick's face. It's like, that's cool, you know? You
Yeah,
see
he was
when that
right.
recoupling happened, I felt the same way Anika felt. I was so mad. And the fact that he tried to discard her, I think that's a thing that I have noticed a lot within our communities, where, okay, if somebody's not working for you, especially in some black men, they rather not have that hard conversation. That's why it has a higher rate of them cheating on their partners versus having that conversation. If something is not working out, the normal thing to do is end it, right? Why do you believe that you need to humiliate the woman in order for her to say that, she either break it off or have like a large kind of disagreement versus just, okay, this is not working out, I don't feel the same way. It may bruise your ego, it might hurt you, but at least, it ended in a way that it did not lead to betrayal, and it was betrayal. But I am ending my piece here because I'm sure everyone wants to add something in there.
Yeah, I think that is really, really important. And I am not gonna lie to you. I've had similar critiques about Chris and his poor communication skills. Daya, I'd love to hear from you.
Hi everyone. I just want to say that I finished watching Watch What Happens Live. Honestly, I'm so tired of talking about Taylor. I'm not gonna I'm gonna call him Taylor. I think he's so far, he's so in the back of this whole thing. No more. I'm over him, But I will say this: I did come up for the Amaya Bryan question, but I don't know what the original question was. But I will say this: what I liked about the live. I don't know if you watched it, Tina. I know you were on here. I don't know if you've seen it, but there was a part that I was just so happy that she addressed it that I don't want to see it anymore. If we continue to discuss Love Island, I don't want to hear the conversation around Mean Girls anymore. I don't want to hear it because Alandria shut it down. I know you'll go and watch it, but she shuts it down, right? Everything that we've been saying on these panels, a mean moment does not equal a mean girl or does not equal a mean person. And she acknowledges that too. So I'm so glad she said that because now this discourse can stop, okay? So I just want to know what the Amaya and Bryan question was, because I think you'll go back and watch it, and with your knowledge around relationships and I'm pretty sure body language, I can't wait to see your videos because I know you're going to have a lot to say. So
I gotta watch it tonight. I gotta watch it.
Yeah,
We get
I
off.
have things
You
to
have
say
to.
as well.
I'm telling you. So I don't know what
Please.
the original question was, but if we can get to the Amaya and Brian, because I want
Yes,
to hear
that's what I've been waiting for.
thoughts. Yeah, go for it, Jamila, because I've been waiting.
We have not had a question yet. I'm gonna switch my background. Amina, did you want to say anything about Taylor before I move on?
I
Yeah,
actually
of
do
course
as
I
well.
do. I hate that man. So I want to join the gang with Anika and Athena and N because I hate that man. That was actually the best night on the internet when they dragged him, girl. Oh my God. I have a whole playlist. I pull those up just to laugh. But I also wanted to point out that we never heard about Taylor's past dating experiences on the show, but we heard about everybody else's. So I thought that was really interesting going back and watching it. Also, I just wanted to add this thing about Nick is and I've said this before. I don't think he liked who he was with Sierra. I think he felt like he was living in, his more primal parts of himself when he was with Sierra. And also, I want to point out that a lot of Taylor's attention has come from hating on Alandria with that little Arby's commercial he did, and there's a whole TikTok he did with the Oklahoma rodeo or whatever. They purposely used that Moke and Steph song, "He's Mine," and I was just like, for real? That's a little weird. Yeah, but I don't like that man at all, and I'll never forgive him. Alandria can forgive him, but he'll make my stomach hurt every time I see him.
Period.
And I just wanted to lastly, this is to be the only thing that I say anymore about 3D, is that tonight on Watch What Happens Live, there was a question posed about how she feels about Taylor, or they basically asked, like, who they're friends with, who they're cool with or whatever. And Alandria, and Nick both, said, that they're cool with, Ace Shelley, Taylor Clark. Listen, if she's good with it, that's fine. What I'm gonna hold off, I'm gonna stay on his neck until the reunion. And if I don't see full accountability as loud as the disrespect that he had towards her, I'm not gonna give him grace. Because if you can do it behind closed doors, you can definitely do it in front of the screen.
He doesn't think he did anything wrong, so I don't think there's going to be any apology. And Tina, do you remember him ever talking about his past dating? Because I've been going back and I was like, he's the only guy that I can't think of that has said anything about his past dating experiences, which is weird.
I don't remember
that was a main guy
at all about it. Y'all, it might pause me real quick because I'm going to try to download this picture to change my. It's fine. I don't care. To change my background. I don't remember him saying anything at all about it. Like, at all. And so thank you for the gift.
Hey, Daya, while Tina's switching her thing, are you the Daya that's a part of G Space?
Yes.
Girl, follow me back, girl.
Okay, so this is the issue I'm having. The issue I'm having is that I can follow people, but they can't. Wait, they can follow me, but I can't follow people back. I don't know what's going on with this app.
Oh my God, I've been wanting to see your reposts or videos for a long time, because I know we be having a time in that space, baby. We be having a time.
Oh yeah, we got to move on to here because they stopped talking about it over there. So.
They did, right? So I'm over here too, girl.
Nikki, can you tell me how to watch live on Peacock? I couldn't figure out how to watch.
Yeah, so Peacock, like if you go to the home screen, I'm not quite sure about the subscription because I do have the full subscription, but
yeah,
like
me too.
on the okay, so if you go down to channels, you can watch what's on NBC Universal live.
Oh, it was on NBC. Oh God, no wonder I was looking on Bravo.
Yeah, no. Go to Peacock on the left side. of the screen. You'll see the menu, go down to channels, and you can watch everything that's on NBC Universal Live.
Oh, I was like, Grandma cannot figure this out. I was so mad. Thank you. Oh, I wanted to watch it live and I could not figure it out.
All right, y'all, give us the tea about the papaya.
Now you can do it for the reunion, though. Okay.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, my tea is that it was really awkward. It was just, it felt like they were not on the same page. It felt a little tensiony. I don't know if anyone else got that. Amaya was her own self, but I also felt like, and maybe I'm reading too much into this, there was a little sadness there. Like I didn't feel her like usual bubbly self. And he's like,
Damien, what are you doing?
I don't know. I'm not doing anything. It's not me. I just felt like there was something there because like I think because she's so about living authentically who she is. I don't think this relationship is authentically it. So because of that, it's not translating how it translated for us on screen, who she is, right? So I think she was trying to be her bubbly self and just trying to, just have fun. And he just seemed so like, even though his body, I don't know how to mention, like his body's open, but he's closed.
Yeah.
Right? Like he wasn't giving much in that.
Yeah.
Did they kiss? I block out their kisses.
No, I don't.
Oh.
You know what? I don't even know. It was, Amaya was carrying Brian the whole time, and I understand why, because a lot of the questions from the viewers were directly towards Amaya. And I know Brian feels some kind of way. So I understand, Daya, why you meant like, yes, he was open, but very closed off. Like it was really Nicolandria and Amaya where all the questions were directed. And they were definitely leaned in towards each other. They were definitely holding hands in body, but as far as the head, I can't believe I'm having this conversation. Like I'm literally like thinking about it. But like as far as like them leaning in, like his head leaning into her and hers into him, that was not happening as much. And it was almost like every question that was asked of Amaya, she was performative in how she leaned towards him in a way that made him feel inclusive in the conversation. She's the one that said a lot of "we feel this way," yada yada. So Daya, you're not wrong. Looking at it just from an outside perspective, you can probably feel like, okay, they're a nice couple. They're still together, is what I would say. They're still together. But if you're looking at it from a perspective on body language, there was that type of, you can tell that there was tension in the fact that Brian was very little included in anything. A part of me almost felt bad that but and then a part of me, like two things can, multiple things can be true at one time. Part of me felt bad about it. Another part of me was just like, bro, you were playing the game, like, and that's what's reading, and that's why people are not engaged, just because we're peeping the fact that you really weren't interested in Amaya until after the Maybelline challenge, and found out that she was the most popular girl. You weren't checking for her. And I want to say something that Brian said that I did not buy at all, Daya, and let me know if you picked up on this.
I think I know what it is you're going to say.
Yeah, right. Because Andy, there was a question or something, or Andy asked a question or something about, there was a viewer question about, something about,
when did you first notice, right?
When did you first?
Yep,
yeah, exactly.
that was the one.
And that was the one. And he was just like, well, I said, that, Dominicana. I was just like, baby, you said that to Adelina. You did not say that to Amaya.
Back to cultural.
Yeah.
That's sometimes.
Period. Yep. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I think after having so much time, and I know people get a lot of flack, people are, you give a lot of flack to the fact that reunions, these reunions happen like so long afterwards. But I think it's kind of smart to have them wait to see how they're navigating the real world. And I think people are picking up on the fact that Brian really was not into Maya, and he only used her to get to the finale.
Wait, Nikki and Di, I have a question. Did Nick and Orlandria officially announce that they're dating? Because I was wondering if they're maybe not allowed to announce that they've broken up or
So
something
I
until
don't.
they're
I don't
after the
think.
reunion.
Yeah, I don't think they're allowed to use the words "we are a couple," but I mean, all the questions were suggesting they're a couple, right? So the way
Absolutely.
the way Andy was asking the questions was like, these are two people who he knows are together, right? Questions around family, questions around just where do they stand, and I think oh my God, he teared up, y'all, at one point. So I think Tina's gonna love that.
Yeah.
Love to see a man who's like emotional with it. For me, with the I'm gonna go back to Amaya and Brian
Yes.
also. I'm good. Sorry, Jamila, you go because you.
No. I can wait.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
My thing with Amaya and Brian, and it might be something that it just irritates me, because in the villa, you could see Amaya really wanted to find someone that liked and loved her. And everyone wanted to push her as the winner, not even taking into consideration that this girl actually wanted to be with someone that wanted to be with her for who she was. So they put on blinders, or actually, even if they knew and will not say it out loud, Brian, just the comments he made to Chris and how he acted, you could tell what his goal was there. So then when people are pointing out these, I mean, it's not even subtle. I mean, from the time they went to the baseball game and they kissed and how they reacted to it, you could see it. And you could tell there's a sadness there, because as someone else, I can't remember who said it, she's not able to be her authentic self in her partnership with this man. And it drives me crazy that if you even mention it online, they're calling you a hater and they're trying to push this narrative on them versus what we're actually seeing with Nick and Alandria, which is real. But it's so hard to believe them, but you can't see what Brian is doing here with Amaya and what Amaya has to act out in. And it was, I mean, evident, even in the live with the subscriber live that Nick had, it was Brian who said that. It was Brian. And you could tell how Brian is. So for everyone to just act as if, oh no, I can't wait, they're good, they're a beautiful couple. If you are choosing not to see it, you're literally choosing not to see it. Because this man, I mean, even on Watch What Happens Live, when Andy asked him what was a moment you knew, you could tell he was searching for an answer because there was no real one. You know what I'm saying? It's just irritating to me, because again, the narrative, I felt like they're trying to keep asking and questioning, is Nick and Alandria, which for me, they are actually the real deal, versus the couple that you guys didn't wanted to win. And you want to have your first Afro Latina, no problem. But what no one wanted to consider is that Amaya was always going to get her sponsorships, her brand deals outside of actually winning. She didn't need to win. So now you're just propping them up there, and it's an embarrassment to me, honestly, because Brian is not in it the way that Amaya would like to be, and she knows that now. And I think that's what we're seeing as a sadness to her, and it just irks me. It really does. So
I just want to real quick. I want to acknowledge that I see y'all's comments. I see y'all's comments about wanting to be mindful of his mental health. I haven't watched it, so I can't really give any insight quite yet as to like what I think is going on. I will say, that just based on the way that what I saw in the villa, I wouldn't be shocked if I was seeing something off, right, with them now, based on how I perceived him in the villa. I said earlier in my live, Brian, for me, does not have main character energy. And I think that he believed that by attaching himself to Amaya, he would be risen to a certain stature, because he knew that she was America's favorite at that point. And so I would not be shocked if we're watching him flounder a little bit. I do also think that, yeah, we've heard from other Islanders that like they get out here and it's millions of eyes on them, and that feels hard and really challenging, right? And I know that people are like, he's different in lives. And that's true, but he's also in a live with a room full of a bunch of people that he knows. And so he could be showing up differently for any reason. But I will say that I can't necessarily speak to what happened on Watch What Happened Live tonight. But I am going to watch it, and I will make a video and give thoughts. And to the question about whether or not we will be live again Friday, we will. Okay. Y'all go ahead and continue to share.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I just want to, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
the last thing I wanted to add is if just compare their actions from and how they were with each other in the villa and out the villa. I said the narrative they were pushing is, this is what the viewers were pushing is, this is how it is in our culture. We're all this, we're fast. So why is it the complete opposite now? Why are they a lot more reserved? And that's where I'm like, it's just evident to me.
Okay,
But
that makes sense. That makes sense because you're right. We did hear a lot of people saying, "Oh, you're so kind for saying that. Thank you." We did hear a lot of viewers saying, right? They were telling us, "Oh, they're, this is normal for us," which totally fine. Okay, that's fine. But I do understand what you're saying is like, but now we're seeing something so different that it just feels like they're in two different stratospheres about the way that they're showing up.
exactly.
Okay.
I just wanted to also bring up, like, someone said about, Amaya just wanting to find love, and I get that. But we also have to understand Amaya is still Huda light, like redacted light. She's still very male centered and like still willing to, just take anything in any man in any capacity at her, just to have somebody. And that's what's sad to watch. And I saw a comment about someone being a Nick Landrian stan and they didn't want to judge it until they call it quits. I understand that to a certain point, but at some point we have to, like, even with redacted, I there's still a sadness to me watching women be so male centered and not understanding the value of who they are and looking for that validation in a man that's incapable of seeing them and not for their strengths and their and who they and their value and their worth. And I think that's what makes Nick Landrian stand so hard and so amazing to be around, is that we are centered in a femininity and a womanhood that allows for that type of softness to be seen, especially with Black women and women of color, that often doesn't get a chance to be displayed on such a national level. So it's not that we're judging their relationship, that we're rooting against their relationship. Let me just say, I'm not rooting against it. I just, for Amaya, who is, I think, authentic in herself in the way that she represents, even flaws and all, right? That I look forward to the day where she recognizes her own strength and her own power, where she just is not taking anything and everybody just to feel validated.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this, right? That's a strong statement, but I feel you, Tata. Everybody is allowed to their own perspective. I will say this about Amaya. She definitely has a desire to be validated and cared for, right? And we know that because when Brian offered that in the challenge, she then pulled him to thank him for that and to name how that was a good feeling for her. She experienced, and I say this all the time, I do think that there were lots of things going on, but I definitely feel like to some extent there was like a little bit of a traumatizing experience about the way that she was received by the men in the villa, right? And so I do think that like just having someone external from her that was a man to validate how she was showing up, that meant a lot. Now, I don't know if the women were validating her or not, but that clearly meant a lot for it to come from him. And so, yeah, I wanted to add that piece. I do know somebody said in here that I guess both Amaya and Brian, like Amaya said that she peeped Brian in Casa or whatever and was also interested. I want to share my thought. I do have some I haven't thought about that, y'all, because it makes me curious, but I will watch the whole thing. But this is my initial just random thought.
Wait, what was the Casa thought? Wait.
That she was attracted to Brian initially as well. Like when they talked about like when did you know? And she talked about being attracted to him in Casa as well, that she sort of like peeped him, right?
Oh, but we never saw that. And like I said, I've started rewatching. The only thing we saw Brian say when Casa started was like, "Oh, she got those green ass eyes." That's literally all we heard him say. And then he, of course, he did say Latinas, that he liked Latinas, but he was going straight for Andreina. And
so
then he said Jaden.
That's my point. That's my point, right? Is like, well, that's not the totality of my point, but that's like the thing that I'm noticing is like, okay, so if you already peeped him, why didn't you go for him instead of going for Zach? And I'm going to stretch this. I haven't watched it, y'all, but I'm going to stretch this based on some other things that I've said about Amaya before. You can go watch my videos about that. Was it that you thought you could take Olandria's man because of how you perceive her? You felt like you had more of a chance, which she succeeded, right? You felt like you had more of a chance than attempting to go up against Andreina when it came to him. That just, it makes me curious.
Not even that, just having a respect for Andreina because she's also Dominican. But that's the same. That's what another reason you and Nikki calling her Huda Light, because same thing she did with Chris. Huda was shocked that the black women didn't have to do anything to be, courted to, catered to. Because I mean, I still think Huda likes Nick, but it's not like she likes him as a person. She just likes what he's doing.
Right.
And same thing with Ace. I don't know if she might have been attracted to Ace, but she also liked what Ace was doing for Shelly. And same thing for, she knew that Chris was, really liked Shelly.
Yeah. To Sharon's point, Amaya also did it to Shelly with both Ace and Austin, right? And so whether y'all want to believe it or not, there are oftentimes lots of things at play, whether conscious or not. And that does make me curious. And you joined our panel. I want to hear your thoughts.
And one last thing, nothing about Amaya says that she would want to be as private as she is now. So I think that they're not together, but they might not be allowed to say that they aren't.
Yeah.
Or it might not be good business-wise.
Yep. Go ahead, Ann. Share your thoughts, friend. Ann's another one of my subs, y'all.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm outside, so I apologize for the background noise. What I wanted to say is I fell for it. I fell for the Amaya and Brian. But through watching Tina's content, I too have had to learn, hold on, bus is passing.
We can hold for you.
Sorry, I'm in New York I walked right into it. I'm in New York for the summer, and we're right by the train station. I grew up in Brooklyn. Here's the thing. Until I started watching your videos, Tina, and you said that society tends to put stock on the physicality in relationships, and so that's why I thought they were good. Now I watched a lot of Jessie's content, and she did say like Amaya moved a little too quick with him. She was quick to kiss him. And then the other thing that you said, hold on the train.
You're so funny. The train.
Okay, the train departed from the station. So the thing that you were saying about, yes, society and them being physical, Jessie thought she was moving too quickly with the physicality. And the way you equated what Huda did to Chris to what she did to Zach A. Now, Zach A, I liked you, and then you went and opened your mouth and your bitch. Because you waited to dogpile on her, and that's not cool, bro. And as a man, you should have been like, I'm not comfortable with this kiss. And Amaya, if a man says 50-50, he not exactly with it. Do you guys not know what consent is? That means back the hell off. Because if a man's not 100%, I'm going to take my stuff and go home. I'm not going to force you into anything. Now, here's the thing that pissed me off. Personal story. Because I've been with a dude who did this to me. So we talking, we getting to know each other. I come to his house, we hang out. Homeboy's energy's off. I said, yo, what's going on with you? Like, we was all good, whatever. So we hooked up. It lasted like 2 seconds, whatever, because he was feeling guilty. So I go back home. We spoke. Oh, I got back with my ex. I said, oh, okay, that makes sense. Your energy was off. I was like, I guess we can be friends. The next thing you know, he blocked me on Facebook. I ain't do nothing. I respected you. You was the one that you got back with your ex in the middle of us talking, and you could have been honest, but you still slept with me. You a hoe. Let me stop. Anyway, I know about consent, because if he wasn't with it, he basically implied that I forced him. And I said, yo, listen, I've been through SA. I would never force no man into nothing. If you wasn't with it, you could have just said no. I could have went home. Mind you, I was in New York at the time. I went all the way to Jersey to see this nigga. Anyway, ladies, learn something. Do not travel. I don't care if it's the next state over to go see a man. It wasn't worth it. Whole time he got back with his ex, and I'm sitting here like an idiot. And all I know is I'm going off on intuition, and I'm like, something's just not right. Anyway, I say that to say this. She needs to know boundaries. I think they may be broken up, but the show's not allowing them to talk about it because of whatever contractual stuff that they got going on.
Yeah.
So I said, not you going to Jersey for a man. I learned my lesson. I ain't going nowhere. I've been chronically single for the past 3 years. After this is over, I'm taking my ass back to Connecticut, where I'm from. Yep. So that's pretty much it. I fell for it because of the physicality. But what Tina has brought up, Nicolandria, I mean, they're not physical, and they might be more private, and that's fine, because Olandria, she's classy, she's reserved, she likes to keep to herself. That's cool. But I see Nick, his love for her is more demonstrative. He's like, okay, I got you opportunities. I did this, I did that. So there's the real love. We don't need the physicality to prove it. I just think like our minds are wired that as long as in society, as long as you're physical, somebody likes you. They could be physical with you when they don't like it. Listen, I was with my son's father for 4 years. I realized after I had his child, he ain't like me. Just because somebody messing with you don't mean they like you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. I'm not sure. DL Chic, yeah, I feel like because they were together like the night before the reunion or something like that, or the first day they arrived in New York, something like that, Kaylor said. I don't know why Kaylor and Aaron came up though. I'm lost. Sorry, y'all. I might have missed it in the comments. And to Nola Girl's point, yes, Zach did attempt a conversation. We talked about it earlier, y'all, but yeah, he did attempt a conversation. Again, I think what I watch a lot on this show is just how much communication is a challenge for people, which I know, right? Like when every couple comes to therapy and you're like, so why are you in my opposite? And they're like, we have communication issues. That's always the reason, y'all. And maybe there's also like some infidelity, but communication issues, we can't communicate. That's like the number one thing you will see in couples therapy, because people also don't understand that a lot of times you're communicating even if you're not using words, right? And so this is why I'm always looking at the body language. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but what is your body saying? What is that I roll saying, right? Pauline, please drop it. I had very quickly, y'all, I made a video about PPG and their conversation when they were talking through just a sprinkle when they were talking through Leah's cancer scare and Serena's anxiety. And if you watch the scene back, literally every time Janae says it's going to be okay, it's going to be all right, every time Serena says it, Leah literally moves her eyes in the opposite direction of whoever's talking to her. So when Janae says it, Janae's like on one side and she shifts her eyes in the other direction. Serena's standing in front of her, she shifts her eyes down. It's those things that you're looking at that's telling you whether or not the person you're talking to is resonating with what you're saying to them. And so you have to be paying attention. She was literally trying to like get away from that statement as best she could without getting up and just walking away. Right? So, I'm so glad you learned a lot from that video, Jamila. I'm so glad y'all thought that breakdown was good. I also like followed up with the video of like what you could actually say in that moment because somebody asked for that. But y'all, like those are the things you're looking at. You know, this is why when people are like, well, what did you see with, Kenny? I'm like, I watched that man's eyes. I watched that man's eyes. What's my take on Nick still following Coco after what happened to Alandria on the live? I don't presume to know the conversations that people have, but here's what I think. Here's what I think. I think that Alandria is not the type of girl to ask a man to disengage from certain relationships because she feels away. Okay? I believe that she expects her partner to make choices, right? And everybody's relationship is a little bit different, right? Some people feel like loyalty looks like if I ain't fucking with him, you ain't fucking with him, right? That may not be true for her, but my expectation, because she is grown, is that they would have had some sort of conversation about it and that ultimately they're okay with it. And so that's really not my business, I guess, is like my take about it. You know what I mean?
Can I add to that?
Yes. I will say too, I think that Nick, like somebody said in the comments, I think he keeps it cute. Okay. And I could believe if he is just like, if it doesn't feel egregious, then he's not going to disconnect. I also don't know that that will stay true for much longer, though. I know that they've had some busy days, and so I don't know what it will look like in the coming days and weeks. Go ahead, Nikki.
Yeah, I want to add to that, but before I add to that, I just wanted to touch again on the body language with Brian during Watch What Happens Live when Daya, I know she's gone, but when she said that Brian seemed, close with Amaya, but still closed off. It was the fact that when Amaya was getting all these questions and Nicolandria were getting all these questions, you can see his eyes shift down, shift to the side, shift up. That's yeah. You can see all of that made him feel, and we have to also understand how fragile man's ego is. So, I think Brian went into the situation thinking that if he's with Amaya, his glow up would be just as big, and he's learning very quickly that he's a non-factor. He's a non-factor in the situation, and I think it's a blow to his ego. You can kind of tell through Nick's live, and I am a subscriber, so I saw it all, about the way he, was clocking Nick, or not even clocking Nick, but not respecting his Nick's boundaries when it came to him bringing up, that he's rich and all of that. And I'm like, you the one that won the 50K. What are you talking about? But you spend it on Rolex. Like, that's your choice. But you can just kind of tell that there is jealousy there. There is that, ego tripping that he was doing to make, that's why, his body language tonight on Watch What Happens Live was really, you can just tell it was bothering him. And then to what was it? What were we just talking about? I just lost it, right?
Thoughts about Nick following still Coco.
Oh yes, thank you. Perfect. I want us to go back to their first it was their second live when Alandria got her hair done. There was a moment where they were reading comments, and Alandria was just like, people need to keep my name out of their mouth, and Nick says, keep talking, I want to hear everything. And that made me, like, because I was just like, oh, and that made me go to, I was like, is he following Huda? Is he following certain people? And I went back, and he's following everybody. So I think it's strategic on Nick's part that he's following everybody so he can keep tabs on everybody so he can protect this lady. So that was just my tea.
Okay, so Nikki, I will say, and y'all know I be on my astrology thing, and it's kind of a joke, but not really. As a fellow Pisces, if it's one thing I'm gonna have, baby, it's a receipt. Don't play with me.
Period.
I'm gonna keep it all because, like I said, on that. Yes. Like I'm a come with it. So we're gonna be talking with that also. Feel terrible. You look terrible. Your nose drips like a faucet. Can you turn down your background for us just a little bit? But yeah, I would say that that wouldn't shock me at all if it was about also information gathering. And so that's why I say again, I wouldn't be I think we might see lots of things change over the next couple of weeks. And
it doesn't mean that he fucks with you like that.
Yes. Yes. And I will say this too, right? A lot of people I'm sure got followed during the Villa experience. And you know, sometimes it's just a matter of like taking the time to sit down and unfollow. But yeah. And then Pauline, I know you had another question. I want to let Bree, it doesn't know your whole name. Brianna, I want y'all to share your thoughts. So people you share with us.
Okay, yeah, so I wanted to reiterate on what you said, that I definitely do think that Nicholas is like following everyone to keep tabs on them, because this isn't new behavior. If you've been peeping, Nick has always been edging closer to people who he thought were threats, either to his game in general or to his Olendra's affections to him. Why is he besties with Tay? Low-key Ace, I mean, at one point, Ace had like a little crush, like they kissed each other multiple times, you know what I mean? But eventually that grew into like a proper friendship, especially when it was clear to Nick that like Ace was definitely going for Shelly and not Olandra, you know what I mean? I think who else? Like Austin, he was kind of close to Austin. Like who else? I won't say, I think later in the game he kind of gave up on like being besties. Like when Elan came in, he was like, no, that's enemy number one. When Zach came in, I don't really see any of them like talking, but like Brian definitely has shown like at least visual sexual interest in Olandra, and they're besties right now. Chris has said that outside the villa that he wishes he explored O and he kissed Olandra during Casa, and I assume that when they were all chopping it up, talking to each other, they're just like, oh yeah, I kissed Olandra, it was a pretty good kiss, I enjoyed it, da 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 da. And it's like, oh, really? So I think that it's behavior that we've seen before, and I definitely do think it's to keep tabs on people.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Brianna, will you give us your thoughts?
Hi. I just wanted to say first, like, I love your breakdowns. Like, I meant to follow you. I'm following you now. And I, like, low-key, when I joined, that was before, like, both of my points were made, like, by other people. But, like, I totally agree with everything he said. I feel like Nick definitely strategically, like, keeps tabs on people. He's very smart. I think some people thought he was, like, he kind of plays, like, goofy a little bit, but he's smarter than people give him credit for, and, like, strategic. And I also feel like, what was it? Someone said something earlier. Oh, about the live. Like, did you see any of the live that Nick had? The energy between Brian and Amaya was giving X's. It was giving X's down. Like, the way she, like, greeted him last, like, that's not your man. You know what I mean? Even, like, oh, I'll text you. Like, I would never say that to my man that we talk all the time. And, like, you know what I mean? They didn't look coordinated. Huh?
I said I do know what you mean.
They didn't look coordinated. Like, it was just giving, like, very much obvious. To me, when I saw that live, I was like, if you guys were going to pretend you were together, just don't. Because it's obvious. Like, at this point, you already, like, your cover's blown up. So, I don't know. That was just my take on it.
I will say I was listening because, you know, fans also have problems with boundaries. So lots of people recorded parts of the sub-only live and posted it. But I will say that I heard about, or I heard like Amaya and Brian talking in the background when Nick was talking about something. He and Pepe were talking about something, and Amaya and Brian were talking in the background. And when they were talking about what he ate for the day, like, it really gave to me like they hadn't talked.
Yeah.
Weird to me.
Yeah.
But, you know, who knows? Maybe they had a busy day. I don't know.
There's just no way. Like, but there's no way. You know what I mean? You know, I know you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean.
Yeah. It just gave, like, hey, you, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's like my vocal stem. Anyway.
And their lips barely touched in that kiss.
Yes, it was a side hug.
It was terrible.
Yeah.
I will say this to y'all about Nick, right? About like him playing silly. So I've talked before about how there have been moments in my life where I definitely played down my intelligence in order to have an upper hand in a situation. I was definitely manipulative.
The Pisces thing.
Pisces shit though, okay? Like I'm gonna mold to whatever
Yep,
I need to in
Pisces
this
over here.
moment, what I want out of
Yeah.
this experience. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? I've learned, I've grown. But I mean, I think to some extent, right? If you're a Black person, you
Yeah.
do that to some extent every single day because you're probably code switching, right? If you work in an environment
Yes.
where you can't, you know what I'm saying? So I
Yeah.
feel like we definitely and Alandria clocked this about Nick in the village. She said, "Oh, you be noticing everything. You be seeing
It's
everything.
everything,
Just
yes.
because I don't say it doesn't mean I don't see it." And so I
Yep.
think that Nick, you know, people perceived him as like, or perceive him sometimes as like maybe naive, but I think he knows a lot more than he says.
Yes. Even the way that like he's able to like he'll make his intentions known without having to be the bad guy, or like he won't lie, but he's not gonna like he might not necessarily want to tell you exactly what's on his mind, but you're never gonna say something back to him like, oh well, you said this, but because you're not gonna catch him in that situation. You have to be smart to be strategic like that.
I agree. I gotta go, but one last comment. I definitely do think that like he's very strategic. I remember like all those edits about like Sierra versus like Olandra when it comes to like his behavior with them, and I was like, OMG, the way he like cannot seem to tell a lie, but is so sneaky about it. And like as entertained as I was, low key, I kept thinking, okay, if this guy actually ends up with Olandra, like, a person's a person and people have reasons to lie. She needs to be on her game if Nick has something to hide. I'm not saying like he has something to hide now, but things happen. I don't know these people, you know what I mean? Like, for whatever the reason, so I'm like kind of hoping that like Olandra is like aware of his little little ticks and behaviors and is ready to anticipate them if need be. You know what I mean? Because Nick is a slick liar. I keep thinking to myself, yo, he's like so ready to become like a politician. Like, I'm telling you guys, he might be on a ticket within like what, 10, 15, 20 years. Don't be surprised.
I will say that I think he's very boisterous. He's very charismatic. He's likable in a lot of ways. And I'll say this, and then I want Pauline. You said you had a question. I want you to drop it. I will say this: that if you go look at like the list for like serial killers, or like not serial killers, well, serial killers too, but like cult leaders too, like you will see Pisces on both. Like there is a lot of. I don't think that Nick attempts to lie. I think that Nick has like a very gracious way of telling you the truth, and it's like, are you like people are like, what's happening right now? You know what I mean? Like when he tells Huda, he's like, I wanted you gone 3 times, and like that's the truth. And he's like, and I also don't want you to feel ostracized from the villa. Both of those things are true. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I think he definitely has a lot of charisma, and yeah, we'll just see what happens.
I just
All right,
wanted
gotta go.
to just
Bye.
add real quickly. Bye. Is that because I saw some comments. I'm not sure if they're still there or people are still in the room. Again, this is not rooting against Brian and Amaya, right? This is not rooting against their relationship. I think ultimately the through line that we're trying to get through to the room and everything is that we want people to live their truths. We want people to be honest with themselves and live their truths. And if your truth is not that person that you're with, be able to be mature enough to say, let that go so that you all can both find what it exactly is that you're looking for.
Can I
Yes.
also say to that, for me, I completely agree with that. That's why I think it's almost a disservice that this is the situation that Amaya is in. And I personally believe that their family and that the fact that they're the first Latino, Afro-Latino or Latino is keeping them together when she would probably just be like, let's just say that we're friends and this and that. I feel like they have that pressure on them as well, which I still see it like a sadness behind her eyes, even though you're getting her, you're just not getting the full Amaya when she's with him.
Exactly. And that is something that we did not bring up that happened on What Would Happen Live. They did reveal that that she has been to his house and his mom has
Yeah.
cooked for her.
Mm-hmm.
So, it is showing that, the relationship is still there. Again, we're just going back to how their body language is and how quiet they've been and not really in the same spaces. I can even go back to, again, the second live that Nick and Alandria did, when people were asking, where's Amaya? And Brian was there. Where's Amaya? Well, oh, she's out to dinner with her family. Why aren't you there?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was my first question. Like, you know, that type of thing. So, you know, already in that moment, I was just like, it's not, I have questions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was already questioning that.
I will say too, to y'all's point, and Meadling, to your point, definitely, like, there was somebody in my life just a little bit ago that was like, oh well, like, anyways, our Latinos won, and like, I get it that people want to be proud, but I just, and I hear y'all about, right, I saw the comment about like, let them go at their own pace. I think, to Jamila's point, it's not that anybody thinks there's something wrong with their pace. It just feels incongruent to what we saw the pace was in the villa, is what people are saying. And so people are curious about the change in the pace. That said, I want us to also always be, in my lives, right, I want us to be encouraged to critically think about what we're seeing, because it does mean something. We are getting data. That information does mean something. Even if it just means, wow, we recognize we moved too fast. We want to slow down. But it means something, right? And so I don't think it's anything wrong with being curious about what it does mean. And that said, I also want to just name for people that when we insulate people because they are our faves, and we make it where we don't want to say, we don't want to notice anything, because I have a whole video about Nick's yellow flags, y'all, and I'm a Nicolandrian, okay? When we're not willing to notice things or to be honest about things, we not only do ourselves a disservice, but the people that we say that we like. This is how y'all ended up with, and I say y'all because I wasn't a stan, right, or a fan, but like Janae a year later realizing these things about Kenny because people in the world did not want to be honest about what they were seeing. Now, I do think her friends tried, and I do think that, again, I'm going to make a video for my subscribers about like the spiritual bypassing that I do think is happening, right? Or that happened. I think it's happening because why are we with Bella, right? But I want us to be honest that like when we're not willing, because this translates to the people in your own life. When you're not willing to be honest with the people in your own life about the things that you're seeing, you can set people up to experience things that they could have otherwise avoided. And so I don't think it's anything wrong with noticing like, oh, that something is different, and what does this mean? Okay. Oh, Pauline, when Nick said that Hilga was ganged up on, she flipped it to I was bullied. Now it looks bad for Elandria. Yeah, you know, I think it's so interesting, Pauline, about that, because people definitely, I knew what you meant. People definitely ran with that, right? And they have said, totally, Amina, yes, please go after me. They have said like, oh, even Nick said that she was bullied. Giselle, I haven't watched it. I'm just saying what my panelists are saying. I'm gonna watch it myself to get my own perspective around it. Okay, Anne, I'm gonna let you ask your question, and then Amina go next. But I will say, y'all, shit, what was I responding to? Oh, to that. Yeah, I think people have ran with that, you know, and so I do think that people are wanting to. They want to latch onto the narrative that makes them most comfortable, which is that she is the victim. And I've said this before in other videos, right? People like to root for the underdog, right? And sometimes that's to your own detriment. As a former underdog rooter, okay? I was literally, y'all, I'm 5 feet tall. Solid, okay? I'm tiny. And when I was in middle and high school, I was also pretty tiny, okay? But I would be the person when people were getting picked on, they would come get me because they knew that I was going to ride, right? I'm going to check you. And sometimes that would be to my own detriment because I see you crying. So now I perceive you as the victim. So now I'm in somebody's shit about you when really you needed to be accountable about something, right? So I think people like to root for the underdog. And so, and so I think that people, so it's not his bad side. They're just yellow flags. But Pauline, I'm happy to, after my panelists share their thoughts, but people like to root for the underdog to the point where they want to latch onto a narrative, even if that's not what someone is saying. They just want to infer other conclusions in order to, people don't like, to someone's name in here, people don't like the feeling of cognitive dissonance. So when they have information that challenges what they believe, they want to find a way to make that not true so that they can keep holding on to the thought that they have, right? Whereas in my lives, I really like to encourage us to, when we get more information, it's okay to change our minds. So that's my thought about it. Amina, you have something you want to add, and then Anne, you have a question, and I want to let both Nikki and Jamila respond as well if you would like.
Oh, I just wanted to say like the social media part. I was like, you know, like I said before, we're watching them. They're not watching us. So it's like we care more about this social media stuff than they do. It's like he has 1 million followers. Does he really care that he's following one person? And it's like I follow people all the time just to support, and then I mute them because I don't want to hear what you say, but I'll follow you. So I think it could be just like that, just in case he gets a whiff on social media that somebody says something, he's already followed them, so he can go look before they, delete it or before they block him. I think he's just doing it that way. Like he just doesn't give a shit. And then another thing is like I said before, I don't think Nick liked Sierra, but I don't think he liked who he was with Sierra because he was just like I said, he was operating in like the lower, more primal part of himself. And like what he said to Alandra is that like I forgot, he either said she brings out a lot of good stuff in him that he doesn't think he sees all the time. So he just likes who he is better with her. Like she brings out the best of what he could be.
Yeah, which his mama saw too, right?
Exactly.
All at her house. And would you like to ask your question?
Yes, Tino. I was scrolling through your content and I saw a video and I had to ask you a question. 1 second, Rose. 1 second. Sorry, that was my sister. What I wanted to ask was regarding Shalace. Remember when they were kicked off the island? You made a video about that, and I think you were emotional in the video, saying that. And some people had thought the same thing, that they were kicked off the show based on the R word. Here's the thing. I think that Ace set her up for the win. And here's why I say that. Ace is the reason why she became the sympathetic character in the first place. If Ace would have minded his own business and focused on his own connection, there's a chance that they could have won. That's why I wasn't playing into the R word thing. But the more I saw y'all's takes on it, because Serena and Cordell won, at that time I didn't even know them, but Serena and Cordell did win. So I'm like, it can't be the R word if there's been black winners before. So I'm like, okay. So yeah, just like, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. Yeah, Kitty, the R word they're referring to is racism. I will say, yep. So Brianna was, two things can be true, right? So I do think that unintentionally Ace, because they don't know what's happening outside the villa, right? Ace is shaping a narrative for people around Amaya very early on. Mutt, we don't know that they did. We were just talking about them in general. So I think that yes, like he played into it in that way unintentionally, right? He's just really being himself, right? He was the first man that she got into it that way with, right? Because we didn't see, well, if that's true, we definitely didn't see that same level of vitriol for Austin, which is why I think it's raced, because we really only saw the vitriol for Zach and Ace about how they responded to her, right? Whereas Austin was very clearly being microaggressive during the Stand on Business challenge with her. He basically called her stupid.
Very much so.
But he did not get the same level of vitriol that we got for Ace and for Zach about how they reacted to her. So I do think it is raced, whether people mean for it to be or not, right? Again, a lot of things I do believe are subconscious for people, okay? People are not intentionally doing things, but unless you unlearn it, you're going to operate through life through that lens, period, right? And so, exactly, right? And he talked behind her back, right? I think Ace got a lot of flack. I do think it has to do with the fact that he is a black man. And I do also think that the racism is not just in relationship to Amaya, though, right? I think it also has to do with the things that were happening and being said outside of the villa, right? The fact that, for example, everybody wanted to believe that Ace was the one leading the charge about Jeremiah going home. Again, it's because he is maybe the most vocal. I think this has to do with the edit that we got as well, right? Because people have said, we all agree with it. He's just the one that's saying it out loud. And I think he got punished in the villa for being courageous and having the audacity, because that bothers people when Black people have audacity, okay? That's why they were bothered when Alandria had the audacity to say certain things, or Shelly had the audacity to say certain things, right? And the edit is definitely racist as well.
It definitely had to do with him being outspoken, because look how they responded to Jeremiah, who was clearly more aligned with the white people, and Chris, who was definitely more passive. So they were going to punish
Exactly.
Ace regardless. So yeah,
Yeah.
it definitely had to be with him being more outspoken and
Yes. Yes.
And more in tune with his blackness.
Correct. And I have a whole video about that, y'all. So one of my first ever viral video on this app is of my 5th grade son at the time. You can have that's yours, baby. Oh, well then you can give it to me. He was in the 5th grade at the time, and his YT woman teacher they had a very problematic relationship, okay? And so at his culmination, he chose not to shake her hand. And the amount of people in my comments that were angry AF at the fact that my 5th grader would say, this is how you treat me, and so I don't align with you, and I'm not going to just give respect when it's not given back to me. That was about them being upset that this little black boy had the audacity. So when black people have audacity, that makes a lot of people uncomfortable, whether they mean for it to or not. And so I do think that part of their departure when it comes to Shalace, part of their departure is absolutely about the fact that people felt uncomfortable with the fact that he would have audacity. How dare you think that you can do and say certain things, right? Even the way that I've listened to people feel about his conversation with Amaya. Like, I get that maybe you wish he had been softer, but he wasn't really disrespectful. It wasn't demeaning, right? So, but the ways that they talked about it, I think has to do with the race, because we don't see that same level of critique around Austin. Katie, I don't know. Anybody else want to add some thoughts? Sorry.
No, I mean, I agree. I just had a moment where I'm just like, can we just give homage to this picture? Because the picture is here.
Just
My
nice.
God.
Again, them having the audacity, if you ask me, but that's what it's everything. Beautiful.
Like y'all said, right? Like it's the audacity. It's the fact that you're taking up space when no, you should be shrinking, right?
Yep.
Like, it's all these things that are at play, and I do think that was on the audience, but I also think it's on production. It's the way that they chose to edit things.
Yep.
Yeah, Jeremiah has almost been elevated to sainthood at this point.
It's crazy to me.
Exactly. Girl, I was just about to say.
Just because of his preference, truly.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I don't mean to interrupt, Nikki. I love what your son did.
That's right.
Because it shows that he has boundaries.
Oh, that was
I don't have. No, that's why I said your son. Because I'm not finna shake your hand, white lady. I'm gonna guess you're a white lady. Listen, white, I'm not finna shake your hand if I don't like you. Yeah, because my sister had I've noticed that people in the human services, and what I mean by human services, I mean like nurses, doctors, teachers. A lot of them are low-key bullies, right? And they get into the field because of their position of power, which I know what I'm talking about, so I'm not going to be one of those people that overuse the word, who clearly have issues with narcissism, get in these positions of power just so they can bully people and get away with it. You really made me realize something with on the Stand On Business, so Ace was talking, Austin kind of clapped back, but Ace humbled him real quick. And no one is talking about Austin because he's the irrelevant, and I always called him a low effort white man.
Yep.
Because I ain't seen that man put no effort. But y'all, that's your homie.
Yep.
That ain't my friend. I don't know you. He had funny moments, but let's not forget this man's still a Trumper. And I want evidence of that black woman he claims is tattooed on himself. You should have just said you had black friends, bro. I would have respected that more. Just say you have black friends.
Yeah.
Just.
I also agree that Austin played into the narrative of that aloof, a little bit slow surfer pool boy, and they let that rock. He can't have these negative values. He don't even know what the heck he's really talking about, or this and that. But the way, as you said, they all honed in on Ace, and I'm like, I personally, the same thing when it came to Pepe talking to Grayson. I was shocked that people had a problem with that. I'm like, why is it a problem that he's telling her how he feels instead of playing with her emotions? It's just, I don't know. I really don't. So.
Can I say this too? This is another thing I give Ace a lot of credit for, and people didn't necessarily like it, but I did. When Family Day happened and his siblings came, and one of the first things that he asked them was, "What can I do differently?" To me, if the villa really thought he was a problem, he would have been receptive to feedback because he sought feedback out. Someone that is willing to say, "Hey, what am I fucking up around? What do I need to be better about?" To choose to seek out an opportunity for development and growth does not give someone that feels like they cannot develop and grow. And so that was also on the villa. Anybody, and I will say the villa ranked him high, right? So we know that it's partially the edit we got.
And another thing, if Hannah the white girl said that TJ and Austin had weird views, she know her people, and she said it cutely in her exit interviews, but she said they had some very strange views, and she stayed away from them. But who did she say was her bestie? Alandria. So if she's from Arizona, or she go to school in Arizona, so if she can clock it immediately, why is black people like, oh, he kind of funny now? Oh,
because people have selective memory.
Yeah, Tina, I just wanted to say that I'm probably gonna exit out of here because I'm not sure where your coast is. I'm not sure how long the space is gonna go. But
we're about to finish.
You're about to finish too. I just wanted to say how incredibly impactful your space is, and I'm so grateful that I found this community. I learn and I grow every single time with each and every person that comes up here. We are just very loving and thoughtful people. I want that across the world, and I'm just so grateful that, my energy has found yours, and it's reciprocal, and I'm so appreciative. I just wanted to let you know, as a subscriber, I really feel like we do need to talk about some of Nick's yellow flags, and what that might potentially mean in a relationship. Right now, I'm going with, where they are at. But I do feel like there are some yellow flags that I think hopefully over time that they should address and need to work out for the long term. So thanks everyone, and I guess I will see y'all at the next live.
Thank you. Yes, we will be live again on Friday. I do like to have y'all give your final thoughts. So Anne, will you give us your final thoughts?
I'm sure. Shalace or 90s fine. I like them. Ace did grow on me. You're right. He emotionally mature for his age. I'll give him that.
For his age.
Ace, if you wasn't being such a mastermind, I would have liked you, my dude. Also, if you would have just got with Shelly in the beginning, I would have liked you. There's nothing wrong with settling. Well, actually there is. I'll take that back. But there's nothing up with coupling up when you feeling who you feeling. Yeah, you ain't need to play on Amaya like that. You set her up for the win, homeboy. And everybody keeps saying Shalace is their true winners. Thanks for the gifts. And they could have been the winners. But I'm gonna have to agree with you on this, Tina. Developmentally, it's gonna give long-term relationship, possibly short marriage, but eventually it won't work out. And the fact that Ace, how do I say this? He's 22. I feel like Ace, apply for traders because I'ma watch you. Yeah, because the mastermind has to go somewhere. What am I surprised about? He's a Leo. My father's a Leo. He gave me dictator vibes at first, but I realized, Ace, I was being mean, so I'm apologize. You're just a leader.
Yes.
And like he said, it's not my fault people follow me. Plausible deniability. But you smart, Ace. You smart. Yeah, I can't wait for the reunion. Apparently, I heard Ace and Jeremiah get into it. Not the battle of the light skins. Yeah, I hope Jeremiah tear him up, because Jeremiah, if you don't grow a backbone with your tall self, as a former people pleaser, I need you to stand up for yourself against him and Huda, because they did you wrong, Jeremiah. But also, somebody did say it. Now they acting like Jeremiah's a prince. Jeremiah, you ain't perfect. Jeremiah, you're not a love bomber. Stop listening to what people are saying. Huda's the love bomber. Also, I'm gonna need y'all to look up what love bomber is. What I realize is y'all need to. I look up a lot of buzzwords, and just like some manipulative people, you use these words to manipulate better. Who are you fooling? I am in healthcare, and I've been obsessed with studying. That's why I like spaces like you, Tina. I'm a sapiosexual. Look it up if you don't know what it means, and I'm finna tell you. Yeah, I feel like we all need to use our thinking caps. That was that was one of the backgrounds you had on your live when I first met you. Like, yeah, I am being for real. Whoever said that, yeah, Jeremiah, just grow a spine. I'm looking forward to Nick and Landria bringing their receipts. That's
Yeah.
it. That's all.
Okay. To people asking, I am gonna finish for tonight because I've been on here for 1,000 years. But I do have a video already about Nick's yellow flags. But I am happy to like talk about it more in a live because obviously you can only say so much in a video. So I will be live again on Friday, and I'm happy for that to be. I will write it down and let that be one of the things that we talk about. And then we did already talk about Nicolandria on Watch What Happens Live. Okay, Amina, you're welcome. Yeah, I'm gonna watch What Happens Live, and then I will. I don't know how to say it. Is it Gumon? Will you correct me? Will you tell me how to say your name? But anyway, I gave like a whole breakdown earlier today about what I saw in this dynamic. And I did already say to people that I will make a whole video about them.
Tina, I have a question. Whose name were you trying to pronounce?
Mguemon.
Oh, shoot. For a second, I thought you was about to say my last name. It's French. Don't try it.
Oh, no. But yeah, I will make a whole video about Shelly and Ace. But I mean, if you want to go, hi, Rian. If you want to go back to Mguemon, thank you, Mguemon. If you go back to my old videos, y'all, when I was just recapping every single episode, I do talk in every single episode video about whatever I might be seeing about each couple. And there are definitely some times where I address him as well explicitly about communication, but I'm happy to make a whole video about them. I just haven't done it yet because y'all, it takes some labor. So I will do my best to try to get that out to y'all. Amina, do you want to share your final thoughts, my friend?
Yes, I have two. So, one thing I was like, make sure to add on that, Nick does have raging ADHD. His sister has said that blinking that we saw that we thought was an anger response, she said that's a tick. So that could be his stress response. Also, if you ever have any doubts about Nick, go watch his sister because they be stressing his mom out. She gonna say she put a hole in her college dorm. Then she gonna do her move out. The way she patched that hole was so raggedy, and she pulling stuff off the wall that has glue on it. I'm like, Ella, baby, get the hair dryer. Come on now, girl. So if you ever have any doubts, go look at her TikTok because she is just as crazy. And you can see the way that he's talked about his parents. They allowed them to be themselves completely. They did give them boundaries clearly, but they allowed them to be themselves. Another thing is that I did want to join your think tank, but girl, I do not like self-help and I cannot read. I need an audiobook. So I will be missing. If there ain't no audiobook or if I can't have the little robot read it to me, I'm not going to be there.
I will keep that in mind in a minute because for my ADHD folks, it is really nice. If you don't know this as an ADHD person, it's really nice to have the hard copy and to be able to listen to it in your ear at the same time. It just helps your brain to stay engaged. So I will try to be mindful about picking books that.
And I'm the real ADHD person. I got my test and I got my updated version, so I ain't just read no symptoms online. I paid my money to get to get evaluated, and I did my updated version. Okay, and I be in therapy every Wednesday. But yeah, so I was just like, look, if it's to help, I do not like it. I'm on the book side of Book Talk that says novels teach you as much as self-help. And I'm nosy. I need a story to follow. So
no, I feel you. We will definitely have some fiction. Most of these, the ones I showed y'all tonight are like, maybe more like theoretical, I would say, right? But they are a little bit more for like lay people. They are for like general public. The racial contract would be the most dense one.
Yeah, and I was a sociology major, so I can read those type of books, but I refuse if I'm not paying to read it, like in the class, girl, I ain't reading that stuff no more. Because I'm tired of having to sit there with a dictionary. Especially reading Patricia Hill College. She used to make my head hurt. But hearing her talk is different. But yeah, still.
I love it. Okay, yes, I will keep that in mind. Thank you for reminding me. I do like to I want to make my stuff as accessible as possible. Like I don't know how to do captions on live. There probably is a way, but like all my videos are captioned if I can caption them, right? I do want to make my content as easily accessible for everyone as possible. Jamila, will you please share your thoughts?
Yes. Last thought. I want to see if this is correct in how I'm viewing Nick. When it comes to the words he uses and how he phrases and tells things to people, I'm not sure if I would call it a lie. I think he cares deeply and greatly about his values or how he's perceived as a human or a man. It seems like it was taught to him by his family, his parents, just with how his father told the letter and how he was waiting for his father's response, So that aspect of him, I think, is what he uses, or when it comes to his words and his intentions. And the last thing I want to say is I would love to talk a little bit deeper about the being raised by a Black mother versus a white mother. And I feel that truly, I think Love Island purposely picked someone like a Jeremiah. I think last season it was Kendall, just for that. I really do. Because it's the Black person, but it shakes it up a little bit. So yeah, I would love to know more about that.
When I first seen Kendall, I was like, his mother cannot be a Black woman, and then
I know.
I found out that she was, and I was very shocked.
I agree. But that way of thinking that Jeremiah has, yeah.
His mama is Black?
Yeah.
Yes, he is a mama.
Oh, y'all didn't shock me.
And what about Connor? I would
my
love to talk
God.
about Connor because he confuses me in some ways. I'm not gonna lie, because he's
Connor has a lot of it feels like.
Say that last
I
part.
loved
I'm
your
sorry.
video, Tina.
That
Yeah,
last
go
part.
ahead, Jamila. Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't hear that last part about Connor.
I said Connor gives to me the vibes of a lot of self-hatred.
Yeah. Yep.
A lot of what?
In which video?
No, I was saying I was gonna piggyback off what Jamila was saying. I love the video about Black mothers being the culture bearers, something along those lines. The amount of ignorance in the comments was telling. Cause why are you arguing with this lady? Also saw your other video about somebody when you were talking about people that are using their lived experience as their solo experience and not relying on study. As a scientist, I know lived experience is important, but when you're trying to isolate your soul experience, it doesn't really leave room for nuance, and that's what science is about. That's why I'm not a mathematician. Bruh, just the amount of ignorance, and you fighting back in the comments for what? Just people got to be okay with being wrong sometimes. You got to be okay with being wrong. And like you said, I'm not an intellectual elitist. It's not my fault I'm smarter than you. Ace said it, not me.
Yes, and so yes, to that point, I will close on this. I see the questions, y'all, but I am wrapping the live spelling A. I feel you. I hear you about saying you feel like he's performative in some ways. I can definitely chat more about that in my next live. I do disagree, but I can tell you why in my next live. I can give you more thoughts around that. I will say, yeah, I again do not. Lived experience is important. Anecdotal experience is important because that is what frames the way that research gets done, right? If you don't have these things happening, nobody ever gives a fuck to ask the question to actually research it. You know what I mean? So yes, that is important. And your singular experience does not invalidate the research. So I am happy always for people to share with me their opinions. But when I am explicitly talking about research, it's babes, I'm not just saying it because I feel like it. I'm saying it because I studied this. And this is what multiple research experiments have shown. You know what I mean? We're not debating, KJ. We're actually just finishing up. I'm so sorry. We missed you. And then...
I wanted to add to the point, like, you know, that we always say mothers are the keepers of the culture. And I don't remember which one of my sociology classes where we talked about this and there were books on it, but it's weird that, you know, Kendall is socialized very white. And you can see that in other mixed people too, whereas if their parents fully assimilate into the other person's culture and how that kind of gets erased. But a resource I wanted to give people for like people who like to listen instead of read. There's a online like voice reader that I use. It's called Natural Readers. If you have a PDF version, you can upload it to there and it'll read it to you. That's what I used to use to study. It's naturalreaders.com. They do use AI now. Before they didn't, but you don't have to buy those voices if you don't agree with that, because I don't. But yeah.
That's a great resource, Amina. Thank you for naming it. Ace is not biracial. Ace is monoracial. Jeremiah is biracial. Thank you so much, y'all, for being here. I will be on live on Friday. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that I know a time. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. But I will definitely make a video and post it and let y'all know what time. Monoracial just means that like you have two parents that are the same race that you identify as. So it just means like I have two black parents, so I would be a monoracial black woman. Whereas like if I had like an Asian parent and a black parent, phenotypically I think I present as black, and so I would be a mixed a biracial black woman. Does that make sense? Does that help? And then, yes, I will definitely give you a heads up. My time zone is Mountain Time, but I will usually list Pacific Time, Mountain Time, Central Time, and Eastern Time so that people can try to convert as easily as possible to wherever you are. And I will try to have an answer for that tomorrow for whatever time I'm going to be on Friday. And I typically, so what I'll do is when I make my new videos, I will link it to the live, like I'll schedule the live so that you can just click on it from my most recent video. Oh no, I was comparing how their lived experiences were different. The way that they understand their blackness is different because of the monoracial experience of Ace and the biracial experience of Jeremiah. But thank you for letting me give you clarity. Thank y'all so much for being here. Thank you so much for liking the live, for sharing the live, for subscribing, for following, for all the things. I really appreciate y'all always being in this space with me. Y'all are always a great time. I hope that y'all have a wonderful rest of your night, and I will see you again on Friday.